I'd repainted her fence with how much I needed her, and the only reason I'd had enough willpower to leave had been my cursed red hair and green eyes. If I'd gone prepared as X, if I'd hidden my eyes beneath brown and rinsed black through my blazing strands, I didn't think I'd be in my own bed, alone, aching, with unshed cum. I'd be in her bed, in her. I would have done exactly what I threatened, and taken her 5 different ways, all before the sun rose, and probably made things a shit ton worse, because she would have seen me. She would have torn off my mask, and I would have let her. I would have ripped it off so I could kiss her. And then she would have realized that the man driving himself inside her with all the finesse of an unhinged beast was her lying, scheming, stalking neighbor, and called the police. She told them that the man who'd eaten her out had been me all along, and I'd be in jail right about now. Fuck. My life would be ruined, and my career over, and I wouldn't even care, because I would have had the best goddamn orgasm of my life. Shit, this is bad. So very, very bad. This wasn't me. I wasn't impulsive or reckless. In my right mind, I would never jeopardize everything I'd worked so hard to achieve, never put my patience on the line, never risk my ability to help others, all because I couldn't help myself. You know you can't see her again, right? Throwing myself back down, I swallowed a snarl. Her taste coated my tongue. Her sweet scent was thick in my nose. Rationality told me to snap out of it, but the monster inside me roared to be selfish for a change. I'd felt like a fucking hero last night as she'd shattered around my fingers. I'd been the best doctor in the world, curing her through pleasure and trust. Trust? I'd destroyed any chance of her trusting me the moment I created a false persona and spied on her. Christ, what have I done? All my life, I'd grown up with the girl next door, been told by our grandmothers that our marriage was already destined, and been too pig-headed and focused on work to see what was staring me right in the fucking face. They were right. Sailor was mine. She'd always been mine. And now I'd royally fucked up because she'd never accept me after this. Never forgive me. Never trust me. I might as well move to Australia, because what was the point in staying? I've already lost her. Cursing every idiotic move I'd ever made, I threw myself out of bed and staggered into my bathroom. The cloud of her sweet arousal intoxicated me. She covered every inch of my fingers and jaw. I swallowed my groan as my mouth watered. The pain between my legs grew feverish. I needed to come so fucking badly. My erection hadn't gone down. The ache only getting worse the longer I tortured myself with memories. Sailor's smell sucker-punched me all over again, and I reached my limit. Tearing my clothes off, I tripped into the shower and wrenched the water on. It wasn't even hot before I gripped my cock and squeezed. Fantasy Sailor's fingers replaced my own. I pictured her before me, licking her lips before dropping to her knees and sucking me. My left hand slapped against the tiles. My heart exploded. I pumped with ruthless, punishing jerks. It only took 5 painful pulls before I cried out as the hottest, sharpest release blew apart my body, splattering white all over my black tiles. My knees almost gave way as I sucked in a tattered breath and quaked through the final shudders. Trembling, I tipped my face into the falling spray. I might not be haunted by an orgasm anymore, but she definitely haunted me. I couldn't get her out of my damn mind or my stupid heart. I did something most likely illegal last night. I hissed quietly into my phone.
Let me guess. You performed coitus on your neighbour, all while wearing a mask.
Colin snickered.
I hope you used protection, Superman.
I bared my teeth and rubbed harder at the chrome of my motorbike. Luckily, I had a day off today, and just like I'd reached my limit and needed an orgasm to think straight, I needed to go for a highly ill-advised, stupidly reckless drive on my most prized death machine. Falling for Sailor was not good for my physical or mental health. I'd taken care of the physical pain this morning, and now I was going to flush my mind and try to figure out how to free myself from the web of crime I'd found myself in. I didn't sleep with her, but you did something to her. Flicking a look at Sailor's place, I whispered, I made her come. With your cock? With my fingers. I cleared my throat and tongue.
Well, well. Who knew you could perform cunnilingus with a mask on?
Can you stop using the correct terminology for everything? This is serious.
And that's why I'm using the proper descriptions. I'm taking this very seriously.
His laughter switched to his doctor tone.
Tell me, Dr. North, seeing as you're using me as your unofficial therapist, what do you think I should do with this information? Or better yet, what sort of prescription would you like me to administer now that you're fucked?
Throwing the buffing cloth onto the black leather seat of my bike, I clenched my jaw. I don't know why I bothered calling you.
Oh, I know, he chuckled. It's because you have no one else, and the mess of this arrangement is doing your head in. Your OCD at fixing things and being the good guy is now knotted with messy things and being the bad guy.
Leaning against the bike, grateful I'd splashed out for a heavy-duty kickstand, I sighed and rubbed the indents on my nose from my glasses. I should tell her, right? I mean, she'll probably be able to guess. Surely there's some sort of sixth sense that kicks in that knows which people you've been intimate with.
I keep telling you, man, that Clark Kent effect is real. I reckon she wouldn't even know it was you if you took your mask off. With the dark hair, brown eyes, and no glasses, you're incognito.
And I think you're batshit crazy.
I think if anyone is crazy in this friendship, it's you.
Glancing at Sailor's house, I stiffened as she appeared on her garden path. In her arms, Peng lounged like a jaguar lolling on a tree branch. His little legs dangling on either side of her forearm, he gave me a, I know what you did last night, glower, all while Sailor smiled shyly in my direction. Every part of me clenched. I gotta go. I pressed the hang-up button before Colin could reply. Slipping my phone into the back pocket of my jeans, I stopped slouching and went to her. I froze on my second step, glancing at my motorcycle boots. I hadn't worn them in forever, yet I'd put them on when I went around as X. Would she recognize them? Just how observant was she? Her smile faltered as she noticed me coming toward her. Waving, she hightailed it to her letterbox. Checking it for mail, she looked a little disappointed to find nothing. Had she hoped to find another gift from X? Perhaps the dildo hadn't been that bad after all. What else could I send to her? What other little keepsakes would help her heal day by day? You're done with that, remember? You're never allowed to see her again, let alone make her come. Got it? I cursed myself all over again for hinting that a second time was possible. I'd practically promised I'd stick something else inside her, all in order to make an escape without begging her to put me out of my misery. Getting the vibe she didn't really want to talk to me, I headed back to my bike and continued polishing it. Not that the Harley needed much TLC. I'd always looked after it, and with its life of semi-retirement, it looked almost as good as the day I rolled it off the forecourt. The back of my neck prickled. My spine snapped straight beneath my white t-shirt as Sailor crossed onto my driveway and stopped behind me. Whirling to face her, I scratched at my chin where I had freshly shaved this morning. Sailor, I forced the brightest, nerdiest smile I could manage. What are you up to on this fine day? Her half-smile turned genuine as Peng swiped at a strand of her hair that had come loose from her ponytail. She wore yet another faded tee with sparkling stars and flowers, along with holy jeans that just begged me to tear a bigger hole and take her over my bike. Fuck's sake, stop it.
I wanted to say I'm sorry I didn't answer the door last night. I was already in bed and I didn't want to get up.
If it was X she spoke to, those lies would have been truths. She probably didn't get up because her fear had pounced again, and walking through an empty, dark house would have sent her spiraling into another panic attack. But Xander shouldn't know that, so I accepted her explanation with a shrug. No worries, I was just checking on the kitten. It was getting harder and harder to keep the two versions of Sailor in my mind. The Laurie X knew seemed so much braver than this Sailor Rose, who could barely meet her neighbor's stare. I'd watched her on my cameras as she'd hitched up her skirt in the garden. I'd felt the power of her climax as she shattered on my tongue. I didn't know which was the real version of her. The feisty survivor trying to remember how to live, or the demure granddaughter of my grand's best friend. Either way, I was stupidly in love with both of them.
Yeah, about the kitten.
She smiled again, but it looked brittle.
I think I'm,
Crossing my arms, I clutched my polishing rag to avoid snatching her into a hug. I hated seeing her so wary. I wanted her in my arms again. I wanted her on her back, and my tongue. Clearing my throat, I arched an eyebrow. Let me guess. I tried to add a mixture of compassion, humor, and understanding into my voice, but somehow sounded like a stuck-up know-it-all instead. You want to keep him? She flinched. Peng reacted to her wince with a horrified look. Scrambling higher in her arms, he tried to embrace her neck and head-bopped her chin. Whatever magic that tiny feline possessed instantly made her lose her tension. I caught a glimpse of the girl only X saw. Her blue eyes glimmered like the summer sky, and she kissed Peng's head before looking up.
I still don't know if I'm any good at providing for an animal, but I can't imagine giving him up. He's helped me so much.
Reaching out before I could stop myself, I scratched Peng under his jaw. He was yours the moment I found him. The kitten purred like a freight train. Sailor turned to stone. I froze to match, realizing how close my hand was to her cheek. Shit, sorry. Backing up, I shoved my hand in my jeans pocket. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. She sighed heavily, frustration etching her voice.
It's not you, Xander. It's me.
Ah, yes, the tried and true let him down easy line. Holding the rag to my heart, I laughed gently. Does this mean you're breaking up with me? Her eyes rounded.
Breaking up with you? We've never been together.
Way to make a joke that makes her super uncomfortable, you fool. What I should do was laugh it off and pretend I hadn't been so stupid. What I did was double down like an idiot. Ah, so you admit you forgot the vow you made to me when you were 7.
I did what now?
Buffing my wing mirrors so I had something to do, I forced another laugh. I think your dad had done something to irk you. You stormed out of Melody's house and pouted on the lawn. I'd been roped into helping her make a few more flower beds for some pocket money. My mind filled with images of Sailor back then. Her sandy hair cut into a bob, her daisy print dress slightly big for her gangly frame. You said you hated all boys. I think I called out that I was a boy and didn't appreciate being lumped in with the rest. And you said I was the one exception. I was an exception because I was nice to your nana. I was the only one you would tolerate from now on, so that made me yours, and no one else could have me. I caught her eyes with another chuckle. In my 13-year-old brain, I just assumed that meant we were dating. I've been waiting for you ever since. Wow, you're the biggest moron alive. Her mouth fell wide.
Please tell me you haven't. That didn't happen, surely.
Oh, it happened. But no. I shrugged, pretending the memory didn't make my heart skip. Funny how our childhood never really affected me. I'd always been aware of her. I'd crushed on her every now and again, but she'd just been the occasional guest next door. But these days, Those memories had taken on a weight, a premonition. Don't worry, Sailor, I haven't been saving myself all these years. She looked at the ground, hugging Peng extra close, as if I'd hurt her feelings somehow. And you just keep digging that grave. I was trying to make her like me as Xander, not push her deeper into X's arms. Once again, jealousy spiked. Was she thinking about him? Was last night permanently etched on her mind, replaying repeatedly like it was in mine? Anyway, I dropped to my haunches and polished the chrome exhaust pipe. I get that you're uncomfortable around me, and it's fine. The sun cast a halo around her. I hope you have a great day. It's going to be another hot one. Don't roast yourself in the garden, otherwise Melody will tell me off. She frowned, her head cocked as if thinking something important. But then she shook her head and clutched little Penguin close.
Are you going for a ride?
Keeping my attention on the bike, I nodded. I am. It's been a while. She eyed my shiny black death machine.
I didn't even know you had a motorbike.
As much as I wanted to hang out with her and talk, I didn't have the capacity to keep my feelings hidden, or hide how much it hurt that she still saw me as the trigger to Milton's abuse. It wasn't her fault. I didn't blame her, but after last night, my stupid heart was fragile. Tossing the rag into the plastic box of mechanical supplies, I grabbed my helmet. Matte black, with a blackout visor. I'd almost had a local graffiti artist paint a matching skull on the front and back, so it looked as if I looked both ways in traffic. The skull matched my riding scarf. Out of habit, I reached for the spare skull balaclava at the bottom of the box, then froze. What the fuck are you doing? You can't wear that. She'd know immediately who I was. My pulse skyrocketed. My palms turned sweaty. Keeping my back to her, I went to shove the helmet over my damning red hair and muttered, I hope the noise doesn't annoy you too much. I'll keep the revs to a minimum on Ember Drive. I felt her staring at my back, granting another gush of goosebumps.
I still don't understand how you can ride something so dangerous when you're a doctor and probably see countless accidents.
Lowering my helmet, I turned to face her. She petted Peng, her gaze bouncing from me to the bike and back again.
Is it safe?
I shrugged. What do you call safe? Is this as safe as a car? Absolutely not. Is it safer than swimming with a crocodile? Yes, I'd say so.
But isn't it reckless to ride something you know might hurt you or even possibly kill you?
Gotta be a little reckless sometimes, I guess. She sniffed.
You're not usually reckless.
Our eyes locked, and I strode far too close to that line again. Words I hadn't censored fell from my lips. Oh, I'm reckless all the damn time lately. But at least this hobby won't destroy me as badly as that little habit will. Slamming my helmet on, I slung a leg over my bike. Have a good day, sailor. Cranking my key, the splutter of the combustion, followed by the thunderous roar, made me shiver with freedom. Ah, yes, I needed this. I really, really needed this.
Wait.
Sailor cut in front of my bike, holding Peng, who definitely didn't appreciate the racket like I did. For a second, I panicked that I'd said something to give away my identity, but then she looked me dead in the eyes and said,
Take me with you. Chapter 31. Sailor. Flirting with freedom. What the hell am I doing? What possessed me to ask that? I held a squirming kitten and fought every instinct telling me to get away from Xander before Milton found me flirting with the neighbour. But all I could think about was that motorbike. The roar of it. The freedom of it. With one snarl of that engine, whatever vixen lived inside me woke up, yanked on her riding leathers, and flung herself on the back of Xander's bike. All I wanted to do was clutch him close, say fuck off to the past and the man who'd hurt me, and tell my kind, slightly nerdy neighbour to go as fast as dangerous lightning. He scowled, his helmet cutting his face in half. For a second, I saw X. I saw the same faint lines around his eyes, the same possessive, protective stare. My heart skipped and tripped. It wasn't the first time I'd wondered, but with the full sunshine gilding Xander's vibrant green eyes and pale skin, marking him a natural redhead, he looked nothing like the black-haired man who'd appeared in my bedroom just because he'd heard me scream. X brooded. Xander smiled reservedly. X protected me, all while possessing me. Xander flinched if I got too close and fumbled with his glasses. The two men might have similar eyes, if one wasn't rich brown and the other sparkling emerald, but they couldn't have been more different in personality. I could never imagine Xander pinning me on my back or going down on me. I couldn't imagine X blushing like Xander did when he touched Peng and realised how close we were. The fear I had toward my neighbour was slowly melting away thanks to X's help, but I could still hear the slurs of Goblin Milton in my head. All of that doesn't mean you're ready to gallivant around the streets on the back of a damn bike. Peng meowed as he tried to get away from the snarling machine. Xander killed the engine with a flick of the key and braced his legs on either side of the bike. Tugging his helmet off, the shock of fire-red hair tumbled over his forehead, making him seem so much younger than he was. In that moment, I couldn't see him as a doctor. He returned to the gawky teenager in the garden that day when Dad had broken my heart. He'd promised to take me to a local water park for weeks and weeks, but then said he couldn't be bothered. If it had just been that one time, I would have been okay. I was old enough to know that sometimes things didn't work out, but his broken promises had become a habit, and I knew better than to get my hopes up, all while hating myself that I still did. Xander was right that I'd been hurt that day. Hurt and well and truly over boys. Maybe that was why I'd let Milton into my life, because I'd never felt connected to him. Therefore, he could never hurt me. Emotionally, at least. I hugged Peng a little closer as I recalled Xander's earnestness back then. How he'd steal my Nana's baking and laugh at her terrible jokes. He'd always be there, rain or shine, to do any chore she asked of him. I blinked as all the pieces suddenly slammed together. He's always been a great guy. How could I ever feel such terror when I looked at him? I'd literally never seen him hurt the tiniest bug, let alone me. X had freed my body last night with the best orgasm I'd ever had, and I had a feeling Xander could free the pieces that I'd lost well before Milton ever came on the scene by racing me through the sky. Stay right there, I ordered. I'm just going to set Peng up at my place.
No, wait.
His hand came up, already encased in a leather glove.
Sailor, stop.
I didn't obey. Bolting up the garden path, I charged inside and deposited Peng in the kitchen where his litter tray and food bowls were. I won't be long, little penguin. Just, Nana will look out for you. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but I really need to do this. Grabbing an old canvas jacket that I'd used in the garden on bitter winter days, I locked up and sprinted back to Xander's side. He blinked as if I'd made him speechless.
You weren't kidding. You truly want to come.
That word. Come. The way he said it sounded so similar to how X had growled it last night. Heavy and thick, an innocent word turned into something sinfully erotic. My pulse picked up as I narrowed my eyes. Sunlight blinded me as I studied Xander all over again. I tried to picture him with a baseball cap and mask on, of him hugging me or slipping down my body to stick his tongue between my legs. And I couldn't.
Lucky for you then, huh? You let one finger fuck you last night, and now you're riding another one today. See? You are a slut!
I shuddered at the memory of Milton throwing me onto the coffee table and laughing as I fell, bleeding and bruised onto the carpet. All my carefree hope that I was healing screeched to a halt. Everything turned dark, shadows crept over the sunshine, tears stung my eyes, and my fingers stroked the fading lacerations on my wrist, left behind from fighting for my life. I didn't notice Xander swinging his leg off his bike. I didn't function as a person as he came close, yanked off his gloves, then cupped my cheek with a gentle hand. I shuddered at the contact. I swayed backward to run. But then his thumb swept through the tears, tracking slowly, and with the softest smile, he stepped into me.
You're safe. He's not here.
His strong, lean arms wrapped around me, loose and open, but providing a protective wall between me and the past. Everything hit me all at once. The urge to scream and hide, the desire to sob and crumple, the nonsensical homecoming and familiarity. X had shattered me apart last night and given me back my sexuality. But as Xander stepped a little closer and his arms tightened a little harder, I shattered in my soul. My head fell forward and landed on his chest. His voice rumbled with words I couldn't understand, and his boots collided with my paint-splattered sneakers. His embrace switched from tentative to smothering. He gathered me up and sheltered me with every bone in his body. And I didn't panic. I sagged with relief and gratefulness. I let him hold me, all while silent tears swelled and spilled, purging my mind and heart from yet another layer of hell. He never moved or spoke, giving me all the time I needed to break, reform, and find my feet again. Finally, when I felt a little saner, and Milton no longer yelled obscenities in my mind, I pulled away. He let me go instantly. Taking a step back, he pushed his glasses higher up his nose and stuck both hands in his back pockets as if preventing himself from reaching for me. He didn't speak, but our eyes sought each other, and something happened. A web of true friendship, a connection that had always been there. Xander had always been there in the background, a nuisance, a distraction, a crush. I froze. That's right. I had a crush on him. I'd been 14 or so. I'd overheard Nana and her best friend Mary giggling that their dastardly plan to finally hear wedding bells between the Norths and the Roses was working. I'd torn my eyes away from watching Xander in the garden and asked what they meant. Both women had broken into obnoxiously loud laughter, pointing at Xander where he pressure-washed the bird bath, then at me blushing because I'd been spying. With the sun hitting the water droplets and the mist dancing rainbows all around him, Xander transformed from the annoying boy next door into something far, far more interesting. He'd been 20 then, and already on the path to becoming a doctor. I felt woefully young when we'd gone for that visit. My heart had fluttered as he'd looked over his shoulder, almost as if he sensed me gawking at him. He'd waved just once and given me a crooked half smile. With his glasses sliding down his nose, and his shocking red hair, I'd blushed 10 times worse and darted to my room. I dreamed of kissing him that night, and when I woke, I'd suffered a full-blown crush, only to have that crush obliterated when I confessed to my mother that if Nana and Mary had already picked out my husband, did that mean I could marry him straight away instead of finishing school?
I know it's hard to stop thinking about him, but he's gone.
Xander whispered gently.
He can't touch you again.
His voice sliced through my thoughts. I blinked, forcing myself to be as honest in person as I was by text to X. I shrugged. I wasn't thinking about Milton, actually. I caught his emerald stare. I was thinking about you. His eyebrows flew up.
Me?
When you were 20 and I was 14. He scowled.
Did I piss you off like I usually did?
No. I hugged myself. You were sweet.
Uh-oh.
He smirked.
So that was around the time you enemy zoned me.
My mouth dropped open. Excuse me? He laughed, but it held a sharpness that hinted he wasn't as carefree as he portrayed.
At the start of that visit, you were the same as always. Shy, but friendly enough.
He pushed his glasses up again.
But by the end, you barely looked at me.
He shrugged.
I figured you'd finally decided I'd stolen too many cookies and no longer wanted to talk to me.
I sucked in a breath. All I wanted to do was brush aside this strange conversation, a conversation that I'd started, and pretended the past didn't matter. But the past did matter. And if I had any hope of getting over Milton's abuse, I needed to clear the air with Xander. Bracing myself, I confessed. I couldn't look at you because I was afraid I'd ruin your chances of getting your doctorate if we hung out.
Wait, what?
His eyes widened, then narrowed with confusion.
How could you have ruined my chances? You were 14.
Exactly. I nodded, my cheeks heating. I'd overheard Nana and your gran giggling like buffoons about our wedding day and figured, if my future was already planned, then why did I have to bother with school? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay truthful. I asked my mother if I could just marry you earlier and skip the rest of my exams. I hated exams and figured you were a better alternative to those nightmarish things. She told me if I ever went near you with our age differences, regardless of what our silly grands were planning, you'd get in serious trouble. I avoided you because I didn't want to be the reason you didn't achieve your dreams. I shuddered dramatically. In fact, I couldn't make eye contact with you after that, thanks to the fear of messing things up for you. I guess it became a habit I didn't really see forming until it was too late. I exhaled with a soft laugh. Funny, I'd never stopped to think why I've always gone out of my way to keep my distance from you. Looking back, it stems from that moment. That teenage fear that I was bad for you and better keep my distance, even though it doesn't make much sense now. For a second, he didn't say a word. Glowering at his house, probably seeing us as naive children, he dropped his chin and shook his head. A low chuckle escaped him.
This is just ridiculous.
Looking up, he caught my stare and smirked.
So, you've never actually hated me, back then or now?
My nose wrinkled. Why would I hate you? I barely knew you.
You didn't know me, yet you would have married me over taking exams.
His smile grew.
I don't know if I should be honoured or concerned that you'd rather suffer a lifetime with me over the momentary pain of a test.
Concerned, definitely. I rolled my eyes, grateful for his teasing. Back then, I would have done anything to avoid 2 hours of exam hell. I'm a terrible person admitting I'd rather have been a child bride instead. His voice thickened.
Oh, I don't know. I think being married to you might have been the single best thing to ever happen to me.
My heart stopped beating. I had no idea what to say. His eyes widened as if realizing what he said. Coughing into his hand, he backpedaled.
I mean, I know the pain of exams. I've taken far too many in my life, and if I knew how many I'd have to take in this career path, I might have been persuaded to get hitched instead.
My heart resumed its flustered strumming. It's stupid how the past can affect the present. He laughed, but he couldn't hide the sudden strain on his face.
I've been having the same thoughts lately.
You have? His eyes softened.
I wonder where we'd be if I'd had the guts to ask you out when you moved in with Melody. If that one question might have set events in motion that meant Milton would never have touched you.
My mouth fell open. You sound pretty sure of yourself that I would have said yes.
Would you?
He pinned me to the spot, his eyebrows drawing together.
If I asked you now, would you say yes?
Licking my lips, I struggled to speak like a normal person. My courage failed me. I fired a question back instead. Are you saying you still want to ask me out? He scoffed, as if I'd said something stupid.
You weren't the only one hearing our grandparents planning our future, you know. Back then, I wanted them to stop their silly games. But now I wonder...
Wonder what?
If they saw something between us that we were too young to see ourselves.
Once again, he stole all my words.
Anyway.
He cleared his throat.
At least I finally know why you barely said hi to me from that day forward. I responded by actively staying out of your way. I figured you despised me, and if I'm honest, it kinda hurt not knowing why.
I flinched as I fell back through time. After that day, Xander hadn't been at Nana's so often. For a couple of visits, when I came on my own, as my parents couldn't be bothered, I'd waited to catch sight of him, only to be disappointed. Nana told me he was a diligent student and working very hard to manifest his dreams. I'd been happy for him, but also lonely. Tucking away decades' worth of yearning, I forced myself to joke. It all makes sense now.
What does?
Those excuses your gran gave. That you were busy studying and couldn't have dinner with us, or you were at the library cramming. That was you avoiding me.
Some of them were, yeah.
Crossing his arms, his frown turned into a genuine smile. Not reserved, not polite. A full-blown happy smile that made my heart shiver off its layer of dust and flutter again.
But mostly, I was doing you the favor of avoiding my terrible company.
Ever a gentleman, even then. I returned his smile, stiffening as Milton's slurs echoed.
See? You were a slut, even at 14. He knew it. Everyone knew it.
His face fell.
I'm the opposite of that word, especially at the moment.
Not liking the dark look in his eyes, I dug my fingernails into my palms and ignored the phantom pain from Milton's fists telling me to get away from him. I even managed to take a step closer. I needed to take away the sudden sadness on his handsome face. For some strange reason, I felt responsible, as if his sudden discomfort was my fault. Know what I think? His gorgeous eyes met mine, his glasses catching the sun. He searched me as if he'd lost something infinitively precious and still couldn't find it. Sucking in a heavy inhale, he breathed.
What do you think?
I think Melody and Mary are entirely to blame for our many misunderstandings, and it's up to us to set the record straight.
The record?
My chest squeezed at his minor stutter, at his obvious wariness and curse of shyness. His cheeks tinged pink, which gave me just enough confidence not to be afraid anymore, not to be afraid of him. Holding out my hand, I embraced enough courage to smile and wait for him to shake. Hi, I'm Sailor Melody Rose. I prefer flowers over people most days. I don't like apricots or working for someone. I could technically be called lazy because I learned from the best that life happens in the moments where we do nothing. I've recently adopted a cat who has become my entire world, and my house is haunted by the very same woman who tried to set us up as kids. I also suffered from a mistake that cost me a lot of physical and emotional pain, and because I recently made a vow of honesty with someone, I'm going to be honest with you and say I'm sick of living in the past and want to step into the future. So, reaching for his wrist, I brought his hand up and threaded my fingers with his. Shaking our combined grip, I smiled at the dazed look on his face. Can we start again? No more misunderstandings, no more secrets, no more avoiding each other. Friends? He choked and cleared his throat.
You made a vow of honesty.
I did, and it's been surprisingly healing.
Who did you make this vow with?
His tone thickened just a little. A prickle darted down my spine. Was he jealous? Surely not. Just a friend. I squinted in the sun. Go on, if we're to be friends too, you need to introduce yourself. Sighing, he tightened his fingers around mine. His eyebrows knitted together with a flash of frustration.
Okay then. Nice to meet you, Sailor Melody Rose. I'm Xander North. I don't have a middle name. I don't like loud music. I suck at sleeping. Oh, and I'm a workaholic.
His hand stopped moving, but he didn't release me. We stood there, our palms and fingers linked, locked in a stare that neither of us could break. I forgot about Milton. I felt no pain. The past couldn't find me as I drowned in a sea of green from his eyes. For the first time, stirrings of belief that I would be all right grew bright. this would pass. I would be happy again. Starting with doing something brand new. Tugging my hand from his, I stepped toward his bike. Take me for a ride, Xander North. I have a sudden urge to fly.
Chapter 32. Xander. Let's be friends. I'd died and woken up in a different universe. It was the only explanation for why Sailor's arms were wrapped around my waist, her thighs pressed against mine, her heart drumming through her canvas jacket and my leather bomber. I hadn't said a word as I'd fetched her a spare helmet from my garage, then slung my leg over my bike and ignited the engine. She'd stayed equally silent as she shoved the helmet on her head, then clambered up behind me. I'd suffered a full-body quake as she'd hesitantly leaned forward and asked if it was okay to hold me. She was asking permission to touch me. I'd had to clench my teeth until they cracked to prevent telling her she'd touched me in far more ways last night. The imprint of her fingers around my cock burned with deception. Nausea splashed up my throat for lying to her face. I could barely handle those lies when she ran away from me. How could I hope to keep them up now that she actively tried to be my friend? No more secrets, she'd said, yet I kept the biggest one of all. I'd often cursed our grandmothers for meddling with our lives, but now I felt as if they'd cursed me, that if I hadn't grown up hearing their whispered scheming about me marrying the girl next door, I wouldn't have been drawn to her against my will. She would have just been any other girl. So why did I feel like she was the only girl? Shaking away those thoughts and focusing on the road, I cranked the engine a little more now we were away from suburbia and heading to rural farmland. I didn't check over my shoulder to see if she was okay with going fast. I already knew she needed what I did. She was healing, and healing sometimes required ripping off scabs and tearing off bandages that had become too restricting. Bending low, I added speed until we flew, just like she requested. You okay? I held her elbow, granting support while she staggered a little from climbing off my bike. She nodded and wrenched the helmet off, leaving her hair crackling with static. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The late afternoon sunshine turned her hair into spun gold, and her eyes brighter than the clear summer sky. Giving me a sated, almost sensual smile, she nodded and sighed heavily.
That was... I have no words.
Passing back my helmet, she shrugged.
Thank you, Xander. I didn't know how much I needed that.
Placing both helmets on the leather seat of my bike, I fought the urge to fidget with my glasses. But then I gave in because I wasn't pretending to be X, and I really needed to do something with my hands. Taking my glasses off, I polished the lens with my t-shirt. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Are you going out again sometime?
Returning my glasses to my nose, I nodded. Probably. I have a big week coming up, so I'll most likely need to blow off some steam. Why? Did you want to join me? She shuffled on the spot.
Would that be okay? I mean, if you want to be on your own, then...
You can come. Her eyes narrowed on that word, sending me right back to last night when she'd come on my tongue. I didn't know if she recognized my voice or if memories of Milton made that word a trigger, but I made a mental note not to say it anymore. My stomach rumbled embarrassingly loud. Sailor smirked.
I'm guessing you're as hungry as I am. I better let you go.
Swaying toward her house, she bit her bottom lip.
Thanks again. For today, I mean.
Ice water splashed down my spine. I didn't want her to go. I wanted to invite her round, have dinner with her, kiss her without a mask on, and...
Have a good day at work tomorrow.
She waved and headed up her garden path. My window of opportunity closed far too quickly. Clearing my throat, I dashed forward and grunted. If you're not doing anything tonight, did you want to... I waved at my house like an idiot. Come round. You said that word again. I mean, pop round. For food. Smooth, Zan, real smooth. She froze and wrung her hands.
Oh,
Her gaze shot to my renovated home. Excuses flickered in her stare. The fear she was slowly working through swallowed her back into the shadows.
it's not that I don't want to. I'm just really tired. Brain check?
Of course. You're healing. Sorry, I wasn't thinking.
No, I'm the one who should apologize.
Don't be ridiculous. I shouldn't have asked. Forcing a smile, I locked my bike, grabbed the 2 helmets, and stalked toward my garage. I couldn't be around her while my emotions were stupidly close to the surface. I wanted to call her out on her lies, but I also had no right. She didn't want to hang out with me in a house on her own because no matter the freedom of today, I still represented all her hurts. I was still the reason she wore so many bruises. Why did I think she'd be over that? What egotistical asshole believed that in one afternoon he could erase all her trauma and expect to neck with her on his couch? So what if we'd ridden together, flown together? That was in public, outside, and that was as far as she was willing to go with me. Have a good night, sailor. I vanished into the garage and closed the door. I sat nursing a beer while watching shit TV. I'd cooked a vegetable burrito and chased it down with a bag of corn chips. I now contemplated going to bed at 8 p.m, also I could stop thinking about what my neighbor and her cat were doing. It wasn't often that I felt lonely. I worked too much to even contemplate the word. But tonight, Christ, I ached with it. I wasn't just jealous of X anymore. I was jealous of a tiny orange puffball called Peng. You could install a camera in her kitchen. That way, you can at least watch if you can't be with her. Groaning, I tossed my glasses onto the couch and rubbed my eyes. No way. I wouldn't step over that line. Even if I sat in my empty house like a loner, fighting every instinct to go next door, I wouldn't spy on her just because I needed her. My phone buzzed beside me. I snatched it up far too quickly.
Laurie. I know you're probably going to say you're out of town or too busy or you'll come up with another million excuses after what we did last night, but I baked you a cake to say thanks and I want you to come over.
Fucking hell, this just keeps getting worse. Tossing my head back against the couch, I groaned at the ceiling. There had to be a word for this irony. As Xander, I wanted nothing more than an invitation to spend time with her. As X, I should turn down her offer and disappear. I wanted so badly to say yes, but rationality gave me all the reasons I should say no. The faintest whiff of chocolate slipped through my open living room window, tormenting me with unwinnable temptation.
Laurie, if it will help you make the right decision, I didn't know what you liked, so I went with a foolproof gooey lava cake. I've just lifted it out of the oven, so if you want a piece, it needs to be enjoyed now. I'll also throw in a scoop of ice cream, your choice of vanilla, Rocky Road, or butterscotch.
My fingers typed without any input from my brain. I literally had no willpower, summoned against my better judgment and hypnotized by an evening with her instead of being alone. Me. I'll be there in 15.
Chapter 33. Sailor. You have a choice. His little ears sprang up and he scrambled off the couch, tearing toward the back door as if his long-lost littermate had returned. That's strange. Peng hadn't met X yet. Why did he react so? Wait, they met briefly last night. X had said he'd heard Peng crying outside, and that was why he came to check on me. I assumed he'd brought the cat in with him because all the windows were closed and the kitten safely tucked inside when I woke from my post-orgasm glow. The quietest knock rapped on the back door as I padded barefoot into the kitchen. The dense, sugary smell of chocolate permeated every inch, overshadowing the usual sense of thyme and oregano. Brushing down my blue jumper that I'd shrugged into after getting a chill, I second-guessed my inappropriately short Sailor Moon night shorts. The tiny crescent moons seemed juvenile and far too young for the type of behaviour I hoped X would be open to indulging in once I'd fed him my thank you cake. I smirked. Apparently I was making a habit of thanking men with baked goods. Jim had enjoyed his peach upside-down cake so much, he'd begged me to make another, and I had every intention of making something for Xander after he let me tag along on the back of his bike today. He'd gone fast, but not petrifyingly stupid. The fields had zipped past in a blur of patchwork green, all while fresh air blew away the shadows in my mind. I felt windswept and suntanned, and after a nice long shower and a cuddle with my best friend Peng, I floated with freedom I hadn't felt in, well, ever. You should have accepted his invitation to hang out at his house. I stiffened, recalling the way my instincts flared with warning. I liked Xander. I might even be at the point of admitting I'd always had a crush on him. But the thoughts of being alone with him, at night, I couldn't. It would prove Milton's judgment and jealousy were founded, that every kick and punch he'd given me had been justified because I did fancy my saintly neighbour, after all. No, it was too big a step too soon. I was getting better, but I wasn't at the point of being alone with Xander, despite every piece of me desperately ready to be alone with X. It didn't make sense. I shouldn't be afraid of spending a quiet evening with the guy I'd known all my life, yet be so turned on at the thought of making out with a masked stalker who refused to tell me his name. You're messed up, and you will behave yourself. I chewed on the inside of my cheek as I forbade any ideas of throwing myself into X's arms. Just because we'd shared a moment last night, just because he'd shattered me apart with his fingers and tongue, didn't mean we were an item or that he'd want to do it again. With my cheeks pink and heart rabbiting, I opened the door and leaned against it. Our gaze instantly met, locked, and held. He stood cloaked in darkness, black tee, black jeans, black boots. The boots looked similar to the ones Xander wore when we went riding, but that was where the similarities ended. X's glossy blue-black hair caught the glow of my outside fairy lights. The glint of silver through his eyebrow seemed a little out of place, and his bald hands spoke of a thread of violence that Xander would never have. Xander would give his shirt to anyone who needed it. X would most likely make them work for it to prove they deserved it. My stomach soared and dived, leaving me a little breathless. You know, this is the 4th time you've been in my house, and the first to actually be invited. His dark brown eyes crinkled as he smiled, his mouth hidden beneath the familiar mocking skull mask.
I apologize. Next time I hear you screaming, I'll use the doorbell.
I stood taller, feeling better than I had in so long. I could no longer tell if it was thanks to X teaching me how to let go, or Xander proving I was stronger than I looked. Either way, both men had been the catalyst to finally guiding me out of the dark. You can come any time you want. I grinned, shocked at my blatant flirting. He staggered a little, then his eyebrows came down, shadowing his rich dark eyes.
Careful, Laurie. I'm like one of those vampires who need an invitation into a house. Grant me the right to come whenever I want, and you won't be able to keep me out.
I was hoping you'd say that. Leaning outside, I grabbed his wrist and jerked him over the threshold. He tripped against me, sending us crashing against the doorframe. I sucked in a breath as one of his hands went to my hip to steady me, and the other slammed above my head to stop us from tumbling over. He stopped breathing. His eyes searched mine, his chin tipped lower, and for a second, I had the stupid idea he was going to kiss me. But then the moment was gone, and he shoved himself away. Peng meowed, sending X almost tripping again. Backpedaling to avoid stepping on my tiny orange soulmate, he scowled and grabbed Peng from the floor.
Both of you are trying to kill me, I swear.
Peng immediately began purring, trying to claw his way out of X's hold to rub himself all over the skull mask. I'd heard some animals were affectionate to everyone, but the way he stared at X spoke of full-blown love, not just first attraction besottledness. He really seems to like you, I murmured, heading toward the cooling cake dripping with gooey fudge.
I seem to have that effect on animals.
He muttered, trying to extract himself from the force-loving Peng delivered. Oh. I cut 2 big pieces of cake and put them into flower-printed bowls. Vanilla, Rocky Road, or butterscotch?
Vanilla. Thanks.
I couldn't contain my smile as I headed to the freezer and took out the tub of ice cream. If he wasn't wearing a mask and I knew his name, this would be any other night with any other couple. This was normal, nice, addictive. Ladling a generous scoop into both bowls, I giggled as Peng clawed his way up X's t-shirt and snuggled into his neck. X squirmed as Peng headbutted his chin. I laughed. I think he might be telling me he'd prefer to be adopted by you. Either that or you've smuggled in some catnip. He chuckled, sending a wash of goosebumps over me.
He's just happy. Aren't you, Penguin? Finally found your forever person.
The spoons I'd grabbed from the drawer clanked against the bowls as I dropped them. Spinning to face him, my heart took off at a dead sprint. Xander. I had front row seats to his reaction. With smooth, unhurried motions, he reached up, plucked the kitten from where he'd made a home for himself on his shoulder, and held him out to me. Our fingers brushed as he plopped Peng into my hands, then backed up and leaned against the table. Crossing his arms, he cocked his head.
Xander.
His voice thickened with extra gruff.
Who's that?
I frowned, searching him, not entirely convinced. He's my neighbour. He nodded slowly.
The one who's the reason your jealous, psychopathic ex hurt you.
It wasn't his fault, but yes.
The geeky one, with carrot hair and glasses.
Indignation swelled in me. Don't call him a carrot, and he's not a geek. The glasses suit him. His eyes crinkled again as if he was smiling.
Sorry, I didn't realize you two were close.
Taking a step toward him, I searched his brown stare, wishing I could see his face. You called Peng Penguin. I haven't told you that was his original name. I racked my memory, needing to go over our message thread. At least, I don't think I did.
You did.
He nodded.
Otherwise, how would I know?
My question exactly. He chuckled softly, sounding as if he didn't mind being interrogated and had nothing to stress over.
Do you want me to go? Am I making you uncomfortable?
I reared back. Go. No, I glanced at the cake and melting ice cream. I'd ruined a perfectly fine evening by trying to figure out his identity. I grasped at straws all because I'd had an incredible day with Xander, and guilt chewed me for liking a stranger in a mask as well as my kind-hearted neighbour. Despite Milton claiming I was a slut, I wasn't. I was wired to love and be committed to one person at a time. X had been there for me from the start, but so had Xander. He'd been there when I first woke up in the hospital. He'd given me a notepad to write with and told Lily to come get me. Who did I owe the most loyalty to? The man who'd made me come alive again, or the man who'd kept me alive in the first place? Let's eat in the living room.
Sure.
Grabbing both bowls, X headed toward the lounge where I'd set up my tablet to watch something on Netflix. I'd even strung a few fairy lights on the hanging hexagon-shaped shelves that Pops had made Nana. The potted plants gathered dust above, watching our every move. Peng bounced behind us, leaping onto the coffee table and trying to get into the bowls as X placed them down. Oh, no you don't. Scooping the wriggly kitten up, I plopped him beside me and tried to distract him with an ugly snake thing I'd sewn. X sat slowly, keeping distance between us. Memories of the last time we'd sat on this couch came thick and fast. He'd planted his hand over my mouth to stop me from screaming. He'd shown me he was trustworthy by letting me go, then hugging me when the memories became too much. My tension bled out the longer I studied him. He did a good job of hiding his nerves, but couldn't quite delete them as he shifted a little and clasped his hands between his legs, a slight bounce of his knee belying his calmness. He's nervous like I am. "What's your real name?" I asked softly, passing him one of the bowls. He took it and stared into the sugary mess.
I think I told you the last time I was on this couch that I didn't want to lie to you.
He looked up, his brown eyes glittering with soft light.
I can't answer that. And I really don't want to lie.
Okay then, how was your day? I scooped up a spoonful of cake and shivered at the perfect combination of ice and heat, vanilla and chocolate. X just kept holding the bowl as if he was a beggar waiting for someone to toss some coins into it.
It was good, actually.
His eyebrows rose as he twisted to look at me.
How was yours?
I took another bite and went to tell him about the wind in my hair and the feeling of flying on Xander's bike, but something stopped me. I'd been on the receiving end of jealousy, and as much as I didn't think X would beat me for being with Xander, I didn't want to hurt him. If he had any feelings for me, if his crush was real, I couldn't tell him I'd found pleasure with another man. What sort of person would that make me? Just because you haven't told him doesn't mean it didn't happen. Had I cheated on X today by feeling so happy with Xander? Could you cheat on someone you weren't officially dating? Sighing heavily, I slouched back and poked half-heartedly at my dessert. This was turning out to be a disaster. The clink of his bowl hitting the coffee table drew my eyes back to his. Ever so slowly, he shifted to face me and hooked his left leg onto the couch while his right boot remained firmly on the carpet. I didn't care that he hadn't taken his shoes off. I planned to rip everything out of this room tomorrow and begin painting. The carpet would be the first thing to go, so I'd never have to look at the spot where Milton strangled me again. Reclining against the armrest, he just watched me. His eyes so deep, so intense, his entire demeanour crackling with power and possession. I couldn't handle the way he stared, and I definitely couldn't handle the feelings he invoked. Grabbing his bowl from the table, I shoved it back into his hands. "Eat. I made it for you, to say thanks for helping me last night." I couldn't stop speaking now that stress had gathered. I did what Lily did and blurted everything. "You unlocked the cage I've been trapped in. You took away his power, and I'll always be grateful for that. I'll always be so thankful you messaged me that day. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you, but I'd like to try and—"
Laurie.
Swooping forward, he pressed his finger against my lips.
Hush.
I blinked and shivered. The world fell away as our eyes locked. I forgot about cakes and gratitude. All I wanted was a repeat of last night. I wanted to give him the same level of pleasure he gave me. I wanted him to know that I might never know his name, but I would always, always remember him. His finger fell from my lips, his breath catching. A split-second decision had me snatching his bowl from his hand and tossing it back onto the coffee table. He reared against the armrest with a scowl.
What are you?
I didn't let him finish. Gathering all my fledgling strength, I crawled directly on top of him. He went deathly still. His hands gripped the couch as his body turned to stone.
What are you doing?
Peng jumped off the settee as my knee went between X's legs and I planted one hand on his chest. Fighting my trembles, I reached for his mask.
Laurie, don't.
He tried to scoot backward, but the armrest trapped him. He shook his head. I went to pull. His hand snapped up and locked around my wrist.
Stop.
My eyes flashed to his. You can't eat with it on. He sucked in a breath.
I'm not hungry.
But I baked you a cake.
And I'm grateful. I'll eat it when I go home. If you allow me to have a piece to take away, of course.
I huffed. I'm not a restaurant, you know.
And I didn't expect you to beg me a thank you.
My heart pounded far too fast. How could I not? What you did felt amazing. My cheeks burned as I forced myself to stay honest. No one has ever. I've never had someone. I swallowed hard. That was my first time.
I know.
He said softly, full of gravel and gruff.
You told me no one has ever made you come.
I blushed. Well, yes, that too. But I meant... I couldn't look at him. I focused on the toothy snarl of the skull. No one has ever gone down on me. His eyebrows shot up, his piercing, twinkling silver in the low light.
You're kidding me.
My cheeks went into full blush.
How? How is that possible?
He whisper-growled.
Fuck. If you were mine, I'd dine on you every night.
My gaze snapped to his. Prickly heat crackled over my skin. Cupping my cheek with his free hand, he ran his thumb over my bottom lip. His gaze transfixed on my mouth.
Your taste is...
He glanced at the chocolate cake with an erotic huff.
1,000 times better than the sweetest dessert. You taste like the flowers you're always cooking. Like the best kind of nectar.
He chuckle-snarled.
To know I'm the only one who sampled you in that way. To know no one else has licked you, tasted your cum, or heard you cry out in ecstasy is a very bad thing for me.
Why? I swallowed hard. Why is it bad?
Because the stupid crush I have on you is blowing completely out of control.
He successfully set my heart on fire. Groaning, he tipped his head back as if exhausted by the thick, sexual tension arching between us.
You have no idea how hard this is for me.
I think I probably have some idea how hard you are. I forced myself to grin. Probably about how wet I...
Fucking hell.
He squeezed his eyes closed and shook his head.
You can't say things like that.
Why?
Because it makes me want to keep you, and I can't.
I froze solid, hovering over him. Who says you can't? What am I saying? His forehead furrowed. He ignored my question with a snarl.
I thought I could do this, but I'm so far out of my depth. I'm drowning.
He laughed coldly.
And you know what the worst part is? I know I should get up right now and walk out that door, but all I can think about is how you invited me here for cake. Yet all I want to eat is you.
My stomach flipped. I tried to pull his mask again. I can be on the menu. Wow, who are you right now? His chin tipped down, his eyes blazing a hellish black. My fingers clung to the bottom of his mask, refusing to let go, even as his hand tightened around my wrist.
You wouldn't offer if you knew who I truly am.
I shivered. Then tell me who you are, and I'll be the judge. His eyes flickered over mine, searching me as deeply as Xander did this morning when I asked to go on his bike.
Not tonight.
Why?
Because I'm feeling super fucking selfish and don't want to leave. And once I tell you, you won't want anything to do with me. And the thought of going back to an empty house without you kills me.
Both of us stopped breathing. He tried to push me off him with a groan.
What am I saying? Jesus, just ignore me. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore.
He forced a laugh.
I'm overtired, overworked, mentally insane. Take your pick. You're obviously doing better. You don't need me anymore. I'm gonna go and...
X. Shoving him back down with my palm on his chest, I searched his gaze. I recognized the telltale signs of panic. I felt them myself so often the past month. The fact that he suffered too. That my masked guardian, who'd given everything and asked for nothing, Felt the same out-of-control anxiety I did, made me feel so ashamed.
Let me go.
He squirmed to get free, but didn't manhandle me. Careful even now not to use physical force against me.
Laurie.
Tell me who you truly are. Freezing beneath me, he grunted.
I told you. Not tonight.
Barely breathing, I shifted just enough so my knee pressed against the crotch of his black jeans. It could have been taken as a threat, but it switched into a beg the moment I rubbed my knee against his thick length. He jerked as if I'd electrocuted him.
Laurie, you have to stop.
Licking my lips, I looked at the skull over his mouth. I'll stop if you take off your mask. He shook his head, his dark eyes flashing.
I can't.
Why?
I told you.
His other hand that clutched the couch came up and gently unwound my fingers from the material of his scarf. I couldn't fight him as he pried my grip open, then captured both my wrists and held me almost levitating over him. I let him hold my weight. My gaze danced from his eyes to his mask and back again. He started to shake the longer he held me up, and I allowed that same vixen who'd jumped on the back of Xander's bike to be stupidly brave. Dropping my hips, I kicked my legs out and sprawled on top of him. A guttural groan escaped him as my core pressed to his cock, my softness to his hardness. Energy zinged between us, binding us together with a vault of need. The part of his face I could see etched with torment.
You're determined to give me a heart attack tonight.
Not if you answer 3 questions. He quirked his pierced eyebrow, his fingers lashing around my wrists.
What 3 questions?
I balled my hands where they lay on his chest between us. I don't need to know your name, or where you live, or who you truly are. All I need to know is if I'm safe too.
Of course you're safe. I might keep my identity secret, but I would never...
X, be quiet. He huffed but fell silent. What I was going to say is, if I'm safe to let my crush become more too. His dark brown eyes flared full of hunger. Question number 1. I licked my lips and forced my voice not to turn breathless with how much I wanted him, how much his surrender turned me on, all while knowing he had the power to throw me across the room if he wanted. He was stronger than Milton, bigger than Milton. Yet he was better than him in every way because he would never use that strength against me. He'd rather let me trap him on the couch and submit to my torturing than do anything to make me afraid. Have you told anyone about me? He stilled.
Why do you want to know that?
Just answer me, yes or no. He shifted a little, arching his hips and pressing against me. We both sucked in a shaky breath. Finally, he nodded.
Yes, I've told someone about you.
Everything, including the hidden identity.
Yes.
And what do they think about this arrangement of ours?
He thinks I'm in way over my head because I've never been good at keeping my feelings in check. And he knows exactly how I feel about you.
How do you feel about me?
Next question.
I laughed under my breath. If you keep avoiding that one, I'll start to think you're in love with me. He groaned.
Can't you leave a man with a little self-respect?
Not while I'm trying to determine the type of man he is, without knowing his name or appearance.
Would it help if I said you were similar to the friend I told? That you both drive me crazy, because I can never lie, and you're far too smart for your own good.
I preened. I think I'd get along with whoever this person is.
Between the two of you, you're definitely driving me into an early grave.
Okay, second question. I kissed his nose, the cotton of his mask fuzzy against my lips. Why did you decide to help me? Why go out of your way to put up with my nightmares, my panic attacks, and all the other baggage I've been dragging around? And don't give me a generic reply, because we both know what you're doing is not normal. You're not getting anything in return, and...
Who says I'm not getting anything in return?
He arched his hips again, deliberately scorching me with his erection. My heart rate skipped and tripped. Clearing his throat, he said softly,
I think I've already told you that I'm borderline obsessive about helping people. It gives me purpose.
Yes, but why? Why do you have to help? Doesn't it cost you to care so much about others?
It does, but I've always been wired that way.
His voice lowered to a gravelly whisper.
I was born with it. I've always been fascinated with blood and organs and how bones.
He cut himself off, searching my face.
I sound like a serial killer. No wonder you just tensed.
I forced a laugh. It's fine. Continue. He sighed.
I just mean, I like knowing how things work. One of my favorite toys as a kid was a plastic skeleton that my dad bought me one Christmas, where you build the ribcage with all the organs and then snap on muscle, skin and clothes.
His vision focused on the past.
When my dad got sick, I tried to figure out what went wrong so I could fix him. I was so sure I would be able to, but when I lost him, I had my first taste of powerlessness. I think that's why I had to help you.
He focused on me again.
After what that bastard did to you, you felt that same powerlessness, and I know the feeling. I feel it too often when I lose a patient and...
His eyes shot wide.
I mean...
So you're a doctor? I thought you sounded like one in your messages.
No, I'm a vet. I meant animal patient.
He scrambled higher up the armrest, giving up when I kept him pinned. His eyes crinkled with a masked, hidden smile.
Why else do you think your cat loves me so much? He can sense that I help his kind.
Crap, Peng. Glancing around the living room, I panicked that we'd squashed the poor kitten. Where is that ginger furball? Hearing his name, Peng trotted from the kitchen, licking his lips from enjoying a snack. There you are, you little rascal. Sitting primly on the living room threshold, he washed his paws.
Seeing as you won't release me until you've finished your inquisition, what's your third question so I can go?
X grumbled, dragging my attention back to him. I fumbled for something to ask. I didn't really have 3 questions. I just wanted to talk, to see if we could hold a conversation in person as easily as we could via text. A small part of me hoped the chemistry we shared would fade the longer we spoke. I needed something to stop my heart from dancing around him because I wasn't ready for my crush to become something more. I definitely wasn't prepared to develop feelings for a masked stranger, all while the crush from my teenage days returned for my handsome neighbour. I needed time. I needed to be alone for a while so I could be whole by myself and not because a man patched up the holes I couldn't. But X had successfully thrown me into a whirlpool of confusion. Third question. I pursed my lips, thinking. You said you live alone. Would you take me to your house sometime? He stiffened.
No.
Never?
Never is a long word.
I've thought of a better question.
4 wasn't in our contract.
I smiled. Neither was 3, but I asked anyway. Stretching over him, I brushed my lips against his ear. My 4th question is, if you won't let me feed you cake as a thank you, can I do something else instead? His muscles turned to granite.
I told you, you don't have to thank.
I get the feeling you're not good at accepting appreciation.
It's not that, it's just...
Tell me, X, does anyone look after you as well as you look after everyone else? He added a layer of ice to his granite.
No, I mean... Yes, I mean...
How long has it been since someone did for you what you did for me last night? He groaned, long and low and deep.
Laurie, you've got to stop. I'm begging you.
Do you know the acronym of fear? His eyebrows shot up.
What?
I grinned at how he struggled with my subject change. I stumbled on a psychology website one night when I couldn't sleep. I was searching for ways to break out of my terror, and it said fear can be broken into an acronym. Fantasized experiences appearing real. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Milton was very much real, and despite my fading bruises, I will carry the scars of that night for the rest of my life. However, everything else, the cracking of the walls as they cool, the shadows I see out the corner of my eye, the anxiety I feel about him coming back or being hurt again, those aren't real. Those are simply echoes of the past, and as long as I learn to let go and not let my panic consume me, they can't hurt me.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I respect your decision not to sleep with me, and I'll always be grateful that you broke my self-imposed barrier over being able to climax. But, just like you have to help others, I have to repay that help. Call it good manners or the polite thing to do. But I need to thank you, X, and so, you have two choices. He sucked in a heavy breath.
What two choices?
I took advantage of you the other night. It was manipulative, and I still feel bad. So, you either eat the cake, or I give you an orgasm. How you accept my gratitude is entirely your choice, but you're not leaving until this debt is settled.
Chapter 34. Xander. Self-control only goes so far. I wasn't just going to hell. I was there. I had literally everything I'd ever wanted. I had the woman I'd spied on for years, offering to make me come. I had the girl I'd crushed on since I was a boy, wanting to know me. And the only reason she was in my arms was because everything I told her was a lie. A lie, just waiting to blow up my life and leave me in pieces. God. No one had ever asked to take care of me. Not my family. Not my sisters. I was the one who called to check in on them. I was the one who booked the funerals for our grandparents and handled the estate. I was the one my grandparents made the executor because, all my life, I'd gone out of my way to prove I was dependable, trustworthy, and could fix any problem, medically or otherwise, even though I was a fraud some days. Like I told Laurie, I'd been born wanting to save lives, but it had taken losing my dad to turn that calling into OCD. I still felt guilty, even now. Still believed if I'd been older, or read more textbooks, or had a little more time, I could have become the doctor he needed to survive. When he died, I promised myself I would never let anyone down again. I'd gotten so good at keeping that promise that no one asked about the toll it took on me. Fuck, I hadn't even noticed. Until I'd sat in my empty house tonight, staring at my single plate, sinking beneath a crush of loneliness that came with decades of denial. I'd given Sailor a ride today because she needed it, and I'd let her go because she couldn't be around me without bad memories. But those couple of hours we'd spent together without a mask, without my lies, had successfully cracked my facade and left me with a yearning that felt like a goddamn dagger in my gut. And now this motherfucking alter ego had everything I ever wanted. A skull-masked wannabe Superman got the girl, which was exactly how all those comic books went. Clark Kent never got the girl. He got to stand by while Lois Lane threw herself at the version of himself he wished he could be. Hot anger roared through me. Frustration that I hadn't had the balls to reach out and take what I wanted when I had the chance. If I'd asked Sailor out the day she'd moved in with Melody, perhaps she would never have been hurt by Milton, and I would have been able to let down my guard to let her care for me. She wouldn't have turned down my invitation tonight, or be so blatantly brave toward a stranger in a mask. Her forwardness toward X and her fear of me as Xander absolutely butchered me. Would she be this willing with other men when X vanished from her life? Fuck. The thought of her being this free with someone else didn't just butcher me. It slaughtered me. I don't know how much longer I can keep up this act.
Your thoughts are very loud, but you're not speaking.
Sailor murmured, her wrist so delicate and fragile in my hold. I flexed my fingers, testing her. She didn't look afraid. She didn't fight to escape, or show any signs that me holding her sent her into dark places. If Xander held her like this, she'd be screaming. And fuck, that hurt. Christ, it broke me. Because I wanted so badly to accept what she was offering. I wanted to be a selfish asshole. I wanted to demand her to get on her knees and make me come. But I couldn't, because I wasn't that guy. I'd never been that guy. But tonight, I desperately wanted to be different. But if I was, I'd ruin any chance of winning her when the mask came off and my glasses went back on, and fuck. In a burst of rage, I swooped to my feet and swung her off me. Keeping her wrist trapped, I bent with her, depositing her on the couch with her hands bound by mine. She sucked in a breath as my face loomed over hers. So close, too close. It would be so easy to kiss her. Just a drop of my chin, and you're wearing a mask. Fuck, I had to get out of here. Letting her go, I kicked the coffee table out of the way and raked both hands through my hair. The clunk of my boot against wood and the clank of spoons in bowls made her flinch. And for the first time in my life, I didn't have the capacity to check in with her. I had no strength to sit beside her, wrap her in a nurturing hug, and beg for her forgiveness. I'm done. Dropping my hands, I marched toward the kitchen. Peng meowed where he sat having a bath. That damn cat had almost gotten me discovered tonight. When she's called me Xander, my heart literally stopped. And I did mean literally. Only pure terror defibbed it again. How I'd managed to stay still and not buckle to the floor was a testament to all those days I'd lost the battle helping someone and had to put on a stoic facade to give the news to the families I'd failed. My pulse still hadn't calmed down. I kept waiting for her to say she knew it was me all along. My slip about losing patience. Then lying that I was a vet. The fact that Peng recognized me as the guy who rescued him. Christ. He was as bad as his mistress in wanting to show his gratitude. I could barely claw the creature off me. I mean, come on. She was smart, wasn't she? Had she guessed who I was and played me right back? Or was Colin correct in that different eye and hair color truly could trick a person into believing what was right before their very nose? What did I have to do to make her guess? Because if she guessed and still wanted me, then all my problems disappeared. I could stay here. I could be with her. I'd know once and for all that I wouldn't lose her if I came clean. But no way could I take that risk on my own. No way I was brave enough to tear off my mask and reveal who I was without knowing if she'd accept me first. I didn't want to move to Australia, but I didn't want to lose her more. Sailor tapped my shoulder. I spun around, cursing the damn kitten for not getting out of the way, and my own mind for tangling with thoughts. What? I barked. She rocked backward on her heels.
Did I say something wrong?
Any other night, I would apologize. I would be the gentleman, the guardian, the friendly neighborhood stalker who'd signed up to take on all her pain so she could breathe a little easier. But I was goddamn suffocating, and no longer had the capacity to breathe for myself, let alone her. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I can't do this anymore. Color bled out of her face.
No, don't leave. I didn't mean to pressure you. I loved being with you last night, and I wanted to.
I get it. I stepped over Peng and entered the kitchen. I enjoyed it too, but it's best we stop before either of us gets hurt. Sailor chased, cutting in front of me and whacking her palm on my chest.
Please don't go.
Tears welled in her eyes. Oh, fuck. My shoulders slouched. All my self-directed rage sizzled out, as if her tears were a bucket of water on a forest fire. Taking a step into her, I grabbed her around her nape and pressed her against me like I had the first time I'd broken in and found her screaming from a nightmare. She stiffened as I wrapped my arms around her and embraced her close. Sighing heavily, I pressed my mask-covered lips to her hair. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I didn't mean to explode like that. That isn't me. I'm not that guy. I think you're drawing out a lot of suppressed emotions, and I have no right to take them out on you. Kissing her through my mask, I pulled back and cupped her cheeks. I didn't mean to scare you, Laurie. Like I've said countless times, I will never hurt you, even if I'm in a bit of a mood. A single tear streaked her porcelain skin. I rubbed it with my thumb. Forgive me. Her fingers wrapped hesitantly around my wrists, burning me with electrical currents.
Forgiven.
Sniffing, she gave a watery smile.
But you're only proving my point that you've done whatever it takes to help me, but you haven't let me help you.
Fierce determination filled her pretty face.
I wouldn't be a good friend if I let you walk out like this. You're the one hurting tonight, X, not me. What will it take to let me take care of you?
I went to pull away. She dug her fingernails into my wrists. Her gaze dropped to my mask, and her lips quirked into a sad little smile.
What would it take to let me kiss you? Just once.
My body flatlined. My heart went berserk. Highly inappropriate humor made me reply, General anesthesia would probably do the trick. She didn't respond for a second, but then a soft laugh escaped.
You're saying if I found some chloroform and knocked you out, I could have my wicked way with you.
Rolling my wrists to remove her grip, I shrugged. I wouldn't be able to say no, would I?
All right.
She let me go and crossed her arms with a nod.
Nana taught me how to make a few sleeping tinctures. It might take a few hours to kick in, but if you drank an entire vial, you would be drowsy enough for me to take advantage.
I sagged against the doorframe between the living room and the kitchen. It wouldn't be taking advantage. Believe me.
Then why don't you let me help?
Her gaze dropped to my jeans, where my erection hadn't gone down despite the mess of my heart.
Why are you being so stubborn about this?
She stomped her foot adorably, reminding me of a younger version of her when I'd called her Laurie and pulled her pigtails. God, even those memories hurt. How about you box up my dessert and I'll go? I'll accept your thank you in the form of sugar.
Unfortunately, that choice is no longer available.
She pelted.
The ice cream has melted and ruined it.
Arching my chin at the rest of the cake on the countertop, I smirked. No problem. I'll just have a piece of that instead.
Tell you what.
She moved toward the cake in question and picked up the knife she'd used to slice 2 pieces.
I'll serve you another if you eat it here.
I sighed heavily and pointed at my mask. And we've circled back to the fact that I can't eat and I'm not taking this off.
I agree. That is an issue. But I think I've figured out a solution to that little problem.
My eyebrows knitted together, the squeeze-on fake piercing tugging uncomfortably. You have? How? Flashing me a smile, she tossed the knife back down.
Wait there.
Darting from the kitchen, she headed toward the back of the house, where the laundry matched the floor plan of my place. Unlike mine, where I'd installed a drying rack that came down from the ceiling and tucked away all the machines in slimline cupboards, Sailor's was cramped with bamboo shelvings holding copious amounts of creams and concoctions thanks to Melody's business. She came back with something colourful in her hand. I eyed her suspiciously as she dropped the item on the countertop.
Ta-da!
Plucking the black silk ribbon, I hefted the surprisingly heavy eye mask. A motif of a butterfly with its two wings spread out to cover someone's eyes, glimmered with iridescent purples, blues, and blacks. I'm confused. Taking it from me, she rubbed the thick padding.
Nana imported a bunch of these to sell with her essential oil blends. The interior is filled with absorbent microbeads that hold the scent of lavender for sleeping or peppermint for headaches. It also entirely blocks out light and vision. You can't see a damn thing with it on.
I stiffened. You're suggesting to blindfold yourself?
I am.
She swung the eye mask around on its silk ribbons.
With the way the beads mold, I swear I won't be able to see anything. I'll wear it the entire time you eat. I promise I won't remove it until you say I can. Once you've enjoyed your thank you gift, you don't have to rush away. We can talk, or listen to music, or make out.
And there it was, my limit. I finally found the point where I turned into an asshole. Snatching the eye mask, I stepped into her personal space. Turn around. She swallowed hard. A blue gaze flaring before she nodded and obeyed. Reaching around her, I positioned the butterfly wings above her nose and rasped, "Hold it over your eyes." Without a word, she did as she was told, gently pressing the beads to form a barrier over her sight. Once she found a comfortable shape, I tied a knot at the back of her head. My hand shook as I spun her around to face me. She swayed a little. My fingers dug into her shoulders, keeping her still. Vestiges of the doctor who would never put someone's mental health at risk for his own gain had to ask, "Are you okay? Is this all right? You sure this isn't too much? Too soon?" Licking her lips, her tongue driving me motherfucking crazy, she nodded.
I'm okay. I trust you.
I caught her chin and held her, while my heart pounded so fast my blood turned to ash. "You really shouldn't." She trembled a little and placed a hand over my thundering heart.
I know you won't hurt me.
Not intentionally, no.
And it's because of that honesty that I know you won't hurt me, even unintentionally.
I nudged her nose with mine. It's inevitable if we keep doing this. My mask blocked our skin from touching. Fear about removing it clenched my gut. What if she could see? What if this was a ruse and I was falling for it, all because I couldn't fight her anymore? I should walk out that door and never see you again. I grunted, grazing my mouth over hers, the cotton keeping us chaste.
You could.
She sucked in a breath at how close I was.
But I'd really rather you stayed.
Because you think there's a debt between us?
Because you helped me, and I want to help you.
Help. God, that word could mean so much. My head swam. My self-control quickly eroded with every chug of my pulse. With her willingly blinded and surrendered and trusting and mine, the pieces of me that clung to right and wrong, good over bad, cracked, broke, and shattered. I'm sorry, I breathed, just as my hands locked around her hips and marched her backward. She squeaked as I manhandled her to the wall beside the fridge.
Sorry for what?
I fought my quaking as I yanked my mask down, cupped her cheeks, and trapped her with my body. For this. And then I lowered my head, tipped up her chin, and kissed her. The second my lips claimed hers, the box TV in the living room turned on, hissing with static and snow. Peng meowed, the curtains fluttered, and a bolt of lightning shot from my heart to Sailor's. We both groaned. Her hands flew up to fist in my hair. Mine shifted to the back of her head, cradling her so I could kiss her as hard as I wanted. I didn't stop to make sure she was okay. I couldn't stop. The protective part of me drowned beneath a possessive asshole who wasn't satisfied with a simple kiss. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough, because I wanted goddamn everything. Licking the seam of her lips, I plunged my tongue into her chocolate-flavored mouth. Sagging against me, she yanked my hair, demanding harder. I delivered. We became as unhinged as the other, our heads dancing, tongues knotting, lips wide and breath ragged. My hands dropped from her nape to her waist. Not breaking the kiss, I shoved her up the wall and groaned as she wrapped her legs around my hips, connecting us, punishing us. Grinding against her, the kiss turned demonic as we fought a war of lust, tripping straight into violence with every lash of our tongues. I lost myself to her kiss, to her power. My hips surged up, rocking, needing. The release I'd given myself roared back into agony. It burned through me, deleting all rationality, turning me inhuman. I couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't fight instinct anymore. Gathering her into my arms, I carried her into the living room. Wrenching my mouth from hers, I kicked away the coffee table, dumped her unceremoniously on the couch, then blanketed her with my body. The TV kept hissing, the cat stopped meowing, and the breeze that shouldn't exist rippled over my arms. I fell on her and kissed her with years of pent-up longing, decades of agonizing desire, and lifetimes of denial, and she kissed me back. Lick for lick, bite for bite. Our teeth clacked. Our noses bumped. I had never kissed someone this deeply or madly before, and I didn't want to stop. I want more. Keeping one hand on her waist, pinning her to the couch, I used my other to stroke down her body. She arched and quivered as my fingers drew a path of fire between us. I had no capacity to ask for permission. I'd gone past the point of sanity. My fingers found her flat stomach. They burrowed down the front of her tantalizing short shorts. My eyes flared wide as I found hot wetness instead of underwear. Angling my wrist, I plunged my tongue into her mouth, just as I plunged a finger into her pussy. She went bowstring tight beneath me, quivering, gasping. I had just enough brain cells to grunt against her lips. Tell me to stop, and I stop. With a savage little cry, she scratched her fingernails over my scalp and jerked me back to her mouth again. Her legs flopped wide in blatant invitation, the tightness of her shorts trying to cut off the circulation to my hand as I added a second finger and rode her. I didn't go slow like last time. I'd learned what she liked. I'd gone to school in the dark of her bedroom and understood that a girl like Sailor, a girl who'd been hurt and lived alone and spent most of her life being responsible for her own well-being, couldn't find pleasure if she had time to think about it. Her worries had snuck in that night. Her whirling mind had been loud enough for me to hear her fears of what she should and shouldn't do, how she should behave versus letting go. Milton had tried to kill everything about this woman, from her strength to her self-worth, and I had no intention of letting her second-guess her own power. Kissing her as hard as I could, I pressed my thumb against her clit and thrust. She screamed into my mouth and turned into a creature I could barely hold without being seriously mauled. Her teeth clamped onto my bottom lip as I thrust inside her. She clutched my arm, feeling every muscle I used to penetrate her again and again. Last night, she'd fought a long journey to reach that pinnacle of falling. Tonight, she started coming before I'd had my fill. Wait. Moving my bulk, I went to pull her shorts down so I could taste her again, only her fingers locked in my hair and dragged me back. She kissed me like a hellcat, forcing me to give up my attempt at licking her. I settled for my hand instead. The blindfold stopped me from seeing the shock and unraveling of her orgasm in her eyes. Her mouth opened wide beneath mine, and I took full advantage as her core went tight around my fingers and detonated outward with waves of powerful clenches. Her moans turned to whimpers the longer her release lasted, until finally she shuddered, hiccuped, and pulled away from our kiss.
Stop, It's too sensitive.
My fingers stilled immediately. My thumb released the pressure on her clit. She melted into a puddle beneath me on the couch, sweat misting her face, a single droplet glittering in the hollow of her collarbone. Bending my head, I licked and nipped my way down her throat, coating her in goosebumps until I reached that salty drop and claimed it for my own. Neither of us spoke. I didn't think we could converse in words anymore. The longer we lay there, sweaty and sex-crazed, the more I noticed I was paralyzed from the waist down. The blood-burning, nerve-slicing, bone-crippling need to come hijacked my ability to move. Shit. Stretching beneath me, growing drowsy from her climax, Sailor stupidly brushed against my throbbing cock. I made a noise I wasn't proud of. Something tortured and dying, guttural and animalistic. She froze. Her hand went to the eye mask as if to tear it off. I fumbled for my skull scarf, trying to wrench it over my mouth and nose, but she sucked in a breath and lowered her hand, staying blindfolded. Sinking her teeth into her bottom lip, she wriggled a little beneath me.
That's 2 debts I owe you now.
Her leg shifted, pressing against my cock again. My teeth snapped together. My body burned with catastrophic agony. Forcing myself to override the paralyzing torment in my lower half, I swung my legs off the couch and sat up. My head swam. I clutched my temples, instantly regretting that decision because all I could smell was Sailor on my fingers. All I could see was her glistening desire. My stomach clenched. My thighs hardened. My cock threatened to come without any other stimulation. My voice resembled a canyon after a landslide. I have to go.
No.
Snapping upright, she fumbled for me, readjusting her illegally short shorts. She kneeled beside me and traced her fingers from my face down my chest. Her lips were wet from our kiss, and her breath came in short little pants. With her eyes blindfolded, she looked far too young, far too innocent for the sort of thoughts colliding in my sickly, savage brain. Consider the debt cleared, Laurie. I clamped a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from coming closer. I took the gift I wanted. Having you unravel for me is the best kind of thank you. And all the air in my body gushed out as her hand slid down my t-shirt-covered belly and found my overheated erection. Oh, fuck. My eyesight went black. My legs went numb. I couldn't do a damn thing to stop her from unbuckling my belt, unzipping my jeans, and sneaking her tiny hand into my boxer briefs. The second her fingers found me, I thrust into her palm and made a pitiful noise. Not quite a grunt, not quite a groan. A beg, really. A motherfucking beg to cure me before I died of heart failure right there on the couch. Her fingers wrapped tighter around me, her thumb pressing against the top of my slick crown. I had precisely 2.2 seconds to do the right thing. With a shaking hand that barely functioned, I grabbed her around the wrist and stopped her first jerk. Wait, I strangled. She shook her head, her blonde hair messy, a blindfold cutting around her head with a band of black silk.
Let me take care of you. I can hear how much pain you're in.
I'm fine. Pulling her arm, I tried to be gentle, all while fighting the highly aggressive beast within. The beast who wanted to wrap his fingers around hers and teach her how I liked it. How to squeeze me, pump me, make me come. I can't. With a burst of strength, I tore her fingers off me and pushed her back. I'm sorry for manhandling you so roughly, but I really can't let you.
Yes, you can. I want to. Can't you see I'm not doing this out of obligation, X? I want to.
With a frustrated curse, she fell back over me, her hand blindly searching for my cock. It arrowed straight up, begging her to find it, having her sightless and eager, knowing she couldn't see me or the state she'd put me in. Fuck. It made me want to fist her hair and guide her face to my lap, to guide her to the part of me she seemed to need and surrender every shred of power I had left directly into her deliciously hot mouth. But as much as I feared I would have an aneurysm if I didn't come soon, I couldn't do that to her. I couldn't be that selfish. Because when the day came that she found out it was me hiding behind this mask, I would never be able to look at her again. The guilt would eat me alive. Grabbing her chin between my arousal-coated fingers, I held her firm. I'm going to go. With my other hand, I tried to tuck myself away. Every nudge against my swollen flesh hurt. Shit, it hurt. Her fingers lashed out and found me, making me sag and stiffen at the same time. She tranquilized me. With a single touch, she shackled me to that couch, and all my good intentions flew out the goddamn window.
Just once, okay? If I can't see you, I want to hear you.
She shrugged sadly.
I just want to take care of you the way you took care of me. It's not affecting my mental health. I'm fully here with you, aware and willing and happy. I'm happy, X. I feel powerful and sexy, and I really, really want to do this for you.
Sucking in a breath, she stopped breaking me and crucified me instead.
Please.
I couldn't speak. I merely let go and leaned back. With a heavy groan, I spread my legs and let my head fall. Her lips tipped into a sinful smile. The butterfly mask over her eyes, keeping her blind as she scooted a little closer on her knees and fisted me hesitantly.
That's more like it.
I chuckled, coughed, choked, and then I cried out like a pubescent teen as her fingers looped tighter, somehow finding the perfect pressure. My eyes rolled back in my head. I'm telling you now, I'm going to severely embarrass myself.
As long as it feels good for you, I don't care.
Everything about you feels good, I whispered, my tongue almost slurring as if I was drunk. After tasting you yesterday, I had no choice but to service myself. You were in my nose, my mouth, my heart. My voice cut off as she stroked me, long and slow. It was torturous. Forcing words to form, I added, I came in a few strokes. So it's really me who should be thanking you. I groaned mid-sentence, my breath coming fast and shallow as she pumped me again. I haven't felt a release that explosive in a really long time.
Do you think this one will be better than that one?
I nodded, unable to speak like a normal person. You're going to break me. I can... Christ. I suffered a full body spasm. I can already feel it.
Good.
Her hand pulsed, squeezing around me. She pressed down, then came back up. I almost passed out. My hands balled into fists by my thighs. My legs turned to stone. My heart smoked with speed. And all I could focus on was what she did to me, the way her thumb swelled at the top and pressed down, a way her fingers gripped and jerked. I lost track of time and space and sanity as she returned the favor by shoving me up a rocky, agonizing hill and held me poised and panting at the top. Laurie. My teeth pulled back as I snarled at the ceiling. Fuck. Please. Her hand came down, grinding to my base. I lost it. I didn't just come. I ruptured. Supernova pain quaked between my legs and shot along every nerve ending of my cock. My stomach cramped. My bones broke. I snarled as the first ripple exploded, followed by another, and another, and another. Ribbons of white spurted up my black t-shirt as she followed my body's natural rhythm and milked me. She didn't stop, and when the end came with a blanket of sensitivity and sweetest agony, I snatched her wrist and stilled her. Enough! I sucked in a shallow breath. I'm done. With a sultry smile, she let me go and held up her fingers.
Tell me, X, do I need to wash my hand? I can't see after all.
A shocked chuckle interrupted my attempt at catching air. Translucent liquid roped between her fingers, marking her completely as mine. Without a word, I tucked myself away, buckled and zipped, then threaded my fingers with hers. Her wet ones merged with my dry ones, combining our arousal. Sifting my other hand through her hair, careful not to undo her blindfold, I tugged her close and kissed her. Our lips pressed, parted and joined. Our tongues hunted, found and tangled. We kissed with our palms joined and fingers knotted, and I'd never been so at peace or so fucking broken. I wasn't just falling for this girl. I'd fallen. And I was petrified of losing something I'd never had. This was the last time. You can't do this again. Breaking the kiss, I nudged her to recline against the armrest and stood on shaky legs. Peng instantly trotted toward me, his mangled whiskers bristling with judgment. I gave him a glower not to interfere, then bent over Sailor and pressed a lingering kiss on her forehead. Keep the blindfold on until you hear the door close. She tried to grab me, but I swooped back too fast.
Don't go yet. You don't have to rush off.
Believe me, I do. I rubbed at my aching chest. If I don't leave now, I'll never go. Her breath hitched.
See? You can't say things like that and then vanish.
I didn't reply. The heavy footfalls of my boots gave away my exit, and her shoulders sagged.
At least take the cake with you. If you don't, I'll door knock every house in this town until I find you.
With her threat biting holes in my soul, I stole the cake, opened the back door, and disappeared into the night.
Chapter 35. Sailor. Build your wings. Here, old man Roger was selling his garden ornaments again. The second I saw this, I knew I had to buy it for you. Looking up from where I replenished the stock of vanilla and coconut lip balm on my market table, I grinned at Lily. She'd had 2 open homes this morning, so hadn't been able to be my helper until noon. But then she'd arrived in a fluster, and instead of letting her trade her prim blazer for country pinafore, I'd marched her out of my stall and told her to go and find some lunch and calm down. I told you to eat, not buy me gifts. I accepted the yellow tissue-wrapped object, thinking of someone else who had a habit of gifting me things. Someone I'd barely heard from in 4 days. Someone who'd gone from being open and honest to closed and monosyllabic in his messages. Scooting between the 2 tables laden with homemade creams and essential oil blends, Lily joined me beneath a square tent that offered shade, but no reprieve from the hot afternoon sun. I did eat, but then I saw this and I couldn't help myself. I spoke my thoughts before I censored them. You sound like someone else who gives without thinking. Oh? She winked. Do tell. Is this that mystery person who gave you a care parcel of things you make yourself? Because you still haven't spilled what you're hiding, by the way. And don't think for a moment I believe you. I blushed and fumbled with the tissue paper. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Slipping her blazer off and trading it for an apron. She looked about as hot as I was. She eyed me with a familiar smirk. In fact, you look much better these days, and it's not just because your bruises are almost gone. I glanced at my arms. She was right. My injuries had faded enough to look as if my skin was dirty, not beaten. It had allowed me to skip the jeans and jumper, and I'd chosen to wear a black linen dress that hinted at my skinny curves before skimming to my jewelled bronze sandals. The lingering greens and browns on my arms could be mistaken for soil smudges from working in the garden, which worked with my business name, so I made no move to cover up. Undoing the sellotape on the present Lily gave me, I pretended to be far too focused to talk. Coming here this morning hadn't been easy. Dealing with the first early bird customers on my own had scratched at my still-there panic. But as the sun slowly crept higher in the sky, and stragglers turned to crowds and familiar sellers all waved and shared hellos, I managed to embrace yet another piece of myself that I'd lost. Everything was getting better. However, I hadn't heard from X today, and his disappearance made every part of my stupid body ache. He hadn't been the one to bruise me, but my God, he'd left wounds thanks to his kindness, consideration, and insane skills at making me come apart. Somehow, he'd become important to me. Incredibly important, and for him just to cease communication after what we'd done the other night. It hurt even worse than being strangled. Is he in the crowd? Is he close by? My fingers itched to message him, but I forced myself to focus and unwrapped Lily's gift. A wooden plaque, meant to hang on a garden fence, appeared beneath the final layer of tissue paper. The hand-carved angel wings in the corners added a cute border to the words in the centre. First you jump off the cliff, and then you build your wings on the way down. Ray Bradbury. Oh, wow. Tears pricked my eyes. Oh, Lils, I know. Isn't it perfect? She bounced toward me and wrapped her arms around my waist. It's exactly how I feel every time you smile and move on with your life. Her hands landed on my shoulder blades, as if groping for non-existent wings. I'm so proud of you, Sailor Moon. So in awe of you that you never let him win. Seeing you renovate that house to become yours. Seeing you continue running your business. Seeing you smile again. Ah. She kissed my cheek and whirled me around, making a few customers waiting to be served laugh. I love you, girl. You jumped off that fear-filled cliff by going back to the very same house he hurt you in, and you've been rebuilding your wings ever since. You're one feather away from soaring to the stars. I hugged her back. It's only because I have you that I can be so brave. And him. Because of X, I'd healed far, far quicker than I would have, and as grateful as I was for my best friend, my thriving business, and the freshly painted living room that I'd spent the past 3 days turning white, my heart panged with loss. Thank you so much, Lily. I absolutely love it. I'm going to hang it on the deck where I can see it out the kitchen window. Letting me go, she glanced at the short line that had formed. I know we have to get to work, and now isn't the time to gossip, but I really do want to know what's been going on with you. And don't say there isn't something, because we both know there is, and I'm going to get it out of you one way or another. I sagged in mock defeat. Fine, we're overdue a catch-up anyway. I'll permit you to try to pry my secrets out of me. That's my girl. Trying on her apron, she said, Fancy a movie on Monday night? I have a few evening open homes tomorrow, but we could go for dinner on Monday. Perhaps a quick drink, then hit the moving pictures. Sure, sounds good. With a wink, she turned to serve the young man bouncing a toddler on his hip. What can I help you with today? I really ought to move beside her and take the next in line, but I hadn't been able to settle all morning. Taking Lily's amazing plaque to the back of the tent where we kept our personal items, I placed it carefully beside my petty change wallet and whipped my burner phone out. Me. Are you watching me today, or are you busy with the life you refuse to tell me about? I pursed my lips and stared at my message. I didn't like my tone. It almost sounded passive-aggressive, and that wasn't me. I'd been on the receiving end of that nonsense with Milton and never wanted to dish it out to others. Me. Ignore that. I didn't mean it. I'm just... In the rules of staying honest, I guess I'm a little sad that I barely heard from you these past few days. I hate that you're the one who's completely in charge of this relationship. I have no way to stop you from fading away, just like I had no way of stopping you from barging into my life. I want to be mad about that, but you taught me how to claim my life back. So I can't be. Not really. I'm glad you let me take care of you the other night. You always warned me this was temporary. I just didn't think it would hurt so much to say goodbye to someone who I never knew his name. Sending the message, rubbing my cheeks to make sure Lily wouldn't see my tears, I turned off the phone and went back to work. I sat in my pop's old car on my driveway, staring at the house that was slowly becoming mine. I'd made another online order for renovation supplies, and thanks to Pinterest, I'd found a few images of bright and airy living rooms that blended modern farm with cozy chic. I'd already had the Salvation Army collect the furniture from the living room, so now Peng and I spent our evenings on cushions on the floor. Once I'd finished painting, I'd rip up the carpet and polish the floorboards. The late afternoon sun promised a perfect balmy evening to spend reading in the garden or going for a swim in the local lake. But all I wanted was for a masked villain with a hero complex to appear uninvited in my house and kiss me. Sighing heavily, I unbuckled and went to climb out of my car, but my phone finally pinged. The chime I'd been waiting for all day. My cheeks heated with how fast I launched myself at the passenger seat and snatched my handbag. Ripping my phone out, I pulled up the message thread.
X, I had to work. I'm so sorry. But I checked in on you using the video feed that the local fairgrounds have on their website. Your stall looked busy, and I'm glad you had your friend to help. I know I've been unfair the past few days. If I have to be honest, which I suppose I have to, thanks to that stupid clause, I wasn't prepared for how much this would affect me, and I'm not doing so good. No one has ever asked to take care of me before. I didn't think I needed anyone, but then you came along.
I kept scrolling, searching for more. He couldn't end the message there. What the hell? Me. You're speaking as if you've made your mind up never to see me again. I held my breath, sitting in my car like a weirdo in front of my house. I pleaded with everything that he'd respond, and...
X, I didn't want to do this so soon, and I feel like I'm letting you down, but I can't be your watcher anymore, Laurie. You're healing. You'll be fine without me. I contacted you to help you breathe again, but now you're somehow stealing all my air. It's best for both of us to end this.
Me. And if I don't want it to end?
X, you're on the mend. I'm no longer needed.
Me. But what about you? What do you need?
X, it doesn't matter what I need. This was never about me. I'll keep watch in the distance, and if you fumble, I'll make sure to send help your way, but you won't see me again.
Me. So you're going to outsource my healing to someone else? My teeth ground together as I added, don't you think that's a bit pompous? To think I'd even want your help after you've decided to break up with me without talking face to face?
X, we weren't together, and I'm doing you a favor. We both knew this would end eventually.
Me. No, we don't know that. How about you tell me who you are and let me decide? Just tell me the truth. Are you a convict? Did you do something bad in a past life? Do you have 20 children from 10 marriages? What? Why are you so convinced that I won't accept you if I know who you are?
X, goodbye, Laurie.
A small cry escaped me as the final message glowed like a death sentence. Tears tracked silently down my cheeks, half from anger, half from loss. I wanted to message him back, begging him, threatening him. But in the end, I sent nothing at all. On Monday, after attacking my house with sandpaper and paintbrushes all morning, I took a break to check the mail. I hated that my heart skittered with hope that X would have sent me another gift, that he'd message me and admit he wanted me. He'd tell me his name, he'd confess he wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with him, and we'd ride off into the sunset together. But that was fiction, and this was reality, and the fact was, I hadn't slept last night. I'd lived in twitchy anxiety, listening to my house call, feeling the presence of my nana even though the TV didn't turn on. I'd scolded her for that. I'd sat in the dark with my wonderful kitten purring on my lap and told a ghost off, all because she turned the TV on the second X had kissed me. The curtains had fluttered, and the house seemed to sigh with relief, as if it had been holding its breath, just waiting for that kiss. I didn't appreciate her playing games with me, or making it seem as if X had her approval from across the grave. He was a stranger, a liar by his own admission of non-admission. I'd even blindfolded myself to make him feel safe. Yet, he hadn't let down his guard. He'd refused to sleep with me. I'd practically had to force him to let me take care of the agonizing need in his voice. Feeling him come had done something irrevocable to me. It had been the first time I'd felt true power over a man, not because I held his most vulnerable part, but because of the way he'd surrendered to me. For a few precious moments, he'd given every piece of himself to me, and now he'd taken those pieces back and left me with nothing. No face to remember, no name to whisper. He'd appeared like a ghost and vanished like one, and I flatly refused to be haunted by him any longer. Stomping to the letterbox, I wrenched up the roof of the gingerbread house and scowled inside. A glint of flower-printed porcelain made me want to scream. Screw you, X. Screw you. With anger-shaking hands, I scooped out my washed plate that used to hold a chocolate cake. A post-it note stuck to it.
This was delicious, but not as delicious as you. I know I've made you hate me, and I have no right to say this, but I can't get you out of my mind. You don't need me anymore, and just as I suspected, I need you with every fibre of my being. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Be safe and happy. X.
Everything okay?
I jumped a foot and clutched the plate to my chest. Xander. Squinting in the sun, I blinked back stinging tears. Yes, I'm fine. Are you? His face looked drawn and fatigued, his black frame glasses bringing eyes full of sleepless shadows. Even his tall frame looked a little thinner and washed out as if he hadn't had a proper meal in weeks. That reminds me, I still need to bake him a cake for giving me Peng.
Not really.
He shrugged.
But that's life.
Is there anything I can help with? Stepping toward him, I did my best to put aside my grief and anger over X. I also braced myself against Milton's awful voice, daring him to call me a slut for caring about Xander's well-being. He was hurting for some reason, and I was his friend who should help. I prepared to suffer through the phantom pain of my hair being ripped out or my body being kicked, but nothing happened. The only ache I felt was the one for my childhood friend who'd looked utterly exhausted.
That's kind, but no.
He forced a smile, his eyes tightening as he looked at the plate in my arms.
I better let you go inside.
His car pinged as it cooled down, hinting he'd just returned from work. With a sigh, he turned to walk up the pathway to his front door. Wait! My heart pinched at the thought of him leaving. I didn't like seeing him like this. So low, so un-him. Are you truly okay? His smile widened but didn't reach his eyes.
Of course. I should be the one asking you that.
He cocked his head.
How are you doing with everything? Honestly.
Honestly. That word again. I'd been brutally truthful with X, and while it had been healing, it had also left a wound inside me with his disappearance. Could I be brave enough to open myself that wide again? Did I have the strength to scare off another man with the truth? Xander can't disappear. I knew where he lived. I knew his name, his birthday, his star sign, and numerous other random facts that might not be true now that he was an adult. I knew more than I should about him as a teenage boy. I knew he didn't like breakfast and preferred older people to kids his own age. I knew he used to read a lot because I'd observed him devour book after book by torchlight when his grandparents thought he was asleep in bed. I used to watch him from my window as I did the same, reading covertly when I'd been told to go to sleep. He never knew we shared a nightly ritual of reading together, but it was one of my favourite memories of coming here for visits. So, tell him, be his friend. He looks like he could use one. What books were you reading when you were younger?
Excuse me?
He scowled, as if utterly confused. Stepping closer, I drank him in, my skin tingling with heat. I used to read with you, by torchlight. You never knew that we had the same habit of not going to bed when we were told. I read fantasies and romance. I got pretty good at hiding my book and faking sleep if I heard anyone walk outside my bedroom. You did the same. He balled his hands.
You watched me.
Hard not to when I had a crush on you. He sagged and swiped a hand through his hair. He looked as if he'd say something. His jaw worked. His green eyes glowed. Tripping sideways, he took a step toward his house as if he needed to get away from me. But then he turned and marched in my direction. The explosiveness of his steps, the almost angry look in his eyes. Self-preservation overrode common sense, and I reeled backward. Goblin Milton hissed in my ear.
You're a tease, and teasers get fucked, slut.
I gasped and almost dropped the plate. He wrenched to a stop, his gaze flaring.
Shit.
Ripping his glasses off, he pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a heavy exhale.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
It's fine, I'm fine. Breathing hard, I forced myself to stop being so stupid. It's not you. Like I said, it's...
Go inside, sailor.
He snapped, putting his glasses back on.
Enough, okay? You don't have to make small talk with me. I don't expect you to be friendly with me. We're good.
Lowering his chin, he watched me with terribly sad eyes.
I'm good with just being your neighbour. So stop forcing yourself to care about me when it's only making it harder for you to be around me.
A stabbing pain appeared right between my ribs. I hated seeing him so tired, so sad. I didn't know what he'd gone through at work or why he hurt, but I felt responsible. He'd seen me jumping around him and watched me flee each time he approached me. He probably thought I hated his guts when nothing could be further from the truth. Hugging the plate, I sucked in a breath and blurted, I saw you. The day Milton attacked me. I didn't mean to look through your window, but I did, and he accused me of having an affair, and well, you know what he did. My voice turned wobbly. I know you would never do anything to hurt me. I know that right to my soul. I know because I've seen you grow, and heard enough stories about you from Nana to know you're the best guy ever. I'm having a hard time telling my nervous system that. He couldn't look at me, keeping his gaze locked on the ground.
You don't have to tell me.
I do. I think I've been quite blind for the past few years and only just realising that you've been there all along. I know I've been cold to you, and if I'm honest, which I'm doing my best to be, it was partly because Milton always made me feel uncomfortable if I spoke to you, but also because I think, deep down, I knew I'd made a mistake. That I was looking for a way out the moment I started dating him and didn't know how to get free. His eyes shot up, his throat flexed as he swallowed hard.
I would have gotten you out if you just told me. I would have done anything if it meant he didn't hurt you.
Tears stung. I know you would have, and that's what kills me. I hate that I keep flinching around you. I'm getting better, so much better. I no longer feel the pain of what he did, and I can ignore what he said the more time I spend with you, but sometimes I still fumble. Going to him, I hid my flinch as he stepped away from me. I'm telling you this so you know it's not you I'm afraid of. It's the triggers from the past, but they are fading, and I am getting better, and I want to be friends with you. I wasn't lying about that. Going for a ride with you helped me so much, and I hate seeing you so down. You're doing what you did with X. I was forcing my help onto a man who didn't want it, begging him to let me care when all he wanted to do was get away from me. That stabbing pain came again. I laughed at my stupidity. Forget it. I didn't mean to come on so strong. It's super egotistical to think you're down because of me. You've probably had a shitty day at work, and it's nothing to do with...
Thank you.
He cut me off with a half smile.
Knowing what Milton did to you, it helps. I'm grateful you told me.
I held his stare. And I'm grateful you're helping those triggers fade away. Awareness crackled between us the longer we stood there. My heart skipped for all new reasons. I was attracted to him, drawn to him, and I didn't understand how my body could crave his, as if I'd already been in his arms and been kissed by his lips when we'd hardly ever spoken. Shaking my head, doing my best to get rid of the uncanny sensation of déjà vu, I plastered on a bright smile. Did you just get back from work? I eyed the car keys clutched in his hand and the black satchel slung over his shoulder. Nodding, he raked his fingers through fire-dark hair.
Yeah, it's been a week from hell. Barely stepped out of the hospital since Tuesday.
You do look ready to pass out. He sighed and squeezed his nape.
That's exactly what I plan on doing the second I go inside.
Good plan. Awkwardness settled between us.
Crime and autobiographies.
He muttered. What?
The books I read. That and the occasional thriller.
Can't say they're my cup of tea.
I knew, by the way.
He hitched up his satchel.
I saw your torch too. I just didn't know you could see me.
I had no idea what to say. We'd crossed the bridge of neighbours to friends, but hadn't established subjects we were familiar with. The awkwardness stretched. Tripping backward, I blurted, I'd better go.
How's Peng?
We spoke at the same time. Our eyes caught. We laughed in a stumbling, endearing kind of way.
Sorry.
He bowed his chin.
You go.
He's fine, I smiled. Being the cutest little terror. Put his paw in my latest batch of lemongrass body butter, so I hope no one finds a cat hair in their cosmetics.
Uh-oh.
He grinned while stifling a yawn.
Tell him to practice better health and safety if he's going to help in the kitchen.
I laughed softly. I will. Clutching the strap of his satchel, he glanced at the plate I kept squeezing.
Is that some sort of shield for talking to me, or...
Holding it away from me, I flinched at the neon yellow post-it and ripped it off before Xander could read X's note. Xander narrowed his eyes as I scrunched the paper and stuffed it into my paint-spattered pocket. Nah, just someone I used to know giving me back what's mine. He nodded slowly, his green gaze darkening.
Sounds pretty final.
Oh, it is. I arched my chin. Some things don't last, you know? He winced.
Yeah, life sucks that way.
We shared a stare again, the ghosts of our parents and grandparents thick between us. Funny that although I knew his family history, I hadn't stopped to think how similar we were in that respect. I was a true orphan in this world. I literally had no one alive who shared my DNA. But him, he had 2 sisters. How are Christina and Jolie? I asked, doing my best to be a better neighbour and friend. Do they still live a few suburbs over? He half smiled, tiredness making him sway.
They're good. Sworn off men, but that doesn't stop my friend Colin from flirting.
I think swearing off men is contagious around here. I laughed a little too loudly. He flinched again.
After what Milton did to you, I think you're wise to avoid my sex.
I let him think it was Milton I meant. He yawned and shook his head as if to wake himself up. You're keeping the poor guy up. He's dead on his feet and probably performed countless surgeries. He didn't need me keeping him from bed. A bubble of anxiety had me asking, do you have anyone to cook you a meal tonight? You look like you might fall asleep on the stove if you attempt to make anything. His eyebrows shot up. Pushing his glasses back into position, he frowned.
You're asking if I have anyone who takes care of me?
Of course. Taking another step toward him, I noticed how he took one back. He'd always been very aware of others, and I'd just told him how I felt around him, thanks to Milton. It made sense to keep his distance, and the fact that he did so, even in his almost comatose state, made my heart swell with gratefulness. Look, I'm done renovating for the day and have enough greens from the garden to make a huge salad. I was going to cook some roast veggies and either chicken drumsticks or garlic butter cod. I can bring you a plate if you want. You could have a shower and relax while I cook. I shouldn't be too long. Then you can go to bed and...
Seriously?
He staggered. I reached out to grab him, but he backpedaled, as if I was the one with the history of hitting people, not my ex. I froze. He coughed and ran his hand over his mouth, scratching at his 5 o'clock shadow that had grown in after a long day at work.
That is...
Shaking his head, he struggled as if I'd stripped him of all his strength.
That's so nice of you.
Why did that single sentence rip out my heart? Why did he look as if I was the first to ever offer him a home-cooked meal when I knew all the old ladies on the street adored him? Surely some of them would have dropped off a casserole at some point. No? Whenever I'd seen Xander talking to Josephine or Beverly, he was the one doing something for them, fixing their lawnmower or teaching them how to buy groceries online. In fact, had I ever seen anyone do something for him in return? Would he even accept the gesture if someone did? All my life, I thought he was a little standoffish and remote, but now I saw a man far too willing to hide his true self in order to look after others. I couldn't stop my feet from closing the distance between us. I might have lost X to his obsessive need to help people, but I wouldn't lose Xander too. I touched his arm. He hissed as if my fingers burned him. His emerald gaze snapped to mine, his breath coming quicker.
I don't expect you to, Sailor. Honestly, I can order a takeaway and...
Don't even think about it. I'm happy to take care of you. Pulling away, I headed toward my house. Go get clean and relax. I'll be over in 30 minutes.
Chapter 36. Xander. Dreams do come true. I woke with a bang. Launching off the couch, where I'd crashed the second I stepped through my door, I looked at my clock. Oh shit. 2 hours. How had I crashed for 2 fucking hours? Sailor. Had she been round like she said she would? Had I missed her? No. How could I have passed out? I hadn't meant to. I dumped my keys and satchel, then grabbed a beer and sat on the couch. I'd watched the clock tick its minutes away. After a week of countless surgeries, 2 stints in the emergency room, 1 lost patient, 3 urgent requests from fellow doctors, and countless horrible nights missing the hell out of Sailor, I was 1 breath away from telling everyone to fuck off. Even Colin hadn't been able to make me laugh when I'd gone to see him a few days ago and shared the chocolate cake. He'd asked for details of why I'd earned such a reward, and for once, I didn't tell him. What happened between Sailor and me that night was no one's business. It wasn't just a shared release. It wasn't the fact that I'd fallen so hard for her without even going past third base. It was the fact that I'd gone to third base all while lying to her face. And the handjob she'd given me had been the best sexual experience of my life, because it was her. She'd trusted me to be blindfolded, trusted me to touch her in the very same place where her ex almost murdered her. So no, I didn't tell him. And yes, he'd eaten most of the cake. And when I'd written the post-it note and put her plate into her letterbox at 4 this morning when I'd been called back into work, I'd almost convinced myself I was doing the right thing. X had to go, not because I feared I'd do psychological damage to Sailor anymore. She was too strong for that, but because it was psychologically damaging me. I wanted desperately to tell her who I was, but at the same time, I would rather let her go than have her hate me for the rest of her life. But she offered to cook for you, Xander. She'd touched me and hadn't recoiled. I had no idea what that meant. I didn't know if she'd truly healed or was just putting on a brave face because I looked like I'd been mauled by a pack of wolves and left for dead. She probably only offered out of decency, out of neighborly generosity, not because she felt anything for me. But it didn't fucking matter, did it? Because I'd fallen asleep and not heard her knock. Now, she probably thought I didn't appreciate her and would never offer to check in on me again. Christ, I'm a fool. Staggering through the house, I headed to the kitchen to rustle something up that resembled a half-healthy dinner before passing out. Taking my glasses off, I rubbed my exhausted eyes before placing them back on and slamming to a stop. On my countertop sat the very same plate that she'd given X full of chocolate cake. Only this time, it held a crisp salad, big pile of roasted potatoes, and 3 perfectly char-grilled drumsticks. A note sat tucked beneath it.
Hi, Xander. I hope you don't mind that I let myself in. I tried the front door, but got no answer, and I figured you'd probably fallen asleep. Luckily, I know where Mary used to keep her spare key to the conservatory. I remember you painting that cute flower pot for her. I didn't want to wake you, and I promise I didn't snoop. I love what you've done with the place, by the way. You'll have to give me a tour so I can get ideas for my renovation. Anyway, hope the meal isn't too cold when you wake. Have a good rest. Sailor.
And just like I'd reached my limit in her kitchen the other night and kissed her like a drowning man, I reached another limit standing in mine. She was going to kill me. One kindness at a time, and I was happy to dig out my grave if it meant I got to keep her. Yanking my phone from my back pocket, I went to message her, to say just how much this meant to me, that she literally couldn't have done a nicer thing, that she was the first and only to make me a meal, and I wanted to get on my knees and show her how grateful I was. I didn't just want to bed this girl. I want to goddamn marry her. The wind chimes Gran had strung up decades ago in the conservatory suddenly swung and sang. I froze. That's spooky as hell. They couldn't sing, as no windows were open. No wind of any kind. So how? Goosebumps shot down my spine as one of the potted ferns rustled as if someone had brushed past. Sailor had said her place was haunted. I'd seen it firsthand with that damn TV turning on all the time, but I hadn't felt the presence of the dead here before. But now, it felt as if all the people I'd lost were crowded by the back door, pushing their noses to the glass, and watching me have a quarter-life crisis about how much I wanted the girl I'd been betrothed to as a 6-year-old boy, just because his grandmother had a best friend who dreamed of becoming family. Ignoring the nosy ghosts, I focused on my phone. Me, I can't thank you enough for the food, and for telling me why it's hard to be around me. I know you're still healing, and this is probably far too soon, but would you like to have a drink with... What the fuck are you doing? I choked and deleted the text with a panicking thumb. Holy shit, that was close. I couldn't text her. My number was registered as X in her phone. Christ, how could I forget that? A cold sweat broke out at the thought of what would have happened if I'd sent that message. She would have known instantly. All my lies would have come tumbling down, and maybe this was the way it was meant to go. Maybe we could figure out a way around all my lies and shady, stalking behavior. Or she sells her house and runs away. Bracing both hands on either side of the plate, I sighed heavily. God, this is such a mess. I'd gotten rid of X. I no longer seemed to freak her out as Xander. Instead of revealing my lies, I could just bury them as deep as every other skeleton in my closet and pretend he never existed. I could resume my protective watching as her neighbor and not her stalker. This could be a good thing. And as long as I never made a mistake like the one I almost did, she would never have to know. I could attempt to make her like me without the mask. This could be real. Hope bolted through me. Before I could stop myself, I grabbed my keys, shot out the door, and headed to buy a second burner phone, all so I could message her as Xander instead of her stalker.
Chapter 37. Sailor. Movies aren't fun. Sales? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to do this, but I have to stand you up. I jammed my phone between my ear and shoulder, paying for my bucket of popcorn and cola. We're doing great at this, aren't we? I laughed. First, we both forget we'd planned to go to dinner and the movies tonight, and then when we remember and agree just to do the movie, you have the audacity to stand me up. I know, I'm a terrible friend. Lily groaned, long and dramatic. I have no excuse for forgetting dinner, but then on the way to join you at the movies, the office called. There's an issue with one of the house contracts, and I need to go solve it because the buyer is panicking and the seller is threatening to call his lawyer to stop the sale. And yeah, it's going to be a long night. It's fine. Moving out of the line, I juggled my drink, food, and phone and headed deeper into the cinema complex. Super sorry to hear about the issues. Can we do the flick another night? She moaned again. I feel so bad. I'm also gutted I'm going to miss out on all your gossip. Honestly, I have no gossip, and I'm actually already here. I just found my seat and have an unhealthy amount of popcorn to eat by myself, so I'm good. Oh, that just makes me feel extra guilty. If this wasn't a huge commission, I'd tell them to shove it. It's a Monday night. Who works at 8 o'clock on a Monday night? You do, because you're on track to retire when you're 40, so go. Make that moolah. We'll talk later and... Sales, hang on. Are you doing okay being out at night on your own? I know how hard the market was for you to begin with. I can't believe I invited you out and then bailed when you're finally ready to start socializing again. I warmed with affection for my best friend. Honestly, Lils, I'm good. I won't lie that driving here wasn't all that easy, and being hemmed in with the ticket line pushed a few buttons, but each time I put myself out there is another step out of the jail he tried to put me in. I'm growing my wings, remember? You're so brave, and I'm so proud of you. And I'll be proud of you when you make those millions and shout me a trip to Bali. Done. That's definitely happening. All right then. Go work hard. I'm fine. I'm going to watch this, and then I'll spoil it for you because you know that's how I roll. I still curse you for spoiling that Sailor Moon episode all these years later. You're welcome. I laughed. Okay, gotta go. Credits are starting. Bye. I hung up and quickly turned my phone on silent despite the fact that people still drifted into the cinema and the movie hadn't started yet. I wasn't really one to go to the movies on my own. And if I'd known Lily wouldn't be coming, no way would I have fought through my mini panic attack at going into public at night. But now that I was here, oh well, I was safe. I was around lots of people who I could scream for help if needed. I'd been brave enough to get here, and to be honest, it was kind of fun. I'd never done anything like this, even before Milton tried to murder me. It felt healing in a way, a date by myself, self-care and all that. I'm fine, completely fine. See, this is totally good for me. My phone vibrated just as I went to tuck it into my bag. I hated that my heart rate spiked thinking it might be X. After he cut contact, I'd torn out the SIM from the burner phone and put it into mine, cloning the messages and numbers thanks to the dual SIM slots. I refused to carry 2 phones the rest of my life, especially if he'd never message me again. Swiping my inbox open, I stiffened.
Unknown number. Thank you so much for dinner. It was perfect. I can't believe you offered to feed me, and I wasn't awake to say thanks in person. Sorry about that.
I slouched in my velour-covered chair. Well, it definitely wasn't X. Me. I'm assuming this is Xander. He replied instantly, and I saved his number into my contacts. My address book flashed up with X's number, seeing as the 2 letters were at the end of the alphabet. Why did I have a crush on two men with uncommon letters? Why couldn't one of them have started with a D or an S instead of being almost side by side?
Xander, it is. I can't believe we've never exchanged numbers.
Me. I agree. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm happy to be able to chat, but how did you get my number? I don't remember sharing. It took him a minute or two to reply.
Xander, it was in one of Gran's old notebooks.
Me. Luckily you didn't throw it out.
Xander, I agree.
The conversation reached a natural end. I didn't know if I should reply or not. I'd made him dinner, he'd thanked me. There wasn't much else to say, despite the rising bubbly feeling inside me. The theatre suddenly plunged into darkness. People hushed each other as the movie started. 1 second I was fine. The next, that awful, prickly, horrible fear tiptoed down my spine with icy fingers. My pulse kicked up, drenching my system with adrenaline. The music system blasted with its Dolby surround sound experience, making me jolt like an idiot in my seat. Oh no. My eyes flew to the exit. Fight or flight gushed through my limbs, making me desperate to run. Breathe. Just breathe. The person next to me kicked my ankle as they shifted to get comfortable. The urge to hit them and scream almost made me hyperventilate. You're fine. It's all in your head. You're safe. My legs bunched to stand. I peered down the long row of chairs. I'd have to brush past countless people and run the risk of being touched by a stranger. Get out. Go. I breathed faster, harder. No, please don't. Not here. Not now. Swallowing hard against the bitter bite of panic, I closed out the message with Xander and opened the one with X. I stared at his name. I closed my eyes and breathed through the wash of deliberating terror. How could I think I was safe in this crowd? I wasn't safe. I was alone. And being alone was the exact opposite of what I needed. I need Peng. Why did I leave him to come here? Why did I think I was ready for this? I needed his warm little body in my arms. I needed X to wrap me in a hug and protect me from...
You're such a slut. I saw what you two did on that couch. No wonder you got rid of it so fast. You're a whore trying to get rid of the evidence.
Dropping my phone onto my lap, I clamped my hands over my ears, trying to drown out Goblin Milton's voice. But then the movie started with bright flashing lights and crazy booming music, and my system threatened to explode in all directions. Something blasted on the screen, delivering shock value and making a few of the audience giggle scream. My system didn't just dabble with a panic attack, it went full blown. Dry mouth, broken lungs, stinging tears. Biting my bottom lip hard enough to draw blood, I forced my trembling hands to grab my phone. The last time I'd had a panic attack, focusing on something else had helped. Talking about nonsense, trusting someone on the other end to catch me. Sipping breaths between my hyperventilating state, I texted as fast as I could. Me. I know you've decided to cut all contact, and I respect your choice not to see me again. But you appointed yourself as my protector, and I need you right now. I'm not okay. I'm terrified I'm going to embarrass myself by screaming or fainting, so even if you don't read this, I'm going to pretend you are. I pressed send, hoping against hell he hadn't blocked me. The message delivered. I didn't wait for him to reply before sending another one, distracting myself, using him like I did that night when I'd been jumping out of my skin. Me. Lily and I planned on coming to the movies tonight, but she had to cancel last minute, so I'm here alone. I thought I was better. I actually thought it could be kind of fun. But now I'm drowning and all I want to do is run. But the movie has started and the crowd is thick, and I don't have the courage to brush past people in case they touch me. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I typed faster and faster. Me. I miss my cat. Can you believe that? I miss him so much. I know I'd be fine if he was in my arms. Why am I not over this? Why am I weak enough to have flashbacks like this? It doesn't even make sense. Milton never hurt me at the movies. I had no reason for panicking when nothing bad happened here. God, I'm so stupid. I wasn't even abused like other women. It just happened that one time. My heart stopped flying and turned to palpitations instead. My entire body jittered and shuddered. The words on the screen melted with my tears. Closing my eyes and holding the armrest of my chair, I focused on my breathing. My phone vibrated in my lap. I snatched it up.
Xander. Hey, Sailor. Are you free to talk? Can I call you?
I quaked as panic set fire to my limbs. Why had Xander messaged me instead of X? I didn't want him right now. I didn't need an exhausted doctor with a heart so sweet sugar ran in his veins. I needed a masked stalker who grabbed me with no apology and kissed me with exquisite possession. Another text flashed.
Xander. Please, Sailor. It's urgent. I need to talk to you.
I glared at my phone, daring, hoping, begging X to message. And nothing. I could barely see straight anymore. My sniffles became too strong to choke down. I needed to go somewhere I could huddle into a ball and sob, but I couldn't shed the guilt of leaving Xander hanging. What if he was dealing with his own stuff? What if whatever had hurt him today was hurting him now and he'd reached out for my help? Using my last remaining strength, I sent a generic reply, hiding how badly I unraveled. Me. Sorry, Xander. I'm at the movies. I can't call. I hope you're okay. And that was it for my courage. Closing Xander's message, I opened X's thread again. Me. If you're reading this and happen to be anywhere near the cinema tonight, I think I might need help. I pressed send, then lost myself to panic.
Chapter 38. Xander. Breaking every limit. Is that Lily? What movie theatre were you planning on going to with Sailor tonight? Lily cleared her throat.
Usually the polite etiquette when calling someone out of the blue is, hello, this is...
My fingers locked around my phone as I straddled my bike and prepared to fly out my garage. Hello, this is Xander. Tell me where I can find Sailor.
What? Why? Has something happened?
What theatre, Lily?
We'd agreed to go to the new complex just out of town. We said the 8:15 showing of...
I hung up, shoved my phone into my jeans pocket, then jammed the helmet on my head. Gunning the engine, I roared out of the garage so fast I could have run over nosy Patricia and not known. Leaning into the corners, I drove far too fast, leaving a wake of deafening noise. I dealt with all kinds of pressure in my profession. I'd learned how to compartmentalize emotion versus action, and sometimes did my best work if something unforeseen happened in surgery. But this was different. This was her, and I felt completely fucking helpless. I second-guessed everything. I should have replied as X when she messaged me asking for help. I should have told her who I was, so she felt safe to confide in Xander. I should have done so goddamn many things. And now she was breaking on her own, and I wasn't there, and fuck, I felt so responsible. Street lamps blurred past. The bike vibrated beneath me. I focused on one thing, and one thing only, and that was finding Sailor before it was too late.
Chapter 39. Sailor. Car parks are dangerous. I stumbled out of the cinema, staggered against the wall. The huge car park held an ocean of vehicles, but no people. Everyone was still inside, transfixed by loud, flashy movies, leaving me all alone in the dark. I barely remembered how I'd managed to make my way down the row or trip my way through the foyer. A few moviegoers had given me side eyes. One girl had even reached for me, clearly concerned, but I'd broken into a run and exploded through the double doors to freedom. My car was out there somewhere. Clouds covered the stars, threatening rain. I felt very, very alone. My phone had rung 3 times with Lily's number, but I ignored them. I couldn't pretend I was okay. I didn't want her feeling bad that this was too much for me too soon. I couldn't have her feeling responsible for ditching when I completely understood work had to come first. For any ordinary person, that would have been fine. But I'm not normal.
Hey, pretty lady. You waiting for someone?
I froze into a chunk of ice as I looked through my tears and focused on a fairly tall man with a mop of dirty blonde hair. His saggy jeans and graffiti-designed t-shirt hinted he was in his late teens, but the sketchy look in his eyes and slight twitch to his fingers suggested he had habits of the adult variety. Panic added another very unhelpful dose of jitters and breathlessness. Fighting the urge to bend over and clutch my knees, I didn't reply. My shoulder bumped along the wall as I half leaned on it for support and half ran toward the car park. I needed to find Pop's car. I couldn't drive in this state, but at least I'd be somewhere familiar. I could curl up on the back seat and let this idiotic episode pass. My phone rang again. I ignored it.
Hey, if you're not using your phone, can I borrow it?
The guy fell into pace with me, grinning with stained teeth.
I need to call a friend to pick me up.
My already overloaded system fritzed. My palpitating heart made me lightheaded. A scream lived permanently on my tongue. I shook my head, unable to speak. Fresh tears rolled down my cheeks as I headed down the first row of parked cars. I alternated between power walking and pathetically weaving. My knees like water and lungs like ash.
Oi, where are you going in such a hurry?
He jogged to my side, grinning in a way that sent my instincts screeching. Go back to the theatre, now. Spinning on my heel, the cute slip-ons I'd worn to match my cut-off jeans and flower print blouse didn't have enough grip to run fast. I skidded a little. He reached out and grabbed my elbow. White-hot, blazing terror. I yanked away from him, baring my teeth like a concerned animal. Don't touch me! Holding up his hands, he scowled.
Jeez, calm down.
Leave me alone.
That's not very nice.
He pouted and kept pace with me as I made my way, breathless and almost blind with terror, back toward the bright lights of the theatre.
You should say thank you. I just stopped you from falling.
Go away. He huffed and crossed his arms.
See, now that was just rude. I think you owe me an apology.
Keep going. Stop talking. Just run. Sucking in a deep lungful of air, I broke into a sprint. His hand lashed out and grabbed my wrist, stopping me dead. Two things happened. One, my panic switched from debilitating to hyper-focused. The urge to protect myself brought a wave of power and ruthlessness. Two, that awful fight or flight that had crippled my system finally had an outlet. He'd stopped my flight, so that left fight. I'll kill him. Balling my hands, I swung. He ducked my flailing fist and laughed.
Want to do this the hard way, huh?
His eyes narrowed to slits.
Okay then, give me your phone and wallet, and I won't hurt you.
I screamed. His hand clamped over my mouth, his fingers smelling like Doritos and cigarettes.
Jeez, you don't learn, do you?
Wrapping his other arm around my shoulders, he hauled me backward, deeper into the car park, away from the bright lights and beckoning doors of the cinema. No, my feet scrambled for purchase. My heart flew too fast to stay in my ribcage. I lost it. I turned into something inhuman as I cracked my head back, smashing into his nose. The phantom pain when Milton had ripped out a handful of my hair was instantly replaced by the nasty crunch of his cartilage. He screeched and tripped backward, taking me with him. I fell on top of him, my back to his front, his arms shifting from my shoulders to my neck. I gagged as he added pressure. All those flashbacks of Milton strangling me, all those nightmares where he'd done it again and again and again. I'd been too hurt to fight back that day, too bruised and beaten to prevent him from taking my life. James McNabb wasn't around to save me with a cast iron frying pan. No one could hear my struggles. It's up to me. It's always been up to me. Scratching his arm over my throat, I gouged his flesh. He cried out and wriggled beneath me. His arm loosened just enough for me to squirm a little lower. With a scream that had choked me for months, I brought my elbow careening down, right between his legs. Hard. As hard as I could. He howled. Jackknifing sideways, he kicked me off him and cupped himself. My phone lay with a cracked screen on the ground. Snatching it, I crawled out of grabbing distance and tried to stagger to my feet, only my legs didn't want to work. Spluttering 1,000 curses, the guy rolled to face me. Fumbling for my ankle with one hand, he protected himself with the other.
All I wanted was your phone and cash, but now you hurt me, so you're getting hurt right back.
I screamed again, kicking him in the jaw. A roar of a motorbike drowned out his shout of pain, a bright spotlight careening into the car park and tearing toward the theatre in the distance. "Help!" I yelled, just as the creep managed to grab my calf and stop me from climbing to my feet. The driver had his visor down, obscuring his face, but his head turned to face me. For a second, he looked as if he'd crash his bike. The front wheel wobbled and the engine coughed, and then he cut down the row of cars with a burst of growling speed. The guy let me go, scrambling to his feet and cupping where I'd elbowed him. He hobble ran away, but the motorcycle rider snarled to a stop, killed the engine, then launched himself after him. The thief didn't stand a chance. The motorbike rider grabbed him around the scruff of his t-shirt, wrenched him backward, then ploughed a fist into his face. The thief screamed as blood spurted from his nose. Just like I'd lost myself to instinct and rage, the rider did too. He punched the guy again and again, ploughing him backward with each pummel until he bounced off a car and dropped to his knees. Bowing over his legs, the thief cupped his head and begged.
Stop! I didn't do nothing! I'll report you! Stop!
The rider either didn't hear him or didn't care. His booted foot swung back and collided with the creep's ribcage, sending him sprawling on the ground. Seeing one stranger beat up, another finally cut through my panic. Swaying to my feet, I went to where the guy kicked the thief again and hesitantly touched his shoulder. The rider swung around, his visor reflecting me and the stormy clouds above. Unable to see his face, I hoped, based on his help, that he could be trusted. "You can stop now. I'm okay." Holding up my cracked phone, I added, "I'll call the police. If you hurt him anymore, you might get into trouble." The stranger's chest rose and fell beneath his leather jacket and dark jeans. His body seemed familiar, his scent tugging at memories, skipping just out of reach. The longer we stood there, the more my pulse calmed. He felt safe, protective. I sucked in a sigh of relief. The only one who'd acted like that kind of sedative on my system was X, but he never replied. Checking my phone, I skimmed the notifications. Nope, he hadn't texted back. My gaze snagged on the bike, on the polished chrome and sleek lines. Wait, I know that bike. My eyes snapped back to the rider. He made a noise in the back of his throat, then reached up and tore his helmet off. I tripped backward as deep red hair and glowing green eyes appeared. Xander. Without a word, he stepped close and grabbed me. His hand went to the back of my neck like X did. His other fisted my hip and tugged me into him, crashing our bodies together and holding tight. His arms snaked around me in the tightest embrace. I couldn't decide who trembled harder. Neither of us spoke as he pressed his face into my hair and sucked in a tattered breath. The thief scrambled to his feet and took off running. With a curse, Xander let me go and chased. The creep didn't get far. With one strike of his helmet across the guy's shoulders, Xander ensured the thief fell forward, landing chin first on the ground. I couldn't get my bearings. Xander was the one who beat him up. Xander willingly hurt someone after a lifetime of saving people. I don't understand. Rubbing my chest while my heart switched from fire to ice, I tripped toward him and shook my head. "How are you here?"
Give me a sec.
Fisting his phone, Xander called the police and muttered details to the operator while pacing around the guy who'd given up and sat in a dejected ball by his feet. He refused to look at me until he finished. Once he'd hung up, he flexed his hands with a wince, a streak of blood and faint bruises staining his knuckles. The thief whimpered as Xander glowered at him. The night gathered thick around us. I wanted to ask so many things. Why had he defended me? Where had he come from? How was this possible? But then he captured my hand and dragged me away from the creep on the ground. Once we were far enough away, he squeezed my fingers and let me go reluctantly.
Are you okay?
Rubbing my hands from his tingly touch, I nodded. Yes. I frowned, vacant from panic and feeling a little floaty. Actually, I feel rather good.
Good.
His eyebrows shot to his hairline, and for a second, I pictured a silver piercing. The way his eyes widened, then narrowed, reminded me so much of X. My brain tried to splice the two men together.
Now I'm the one who doesn't understand.
He cocked his head.
Are you sure he didn't hurt you?
Looking past him to the creep on the ground, I shrugged. He tried.
And you feel good about that?
Yes. I crossed my arms, nodding with more bravery than I felt. I fought back this time. It felt very good to do that. His eyes darkened, reminding me all over again of another man with brown eyes. Eyes shaped so similar, lashes just as thick. Will you stop? They are not the same person. Apart from the height and a few mannerisms, Xander wasn't like X at all. Not to mention his hair and eye colour. He attacked that guy for you. He'd come to my rescue, just like X had on those nights I needed him. He knew where I was. I froze. Could it be him? You told both you were at the movies. But I couldn't remember ever giving the name of the cinema because I'd been drowning in panic like an idiot. That's why X isn't here. That's why He's not here because he said you'd never see him again. Remember? I swayed.
Sailor.
Xander stepped into me, his green gaze darting over mine as if worried I was about to pass out.
Are you all right? Do you need to sit down?
I stumbled away, my heart resuming its panicked flurry. I couldn't get my bearings, couldn't stop the yearning for one man all while another had saved me. Anger rose, wanting to strike at all these annoying, confusing, stupid feelings. I wanted to fight again. I rather liked fighting back. I'd held my own despite my size difference. Perhaps I'd enroll in a self-defense course and take my rage out on the very man who'd stalked me, then abandoned me. Cupping my shoulders with gentle fingers, Xander studied me.
Speak to me, Sailor. You're scaring me a little. Are you sure you're okay?
My skin burned where he touched me, delivering the same prickly electricity that X gave. My gaze caught on his mouth. My stomach clenched. If he was X, would he kiss me the same as he did in my kitchen? Would he shove me against the car and devour me like he trapped me against the wall and worshipped me? Kiss him and find out. The thought blazed like a comet. I flinched at the thought of being so bold. My eyes fell on his mouth again, but the flashing lights of a police cruiser pulled into the car park, and Xander tripped away without another word.
Chapter 40. Xander. Bruised knuckles were worth it.
Thank you, Dr. North, Miss Rose. We'll be in touch if we require more information.
I nodded at the two police officers who'd arrested Chad Harris and taken our statements. They'd eyed Chad's bruises and peered at me, noticing my sore hands, but Sailor had jumped in and taken most of the blame. I would have happily admitted I'd beaten him up and barely managed to stop myself from killing him, but it was probably a good thing she'd stopped me. A doctor with a criminal record was not ideal. Luckily, one of the officers recognized me from an evening when I'd stitched up his hand in the ER. I vaguely remembered him being stabbed by a housewife with a steak knife. Apparently, the 18-year-old who tried to rob Sailor had formed a nasty habit for methamphetamines and had been targeting single theatregoers for a while. I'd barely looked at Sailor while we went through the process of explaining. I withheld information on how I'd found her and claimed I'd been in the right place at the right time. I'd ignored the throbbing in my knuckles from ploughing my fists into his face and didn't worry about the day after tomorrow when I had to be back in surgery. Hopefully, the swelling would have gone down by then, and I could use my hands for complicated cutting and stitching. If not, I'd have to reschedule. Colin is going to have a field day with this. Lost in my thoughts, as the police officers nodded politely at Sailor, I didn't move until the flashing lights of their cruiser drove away, taking Chad Harris with them. Silence fell over the car park. Faint thunder rumbled on the horizon, the atmosphere dense with the promise of summer rain. I needed to get Sailor home before we got drenched. I needed to figure out a believable lie as to why I was here, and how badly Lily would blow my cover when she told Sailor that I'd called with rude demands to know where she was. I'd done a lot of unexplainable things tonight, but if I'd have been just 2 minutes later... Christ, I couldn't think about what might have happened. But there I went, thinking about it, about the way Sailor had been on the ground, crawling away from a guy intent on hurting her. Yet another motherfucking asshole who thought they could hurt her. My chest seized. I staggered backward, landing against a car.
Xander!
Sailor rushed to my side, her hand landing on my arm braced across my chest.
Are you okay? Did you get hurt?
Her concern for me, her caring for me, it was too much. I couldn't do it. My knees threatened to buckle. Who was I kidding that I could keep X a secret for the rest of my life? I'd crack. I'd never been good at hiding stuff, and my cover was most likely blown anyway, but the way she watched me, the soft gratefulness in her blue eyes, the utmost trust on her pretty pixie face. It was so different to her initial reaction. Before the police arrived, she looked almost angry with me, her gaze locked on my mouth, as if she was about to either punch me or kiss me. She looked so worn out, so fragile. It fucking killed me that I hadn't messaged her back as X, that I left her alone and afraid, after promising to always be there for her. But if I'd come as X... My chin dropped as pain I'd never felt before carved through me. The more interactions I had with her as X, the deeper my lies went. She'd never forgive me for touching her in disguise, for taking advantage of her like so many other pricks had tried. I should never have gone around that night for cake and orgasms. I should never have touched her so intimately. At least then she wouldn't feel so betrayed. Swallowing the grief haunting my heart, I cleared my throat and focused on getting Sola home. At least on Ember Drive, I could watch her through my window and ensure no one else tried to harm her. I cleared my throat and stood straight. She dropped her hand and took a careful step back, wariness once again appearing in her stare. I ignored how much that gutted me. I'm assuming you drove here. She frowned a little that I hadn't answered her question of how I was.
I did.
Looking over her shoulder, she forced herself to stand taller.
It's parked over there somewhere.
I should offer to walk her to Rory's ancient Honda Civic. Hell, I should offer to buy her an up-to-date safe vehicle that wasn't as old as her. But all I could say was, "Come for a ride with me?" Wait, what? What the fuck are you doing? She gasped, her eyes flaring wide.
What? Right now?
Glancing at the sky, where the clouds pressed heavy and black, she wrinkled her nose.
It's about to pour down.
I don't care. You've lost it. Well and truly lost it. Stiffening, she searched my face. I shoved my glasses up my nose to let her look. I doubted she'd see any evidence of X, despite me coming instead of him. Sure, I'd embraced violence and relished in beating the shit out of Chad Harris, but that was over. And knowing how close I'd come to losing her, fuck, I'd never felt more like me. Like the lonely doctor who'd convinced himself he didn't need anyone, only to realize that was the biggest lie of all. One of the streetlights illuminating a row of cars suddenly blacked out. It reminded me of her TV randomly turning on the moment I kissed her as X. Goosebumps darted down my spine. She rubbed her arms, suffering the same curse. I chuckled under my breath, forcing myself to stay honest and talk even though it hurt. Ever get the feeling we're not just being haunted by our grandmother's ghosts, but that they're still playing matchmaker? She snorted.
I thought it was just me.
Nope, I smiled, fighting the insane urge to brush aside her hair that had stuck to her bottom lip. The wind chimes in my conservatory started singing when I noticed the dinner you cooked for me.
That's not that strange.
All the windows were closed. There wasn't a breath of wind.
Oh, yes. That's a little odd.
Finding courage from the desperate place inside me, the last-ditch attempt at making her like me instead of fear me. I stepped forward and cupped her cheek. I touched her far more intimately as ex. I knew how she sounded and tasted and what she liked in bed, but being allowed to touch her like this as Xander, being allowed to be this close without her flinching in panic, it blew anything else apart. She sucked in a breath. I froze, second-guessing everything, but unable to let her go. "Are you okay, Sales?" She flinched as I said the nickname I'd heard Lily use. With a soft sigh, she pressed her cheek deeper into my hold instead of away.
I am, thanks to you.
You would have won if I hadn't turned up. You did some serious damage. I forced a chuckle. I doubt he'll be spawning kids anytime soon with the way he hobbled into the police car.
Is it wrong that I enjoyed hurting him? I never got to fight back with Milton. It almost felt cathartic to do it now.
Not at all. I ran my thumb over her perfect cheekbone before dropping my hand. I think you needed to let that out. To be...
Violent?
Not necessarily. Just, you needed to realize you are strong enough to protect yourself. You don't need me or anyone else.
Does it make me weak if I admit that I do need someone? That I like needing someone? That I want someone to need me in return?
Wincing against the answering agony inside me, I headed toward my bike. I think that just makes you human. Grabbing the spare helmet that I'd brought just in case, I went to her and gently placed the black protection over her sandy blonde hair. We're not meant to be loners, Laurie. Everyone needs someone. She froze. Her eyes danced over my face. Did I say something wrong? Had I pushed her too far? I racked my brain, but after the exhaustion from long work hours, the terror I'd felt at her messages, and horror at finding her being hurt, I had nothing left. Speaking through the gravel in my throat, I asked, "So, will you come for a ride with me? I can take you home and grab your car tomorrow." Her gaze searched mine. Too long. So long. Finally, she gave a tight little smile and reached up to adjust the helmet.
Okay.
One little word, spoken with bite. My heart sank. I'd fucked up. I didn't know how, but I'd given her another hint, and I had no idea how to stop all of my lies unraveling.
Chapter 41. Sailor. Storms and Secrets. I danced in the rain before when I was young. I'd spun in a summer storm with my face tipped up to the sky and caught fat raindrops on my tongue. Nana had said the rain could wash away all my worries, and she was right. But this, nothing could compare to this. There weren't words. This was flying through a waterfall, swimming through a falling river, racing through a water world with raindrops cascading, mechanical thunder rumbling, and the strongest, warmest protector charting a course through all my nightmares. Xander leaned into the corner, taking me with him as I hugged him from behind. The snarl of the engine overshadowed the grumble of thunder above as we plummeted down rain-slick roads and past black-shrouded trees. I tipped my head back and shivered as water splashed on my face. Both of us were soaked, but I wasn't cold. Xander kept me warm with his scalding body heat, all while thrilling, addictive adrenaline made my heart flutter. As we roared through the wet night, the storm didn't just wash away my worries. I felt reborn. This was what I needed. This was what I'd been craving. Not recklessness, not danger. Connection. Connection between me and the elements, earth and rain and stars. And I shared this magical experience with someone who'd always been there, waiting. An avalanche of affection had me squeezing Xander's waist. The fact that he'd called me Laurie repeated in my mind. That one word had stopped me dead. The image of X had spliced with Xander, and for a second, I was positive he'd been lying to me all along. But then I recalled all the times in our youth when Xander called me Laurie. I'd been the one to give that nickname to X to use, but that name had always belonged to Xander. So, who was real? The stalker who thought it was my real name, or the boy next door who'd come up with it? I wanted to ask him point blank, but the longer we flew together, the less it really mattered. The less I worried because it didn't matter. Not really. Both men were incredible. Both men were kind, and I'd been incredibly lucky to know each of them. I hugged him again, feeling carefree and amazingly light. He stiffened. His back muscles flexed as he tried to look over his shoulder, but then he straightened and kept his eyes on the road. His wrist shifted, adding another snarl of speed. I closed my eyes as the world turned into a liquid blur. I felt like I could spread my wings and soar. I wasn't rebuilding them. I now had a million feathers and the newfound strength to fly. Xander's gloved fingers suddenly touched mine. Driving one-handed, he pressed my hand against his stomach, sharing so much with a single touch that words could never express. Spreading my fingers, I gasped as he threaded his gloved ones with mine. Together, we curled our combined grip into a fist. His belly tightened where I touched him, as if that simple handhold affected him as much as it affected me. I shivered as he squeezed me. I struggled to let him go as he resumed driving with both hands. And as he shot us up a hill toward the rain-drenched clouds, pure happiness found me, not tainted by should-dos and should-nots, not ruined by racing thoughts or doubts. In that moment, I was entirely present, awake, alive, and with him. The growl of the motorbike seemed extra vicious as we weaved our way through twisty, sleepy suburbia and turned onto Ember Drive. The slow speed after our fast fly seemed as if we'd become a snail after soaring like a hawk. The rain still fell, but not as heavy, the droplets kissing my skin instead of smacking me. With careful skill, Xander turned on his driveway, bringing us home to the two houses that sat side by side with their matchmaking, meddling ghosts. His garage door was still up, his trust in our neighbours evident with how safe our street was. He killed the engine, leaving my ears ringing in the rain. Neither of us moved. I knew I had to stop hugging him, but the thought of breaking that warm connection hurt more than it should. I'd been blind for so long. I'd been wrapped up in my own tragic tale and forgotten to pay attention to the boy next door. The boy Nana had always said was mine. He called me Laurie. With a creak of wet clothes, Xander kicked the stand down and sat upright. I pulled my arms away and scrambled off the back. No longer plastered to him, an instant chill soaked into me. I needed to find Peng and apologize. I craved a warm shower and a cozy bed and a skull-masked stalker to tuck me in and hold me tight. My heart panged with guilt that even though tonight had made me trip from crush to full-blown attraction towards Xander, I still had feelings for X. Selfishly, I wanted them to be the same person because then I wouldn't have to say goodbye to either of them. I struggled with my helmet as Xander swung his leg off the bike, wrenched his off, then helped me with mine. Rain glittered in his fire-dark hair as he placed both helmets on the leather seat. The quiet ping of splashing droplets sung around us. The lenses of his glasses had water streaks and his grey t-shirt under his unzipped jacket was sopping wet, clinging to every crease of his toned chest. Studying Xander as he stood in the rain, I narrowed my eyes and imagined him with a mask cutting his handsome face in half. I tried to remove his glasses and paint his fire strands blue-black, but I couldn't. All I could see was a slightly nerdy, extremely handsome doctor with a heart made of 24-karat gold. My chest ached with fresh pangs. I couldn't imagine him kissing me with pent-up passion like X had. I couldn't picture him cursing under his breath as I made him come. He didn't seem the type to be that aggressive in bed. He'd be sweet and gentle and soft and you could seduce him to find out. I froze. If I got Xander naked, perhaps I could tell by his size and shape. You were blindfolded. You never saw X naked. My shoulders sagged. I needed to go to sleep before I did something crazy, like pounce on my neighbour, all because I thought he had a fake identity. Thanks for the ride, I said softly, backing up a step. Don't worry about my car. I can get Lily to drop me off in the morning to collect it. Without a word, he wrenched off his leather gloves and tossed them onto the handlebars. Glancing at his house, he captured my fingers, threaded his with mine like he had on the bike, then tugged me up the drive. I gasped. Wait, is he taking me back to his place? Had he read my mind and shared my crazy idea? A part of me braced to stop him, the part so used to overthinking and living in fear. But then the vixen who decided she liked to swing a punch and fly on the back of a motorbike chose to live a little. Tonight had driven us from friends to something more. I was single. He was single. So what if the romance of sharing a storm ended with us in bed? X wouldn't be creeping through my window tonight or any other night. He'd made it perfectly clear we were done. Pain pinched, followed by a hot, violent thrill. What did that say about me, that I was happy to kiss another guy after being with one a few days ago?
It makes you a slut, that's what.
Clutching Xander's hand, I marched bravely at his side, my gaze locked on his front door. Did I have the courage to do this? What would happen when he got me inside? Should I cut to the chase and kiss him, or wait for him to kiss me? Xander cut in front of me. I ploughed right into him, all my focus on his front door.
Oof!
He tripped and almost took me down with him, stumbling over the grass verge bordering his property from mine. Grabbing me around the waist to keep me upright, he held me close, our soaking skin sticking together.
Shit. Sailor, are you okay?
I blinked. I frowned. I couldn't catch my bearings. His eyes searched mine, slowly darkening as he looked back at his house and the trajectory I'd been on. He swallowed hard, his throat slicked with rain.
I was walking you back to your place, but... Did you want to come in? I just assumed it was late and you'd want to see Peng, but...
No, you're right. My cheeks blaze as hot as the sun. Of course I want to see my kitten. I was cruel for going out for so long. I better go. Thanks again for the help and the ride, and good night. Wrenching my hand from his, I bolted up my front path. He hadn't been dragging me to his house. He'd most likely taken my hand to stop me from slipping in the puddles. He was a gentleman, not a sexual deviant. Of course he was walking me to my door. Of course he wasn't going to rip off my wet clothes and warm me up with his tongue. God, Law, what were you thinking? Thanks so much for the ride. I fumbled for my keys. And for your help. I already said that, but thank you. Come on, where are you? You better get some rest. I couldn't stop speaking. I know how tired you were earlier tonight. I'm so sorry you had to come get me. Finally. Snatching my keys from the bottom of my little purse, I flicked through to find the right one, only my nape prickled, my heart pounded, and Xander gently claimed my hips, then spun me around to face him. Our eyes locked. We both struggled to catch a breath. He made me want to melt into the ground as he asked ever so softly,
Why are you running away from me?
His voice turned thick with the gravel, sounding painfully familiar.
Is it because you've had a flashback from what Milton did, or...
I swallowed hard. Don't ask. Don't you dare ask. Or... Damn it, Law.
Or because you thought I didn't want you, when every bone in my body is begging me to kiss you.
My insides wrung inside out. My heart turned into a chaotic butterfly. I had no words. Poof, all gone. He stepped even closer.
Tell me why you were heading toward my house, not yours.
I gulped. I couldn't. I wasn't that brave.
Tell me why I feel like I did something wrong, that I just missed an opportunity that I've been waiting for forever.
He crowded me against my front door, sheltering me from the rain, but not the storm he caused in my blood. His gaze dropped to my mouth.
Tell me to go, and I'll go.
Tell me to stop, and I'll stop. Xander's voice blended with X's in my head. So similar, so deep. I couldn't breathe as his fingers captured my chin and tipped my head back. With my spine against the door and his hips millimeters from pressing into mine, I couldn't move as he hovered over my lips. Our eyes locked. His glasses caught the light I'd left on for Peng. His mouth hovered over mine with delicious, drawn-out torture. I quaked in my soaking shoes and waited, and Couldn't wait anymore. Soaring up on my tiptoes, I smashed my lips to his. He shuddered and collapsed against me. The door creaked as our weight slammed against it. I cried out as the knocker caught me right in the shoulder blade. Ow!
Shit.
Wrenching away, his eyes flared with panic.
Damn, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean...
It's fine. It was just the knock.
It's not fine. I got carried away. Fuck. I don't know what I was thinking. He hurt you because of me. It's too soon. I should never have...
Xander, it's okay.
I would never hurt you, Sailor. You know that, right?
His eyes gleamed with fear and stress and guilt. His glasses slid down his nose, only for him to shove them back into place. The tic was so him, so full of nerves, that any hope of him being X dissolved with the last of the rain. I slouched against my door. A chill crept into my heart. I accepted that Xander might want me, but he was far too shy to claim me. And I wasn't ready to be the brave one, not yet. Turning around, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Dripping over the rug where I'd had my first panic attack, I looked back and forced a smile. He hadn't moved, keeping his hands balled at his sides as if he'd forgotten how to walk.
Sailor,
He wiped his mouth, removing any trace of our fleeting kiss.
There's something I need to tell.
Not tonight. I cursed the sting of tears. We'll both catch the flu if we don't get dry. Look after yourself, okay, Xander? Sleep well. I closed the door and staggered back as the best kitten in the world leapt into my arms and attacked me with love, doing exactly what I'd hoped Xander would do, but didn't.
So you kissed my twin tonight, huh?
I smiled as X stepped through my kitchen and into my newly renovated living room. His brown eyes glowered above his skull-painted mask. His blue-black hair and eyebrow piercing made him the quintessential bad boy, a protective monster who stomped around in heavy boots and made me break apart on his fingers. I stretched on the new couch, bold and far too brazen. Who? You mean Xander? I shrugged with a wink. I can't help that I like you both. Stalking toward me, X reclined against the threshold.
Did you stop to think that it would make me jealous?
The faintest coil of worry worked through me. Can you be jealous when I was hoping you were the same person? I didn't realize he was your brother. He sniffed coldly, cruelly.
And now that you know we're not the same, what are you going to do? Be with me or him?
I sat up, fear prickling down my spine. You're the one who broke up with me, remember?
I didn't expect you to throw yourself at another man the second I was out of the picture. In fact, I tend to agree with your ex.
Stalking toward me, he pinned my shoulders to the couch, yanked his mask down, and bared his teeth.
You are a slut.
I choked and shot upright. Just a dream, just a dream. Rubbing my rabbiting heart, I squinted in the bright sunshine streaming through my window, panged me out where he blinked from my pillow. His ginger coat so much shinier than when I first got him. Scooping him into a hug, I lay back down and placed his soft, warm weight on my chest. He needed me, no doubt feeling my racing heart beneath him. The longer he made biscuits on my Sailor Moon t-shirt, the slower my pulse became. Just a dream, that's all. I'd done something very out of character last night. It was only natural my conscience decided to punish me. X would never hurt me. Even if he did get jealous, it wouldn't drive him to do what Milton did. I'm safe. So why did I reach for my phone to check if he'd messaged me? Why did I feel both sad and angry that he hadn't replied to my panic thread from last night? For all he knew, I was still in the movie theatre, curled in a ball in the corner. Even Xander hadn't messaged me, but Lily had. Lily, OMG, pick up the damn phone, I'm worried it's sick. Lily, why did Xander call me and demand to know where you were last night? Lily, are you dead? Because you're going to be for ignoring me. Lily, Sailor, you call me back right now. Lily, Sails, I'm super worried about you. Uh-oh. Shifting Peng off my chest, I went to call her. Someone pounded like a crazed animal on my front door. Sailor Moon, you open this door right now! I'm in trouble. I winced and nose-bopped Peng. Can you protect me? She's super scary when she's mad. He yawned, showing me his sharp little teeth. I'll take that as a yes. Scooting out of bed, I grabbed my kitten and darted down the stairs in my night shorts and oversized tee. Lily kept knocking, the banging echoing down the corridor as I flicked the deadbolt and wrenched it open. Her eyes roved over me. She looked flawless in a power suit of rich grey with a black shirt and heels, her hair coiled and perfect. Well, you're not dead then. Throwing myself at her, I hugged her, squishing Peng between us. I'm so sorry, Lils. I have no excuse. But after what happened in the movies and then in the car park and then with Xander, exhaustion swamped me the moment I got home and I crashed. I crashed way harder than I thought I would and... Whoa, what? What's happened with Xander? That's what you decide to focus on. I huffed, pulling away. Kissing my cheek, revealing she wasn't that mad, she moved me aside and stomped toward the kitchen. Fine. What happened in the car park? What happened in the movie? I demand to know every minute of last night, and then you're going to tell me everything that you've been hiding. Following her, I plopped Peng on the countertop, then scooped up his bowl and put his morning rations into it. The orange furball ploughed head first, ignoring both of us as I added water to the kettle and 2 lemongrass ginger tea bags to big chunky mugs. While the kettle boiled, I gathered my hair into a messy ponytail and figured out how to tell her that I'd fooled around with my stalker, had the hots for my neighbour, and beat up a guy who tried to rob me. But I froze. My mind finally caught up to what I'd seen outside when I'd answered the door. Something that shouldn't be there. Hang on. Racing back through the house, I ripped open the door and tripped onto the front deck. My car slept peacefully on the driveway, as if it had been there all night long. How is that possible? Glancing at Xander's house, I saw no evidence of him being awake so early. Not that 8 o'clock was early. With his crazy shifts, he could already be elbow-deep in a surgery. That's strange. The camera on his veranda that usually pointed at his garage had been angled to point at my front yard. Had the wind done that? Why would it? You better start talking, Sales. Otherwise I'm going to hold you down and tickle you like we did as kids until I get answers. She wriggled her fingers. I haven't forgotten how quickly you squeal when I find the spot between your ribs. I flinched away from her. No need for threats. I have every intention of telling you, but hold that thought. Oh my God, you're driving me mad. Lily stomped her high heel as I padded barefoot down the garden path and opened the car door. No clues hinted to how it had gotten here on its own. No note, no answers. Lily loomed over me, investigating my old car as if it would tell her what I was hiding. Start spilling, right this second. Memories of kissing Xander last night. The ignition of blistering heat, followed by the bucket of ice water. If only the damn door knocker hadn't jammed into my back. If only he'd asked if I was okay instead of assuming that I wasn't. My heart's picked up its exhausted beat again. Even if I had ended back at Xander's house, could I honestly say I would have slept with him? I mean, I wanted to be free, but that free? That unattached to jump from one man's bed to another? Perhaps it was a good thing the knocker had stopped us. As much as I rode the high of adrenaline last night, if I'd woken in Xander's bed this morning, I honestly didn't know how I would have reacted. Sailor! Lily waved in front of my face as I closed the car door and padded back toward the house. Who brought it back for me, and how? The keys were in my purse. They hadn't left my side. Unless X broke in last night and stole them. But if he cared enough to return my car, why hadn't he messaged me? I'm not cut out for this. Lily followed me through the house to the kitchen. Earth to sails! Pouring hot water over our tea bags, I didn't speak until I passed one mug to her and carried mine to the dining room table. Sipping on warm comfort, I debated blurting out everything. But something stopped me. I couldn't understand my actions. I no longer knew who I was or who I would become. All I knew was X was my dirty secret. Xander was my guilty pleasure. And right now, I needed to hide what I was going through so my best friend wouldn't judge me. Taking her hand, I squeezed her fingers. I need you to trust me that I'm okay, and I'll tell you everything, but not today. Today, I want you to tell me about the work mess last night. Did you get it sorted? How's that builder you're seeing? Aubrey, was it? She sighed heavily, her eyes sad. I know what you're doing, and I won't let you do it for much longer. I gave her a crooked smile. I know, just give me a few more days to get my head on straight, and then I'll tell you everything. Promise? I promise.
Chapter 42. Xander. Midnight watching. Another week from hell ensured I had no time to sleep, let alone freak out over my lack of a love life or how many lies I'd told. Between shifts, I spied on Sailor with my cameras and found comfort knowing she happily potted around at home. She hadn't tried to message X again, and when I'd contacted her as Xander 2 days ago, her reply had been polite and reserved instead of open and honest, and I couldn't do it. I was too tired, too drained. I missed her. I missed the way my heart would catch when a new text pinged. I missed her forwardness, pushing me to accept pieces of myself I would never ordinarily allow. But no matter how close we'd gotten and how great the orgasms had been, it had been based on lies, and I'd had no choice but to end it. Hitching my satchel up my shoulder, I left the hospital and headed toward the staff car park. Honestly, I probably shouldn't drive. I could barely see straight. I think the last time I slept was 53 hours ago, and I literally couldn't remember what my last meal was. The thought of returning to an empty house, an empty fridge, and an empty bed almost made me turn around again to see if Colin was still in his office. But I didn't, because if I didn't crash soon, I'd crash not just my car, but my health. At least I have 3 days off. I'd had 2 rosters off, but added a vacation day purely because the thought of coming back here so soon almost made me want to quit. As much as I loved helping people and seeing sick people enter and healthy people leave, I was at the end of my rope. Maybe I need a proper vacation. Somewhere with sun and sand and 2 weeks of nothing but the tropics. Unlocking my car, I slid in and rubbed my eyes beneath my glasses. A break sounded fucking awesome, but the thought of being the single idiot on a deck chair with no one to share cocktails with sounded dreadfully unappealing. Oh well. At least I had 72 hours of freedom before the grind began again. And the first thing I was doing was crawling into bed and forgetting about everything. I woke sometime around 2 a.m. Hunger pangs cut through my belly, causing enough discomfort that I couldn't get back to sleep. Exhaustion clung to my thoughts as I hauled myself unwillingly out of bed and stumbled down the stairs to the kitchen. Yawning, I checked the fridge and lack of supplies, settling on a bag of grapes that I'd bought last week and completely forgotten about. Rinsing them under the tap, I stuck them in a bowl, grabbed the rest of the cheese, slowly cultivating its own penicillin, and carried my midnight snack out to the living room. A crescent moon hung in the sky, dotted with silver stars. No lights shone in any of the houses, no foot traffic or car traffic. Everyone was fast asleep. Shoving a few grapes into my mouth, I bit off a corner of cheese and sat in the chair by the window. The view angled right into Sailor's front yard, revealing she'd mowed the strip of lawn at some point and yanked out a few offending weeds. How was she going with the renovation? Was she still painting the living room and deleting Milton's presents? How's her mental health going? Seeing her appearing occasionally on my cameras between surgeries wasn't enough to know if she was happy. Alive, yes, but anything else, I had no idea. Movement caught my attention as I worked my way through the grapes and cheese. Sailor. I froze as she stepped out of her front door and headed toward the swinging egg chair by the railing. Scooting onto the swing, she nursed a cup of something, wrapping both hands around it as if it was snowing outside and not hot enough for crickets to chirp. Her face tipped toward my place. I couldn't make out her features in the gloom, but I swear she stared exactly where my front camera was. Shrinking into the shadows, I hoped she couldn't see me. What was she doing up so late? Had she had another nightmare? A panic attack? My heart pounded at the thought of her struggling on her own. I should never have cut contact with X. What if she still needed to vent? To talk to a faceless stranger and get rid of all the darkness inside her? Fuck. Putting my empty bowl down, I padded back to the kitchen where I'd left my phone. Swiping on the device, I scanned a text from Colin and my younger sister before clicking on the thread with Sailor. I couldn't let her sit out there alone. It just wasn't possible. I'd text her as Xander. I was her neighbour after all. I'm allowed to spot her out the window without it being creepy. My thumbs flew over the screen as I made my way, in my boxer briefs, back to the living room. I didn't go near the window, just in case she saw me. She tucked her legs up and sipped her drink. Peng had joined her and sat curled on her lap. She looked so young, so innocent, just as alone as I felt. My chest ached. Me. Turns out we're both night owls. If you can't sleep, you can talk to me. I pressed send and watched for her reaction. She didn't move. She didn't reach for a phone, hinting she'd probably left it inside. Minutes ticked past, then half an hour. My eyelids drooped and my shoulders sagged. I swayed on my feet, doing my best to stay awake, all while fighting a losing battle. Finally, at 3 a.m., she vanished back inside, and I tripped up the stairs. I barely made it back to bed before I was out cold. Next time I woke was to brightness and noise. My phone screeched with its obnoxious ringtone, flooding my system with adrenaline. God, please don't let it be work. If I got called in, I honestly didn't think I'd make it through the day. I'd never been this sore, not just physically, but emotionally. It felt as if that proverbial train had come back and not just run me over, but dragged me behind it for miles. Fumbling in my bed covers, I found the wailing device and swiped it on. Dr. North speaking. Ooh, hello, Dr. North speaking. Don't you look at caller ID? I scowled and flopped back onto my pillow. What the hell are you doing calling me so early? It's 11 o'clock, Colin snickered. Fuck, is it? Stretching, I reached for my glasses. My foggy eyesight suddenly became crisp, revealing the sun was high in the sky. Shit, so it is. I take it you crashed hard. If you told me the world ended last night and you're the last person alive, I wouldn't be able to argue. Love those nights when you're dead. Sitting upright, I scratched my scruff and shoved a pillow behind my back. Still feel like I've been run over, though. I have the perfect cure for that. A friend of mine is going out on the lake with his boat this arvo. I asked if I could bring a +1. Oh, and you thought of me. I yawned. So sweet. Placing the call on speaker, I brought up my inbox, making sure I hadn't missed anything urgent. Christina and Jolie had messaged me in the family chat, along with a couple of colleagues at work. Colin's text loomed unanswered from an hour ago when he presumably tried to contact me. If you're keen, you're welcome. All you have to do is bring yourself and some beer. I could swing by and pick you up on my way. I kept scrolling. Sure, sounds... I choked as my eyes locked on a name that shouldn't be so recent in my inbox. Laurie. What the fuck? Colin's voice echoed as he spoke, but I couldn't understand him. I couldn't focus on a single thing apart from tapping on the message.
Laurie. Turns out you're not just a stalker, but a liar too. How do you know I'm up right now if you aren't watching me? Tell me, X, do you still spy on me all while forbidding me to see you again? Because that's not fair. I might have been okay with you watching me on a mutual basis. But if you think I'm going to put up with this being one-sided, think again.
Oh fuck, what did I do? What? Colin asked. What did you do? I fucked up, that's what. How?
I messaged her as X last night, in my half-comatose state. I thought I messaged her as Xander. I completely blanked. I have 2 goddamn phones. You are definitely not cut out for this spy shit, Superman. My heart plummeted as I read Sailor's second message, sent at 3:30 a.m.
Laurie, I'll give you 12 hours to tell me where you put your cameras so I can rip them out. If you don't, I'm going to the police. And this time, I'll give them my phone and they can deal with you.
Fuck. I have to go. What do you mean, go? I'm coming to get you, remember? No, I mean, I can't come to the lake. I have to... Shit. Something super fucking important just came up. Super fucking important, huh? Does this important task begin with an S and end with an R? Launching out of bed, I dashed to my window and looked into Sailor's back garden. I froze. There she was, lugging a ladder twice the size of her, from the back gate to the corner of her house where weeds grew out of the veranda gutters. She didn't mean to clean them herself, did she? Didn't she know how many accidents I saw in the ER thanks to idiots and ladders? Fuck. Hanging up on Colin, I tapped Sailor's number and called her. I paced while the ringtone echoed in my ear and watched her marching toward her house with a life-destroying ladder. She never answered.
Chapter 43. Sailor. All boys suck, especially the masked ones. Shoving the ladder against the side of the house, I tried to remember what Jim had instructed. I'd gone round this morning with another peach cobbler, exchanging sugar for tools. What had he said? Lock the legs, hoist the middle, brace the joints? The clunky wooden thing weighed a frickin' ton. My arms already shook before I'd climbed one rung. That could partially be thanks to the struggle of carrying it over here, but also mostly thanks to X. How dare he message me last night? How dare he spy on me, contact me, and then ghost me when I'd replied? He'd cut contact for almost 2 weeks, and then out of the blue, I get a message that he's watching me, and we can chat. What sort of game was he playing? In what world did he think that was acceptable? My phone pinged in my back pocket of my jean shorts. I'd heard it ringing while carrying the ladder over the lawn, but had no intention of answering it. I didn't want to run the risk. I'd already answered one call that rattled me this morning. I wasn't ready for another one. I flinched, despite myself recalling the case officer handling Milton's incarceration, telling me a court date had been set a few months from now. I would have to testify. That chat had almost sent me spiraling backward. I'd hovered my fingers over my phone, desperate to message X, even though I was furious with him. He'd opened communication between us again, and the temptation to share the scratchy, scared feeling inside at seeing Milton again almost overwhelmed me. But he hadn't messaged me back even after I'd threatened him. He'd sent me nothing, and I refused to put my hurt out there only for it to hang in Neverland. Curling up the sleeves of my paint-splattered shirt, I sagged in the blistering hot morning. Ever since the call about Milton, I'd stayed busy. I'd baked cakes for Jim and Xander. I'd played with Peng, added a final coat of paint to my skirting boards in the living room, and now decided to attack the gutters where arrogant dandelions grew. Autumn was coming, which meant bad weather and rain, and no way did I want my newly decorated house to leak. I marched back inside and grabbed a pair of rubber gloves and a few trash bags. Peng came trotting from where he'd been cooling himself on an ice mat I'd brought him. I'd learnt he didn't like the heat, and after freezing the mat overnight, it stayed nice and cool for most of the day, giving him a reprieve. He meowed and wound himself around my ankles. Ducking, I scratched his chin. You don't want to be out there today, it's roasting. Standing upright, my cell phone fell out of my shallow back pocket, clattering to the floor. The SIM inbox from the phone X had given me, the one I shouldn't still care about, flashed with a new message. I moved embarrassingly fast.
X, please don't go to the police. I'm within your 12-hour deadline, and I'm sorry for messaging you last night. It was a mistake. It won't happen again.
Frustrated anger roared through me. I almost punched my screen. Me. A mistake. What was the mistake? The fact that you got caught spying on me, or that you can't seem to stop? Glaring at my phone, I wished I had the willpower to block him and throw away the device. I wouldn't go to the police. I wasn't the type to hurt someone who'd helped me. But I also couldn't stay in touch with someone who'd broken up with me. He didn't break up with you. You weren't going out, for goodness sake. Every emotion I'd done my best to pretend wasn't real raged into being. I'd shoved X out of my head and heart and replaced him with Xander. I'd baked my neighbour a vanilla sponge this morning to thank him for Peng, but also because I was going to be brave and ask him out. It might be too soon, and my triggers might still flare, and I might have unresolved feelings for another man, but I was ready to move on and get out of this house and start living again.
X, you're right. I shouldn't still watch you, but I had to know you were okay.
Me. And you don't think I deserve to know that you're okay? You don't think it's cruel to barge into someone's life, make them care, then vanish like you never existed?
X, I'm sorry.
Me. That's it.
X, I don't know what you want me to say.
Me. How about you tell me your name and where you live? Tell me why you went so cold. Tell me how you could be with me the way you were and then just disappear. Angry tears pricked my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. Penged me out again, headbutting my ankle. I wasn't done. I sent another message. Me. You said you had a crush on me, yet you walked away so easily. That makes me think you never felt anything toward me, or you're utterly heartless because no one who said those things and did what you did could walk away without a goodbye.
X, I agree on all those points. I'm not a good guy. I did warn you. I started watching you to keep you safe, and by staying with you, I put you in danger. I did the only thing I could.
Me. Do you honestly think I'm buying this nonsense? How did you put me in danger? It took him a few minutes, but my phone finally vibrated.
X, I put you in danger because when I'm with you, I lose control. You make me become someone else. And after everything you've survived, no way could I ever do that to you.
Me. So you're saying you'll snap like that bastard did and strangle me to death?
X, no, of course not.
Me. You're saying you'll beat me black and blue just for talking to my neighbour?
X, never. I'm not a lunatic.
Me. I kind of think you are actually, because if you wouldn't strangle me or beat me, then how would you put me in danger?
X, Christ, don't you get it? Do I have to be black and white with you?
Me. Yes, be very black and white.
X, fine. I can't be around you because when I'm with you, I want you. I want you so fucking badly. And I honestly don't know if I'd be able to stop myself.
A full body shudder woke up every nerve ending in desire. My heart burned like a comet. My core clenched. I grew wet and needy and angry. Very, very angry that, for the first time in my life, I'd responded to a man the way I'd always hoped. He delivered pleasure in ways I'd only read about, and then he left because he thought I was a fragile little victim who would break if he let loose. Stupid, idiotic man. He sent another text while I stewed in lust, so violent, so vicious, I snarled at nothing and paced the kitchen.
X, that night in your bedroom, when I helped you come for the first time, drove me into some pretty nasty places. I meant what I said when you'd be fucked 5 ways to Sunday, and that isn't how you should be treated.
I almost convulsed at the imagery of X taking me without apology, driving into me, freeing me from the chains Milton had wrapped me in. I needed sex to shatter my rickety prison. I needed to replace my past with the present, and I didn't want quaint missionary in the dark. I didn't want someone to whisper sweet nothings and touch me with velvet gloves. I wanted bruises to replace old bruises. I wanted real and messy and hard and fast and connection. And that hurt because as much as I crushed on Xander, I couldn't see him delivering the type of explosive, obsessive, animalistic chaos that I needed. And I didn't think I could move on until I'd been thrown around in pleasure instead of pain. I didn't know how to fully heal until another man made me feel as weak and as vulnerable as Milton had that night, only to deliver mind-splintering orgasms instead of life-stealing horror. Did that make me messed up? Would it make sense to anyone but me? I didn't know, and I was sick of not knowing, but I needed to know. I wanted to be taken and ruled and protected and pleasured, and the fact that X had woken all these dark, colliding, chaotic needs inside me pissed me the hell off. He might be man enough to make me come, but he wasn't man enough to make me heal, and that was fine. It's fine. It's not his job. I don't need him. I'm done. Me. You know, you could have just asked what I wanted instead of assuming for me. If you had, you would have known I wanted everything you just said. But it's too late now. You left, and I'm busy. You have 24 hours to remove those cameras, or else. He responded within a few seconds.
X, or else what?
Fury made me grin like a madwoman. I didn't know how he did it, but good God, he turned me on. Just a few messages, and I was as wet as I had been on my couch when he kissed me. Me. Or else I'll take the gift you gave me and masturbate in my back garden. I'll show you just what you're missing, or will I prove that I don't need you? There. I grinned at Peng. That'll teach him. Swiping away my ponytail, I marched toward the back door. If he didn't see how I responded to him, or how much I wanted him, then he's as blind as a frickin' bat, and good riddance. Stomping to the ladder, I shoved the bin liners into my waistband, then wrapped one hand around a rung. My phone buzzed.
X, if you climb up that ladder, I'm going to snap.
My heart added feathers to its burning comet, turning into a flying fireball. Me, I can do whatever the hell I want.
X, like hell you can. I didn't put this much time and effort into keeping you alive, only for you to kill yourself.
Me, stop watching me, stop messaging me, leave me the hell alone.
X, last chance, Laurie. Hire someone else to clean your gutters. It's not safe to do it on your own.
The fact that he cared so much about my well-being, the fact that a text about something as mundane as house maintenance could somehow become foreplay, ought to have warned me not to push any further. But screw it. It was my turn to snap, my turn to be ridiculous and wild and stupid. Me. The only way I'm not going up this ladder is if you make me. And then I tossed my phone onto the chair and scurried up to the roof.
Chapter 44. Xander. Threats have consequences. My eyes stung from shoving brown contacts in. My hair still reeked of black hair dye, and I dressed so damn fast, I honestly didn't know how I wasn't wearing 2 different shoes. Bolting out of the conservatory, I breathed hard behind my mask and slipped through the fence palings. Racing over her lawn, I caught sight of her as I cut around the side. She balanced precariously with one arm wrapped around the ladder and an open bin liner in the other. Her rubber gloves were already covered in decaying muck from reaching into the gutters.
Laurie, get your ass down here. Right the fuck now.
Peng meowed and charged from inside, almost making me trip. Leaping over him, I skidded to a stop at the bottom of the ladder, just as one of the old wooden rungs cracked and splintered. My heart seized. Sailor let out the quietest,
Oh!
And then she tumbled. Mud and weeds flying, bin liner fluttering, and her highly breakable body tipping backward. I didn't think, I just acted. Spreading my arms, I judged her trajectory and braced myself. She landed as a dead weight, sprawling like a bride in my embrace.
Oof.
Staggering backward, I struggled to keep my balance so we both didn't plummet into the flowers. My shoulders screeched. My arms trembled. I fought to find her center of gravity. Her panicked eyes met mine as I finally stabilized and clutched her close. For a moment, she didn't move. She panted hard, shock switching to realization of how close she came to breaking her back, or worse. I drowned in her vibrant blue eyes. I crippled beneath the thundering of my heart. Emotions surged through me. Protective ones, possessive ones, grateful and angry, and needy ones. Christ, I'd missed her. I hadn't been aware how wrong life felt without her in it. How empty my arms were. How painful my loneliness had become. I needed to kiss her, touch her, make sure she was okay. But all I could think about was her deliberately putting herself in harm's way. She'd been pig-headed and reckless, and it made me far too fucking angry. All those sleepless nights of watching out for her, all those moments I put my own well-being on the line to heal hers. She owed me, goddammit. She owed me for caring, and this was how she repaid me. No, just no, not gonna happen.
You!
She shoved both hands against my chest, smearing my black t-shirt with gunk. I tripped backward and dropped her. Her feet swung down just in time to keep her standing. Tripping away from me, she ripped off her dirty rubber gloves and tossed them onto the grass. Balling her fists, she hissed.
What the hell are you doing here? How dare you?
What the hell am I doing here? What the hell are you doing? I flung an arm at the decrepit ladder. That relic is rotten to its core. It could have killed you.
Don't be so dramatic. It wouldn't have killed.
How about I finish the job, seeing as you're so determined to put yourself at risk?
Don't you dare threaten me.
Why? I stalked into her, seething behind my mask. If your life means so little to you, then why should I care? Why should I do my best to keep you safe? What the fuck are you doing? This wasn't me. I didn't mean any of this, but I couldn't stop.
I didn't ask you to keep me safe, you asshole.
She bared her teeth. Peng bounced around with unhappy meows. Neither of us paid him any attention.
You're the one who appointed yourself my protector.
And good thing I did. Otherwise, you'd be in fucking pieces right now.
I was already in pieces, you prick.
Then you're welcome. I seem to have done such a bang-up job looking after you that you're now healed enough to do idiotic things like cripple yourself.
I would not have crippled myself.
Her cheeks shot red with rage.
And you lost any right to worry about me the moment you ghosted me. You never showed at the movies. You never even replied.
I wouldn't have had to ghost you if you hadn't made me want you.
Oh, so this is my fault, is it?
She threw her hands up in the air.
Of course. Go ahead. Be the typical cliché moron blaming a woman for his behaviour. His stalking, spying, shady, stupid behaviour.
Snatching her around the shoulders, I held her tight. Careful, Laurie. Be really fucking careful.
Or what? You'll leave again?
I panted hard behind my mask, my fingers digging deep. Beneath my fury, bone-breaking gratefulness flooded me. She was still alive, still whole, still mine. Mine. She's always been mine. My voice lowered to a growl. Or I'll take you into the house and show you exactly how furious I am. She quaked with a full-body shudder, then shoved my hands off her. Her eyes flooded with heat.
No, you won't. You would never lay a finger on me, and that's the damn problem.
I remember laying 3 fingers on you, if I'm not mistaken. I hissed, uncontrollable lust arcing through me. And a tongue. A wicked glint appeared in her molten stare.
Funny, I remember begging for more and you refusing.
You weren't ready.
Don't tell me what I was or wasn't, you pompous jerk.
You were still covered in bruises.
And I wanted you to paint me with new ones. Ones I chose.
A rage billowed to match mine. Curling her fist, she struck me in the chest.
You were so intent on fixing me, you didn't see what was right in front of your face. Why did you have to make me feel that level of pleasure, huh? Why did you awaken me to all these feelings and then have the audacity to just vanish?
Hitting me again, she snarled.
I'm so pissed off at you. I hate that you're here. I hate that you're still trying to protect me, all while being so stupidly blind.
Laughing, she shrugged.
But, you know what? It's fine. I'm fine. I don't want you anymore. I'm not some victim anymore. I'm not some breakable doll to wrap up in bubble wrap. I'm alive and horny, and I'm done playing whatever game this is. So go away, X. Vanish like you always do. Leave me alone so I can find someone else who will give me.
You're not finding anyone.
You can't stop me. I'm going to pick a guy who...
No way in hell is that happening. No fucking way am I letting another man touch you. Ever.
You don't own me. I can do whatever I damn well want.
My heart pounded as I gave in to the possession, the obsession. Try me and see what happens.
Okay, fine. Let's see what happens. Tell you what, I'll go out right now and find a guy to do what you refuse to do, and you can damn well watch.
Last warning. My voice resembled tar and gravel. I'm not in the mood to fight with you.
Well, I am. I've been in the mood ever since you first touched me.
I need you to go inside. Right now.
More demands, huh? All right, two can play at that game.
Stepping toward me, she hissed.
What I need is for you to come here and kiss me.
My cock almost crawled out of my black slacks. I shook and shattered and clung to the last shreds of my self-control. I don't come on command.
You sure about that? Pretty sure you came last time.
Careful.
No, you be careful.
Her smile was nasty.
Just go away, all right? Your threats won't work because I know they're empty.
I went fatally still. You don't think I'll punish you for putting your life in danger? Stop, right now. This wasn't safe. The doctor in me screamed to end this. This fight careened toward one conclusion. A conclusion that would scramble all her healing and leave me as the guy who hurt her. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms.
Actually, I think you're repressed and afraid and would rather walk away than let yourself go.
I let go, and this won't end well. She sniffed with arrogance.
For you, probably. But for me, I'll get what I've been begging for all along.
It was my turn to quake and burn and yearn. My thoughts turned black. If I gave in, this wouldn't be nurturing and nice. I wouldn't be able to give her sweet and soft. Fucking her when I was this angry would be like a physiotherapist allowing his patient rehabbing from a broken leg to enter a marathon. It'll break her all over again. Go inside, Laurie. Lock the door. She smiled with a terrible little grin.
Nope. You know what? I'm going to do exactly what I said and find a man who's willing to follow through on his threats.
Spinning away, she flounced toward the back door.
See ya.
My teeth cracked, I clenched so hard. What the fuck are we doing? This doesn't even make sense. You dare approach another guy, and I'll call in all my debts. She turned back to face me slowly.
What's that supposed to mean? Debts? What debts?
I tried to stop words from forming. I did my best to be better. I failed. My boot-encased feet thudded toward her as the politeness and professionalism I'd clung to all my life cracked piece by piece. Did you honestly think I've been keeping you safe all this time for free? I cocked my head. That I've invested so many hours into making sure you were whole again, just so another man could have you. Fuck, what are you doing? Her eyes bugged, desire pooling like blue addiction.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you are mine. If you want a man, an undeserving man who might hurt you, use you, and disrespect you, then I suppose that man will have to be me. She gulped and backpedaled toward the door. I waited to see fear, to see panic. All I saw was her chest heaving and lips glistening, and her surrendering to everything that I'd promised. I hunted her, slowly. Where are you going? Suddenly afraid. She scrambled for words.
Of course not. I'm not afraid of you.
Good. Then come here and prove I'm the only man permitted to touch you. Her nose stuck up.
I'm not yours, you jerk. I'm my own person.
You might think that, but you're not. You're mine, Sailor Rose. And you owe me for every night you made me hard watching you through the window. You owe me for every morning you made me fall in love with you watching you in the garden. You owe me for every smile and touch and moment. You've driven me insane. You've turned me into someone I don't even recognize. And I'm done. You want to see me snap? Congratulations. You're about to get your wish.
How do you know my full name?
Black spots in my eyes. Faintness over my thoughts. Fuck. I just slipped. I should apologize. I needed to get a grip on myself and stop being this asshole. But I'd given in. There was no going back. You know what? I bared my teeth. I'm done with this. Stepping into her, I grabbed her around the waist and hoisted her over my shoulder. Spanking her ass, I stalked toward the back door and sidestepped the orange kitten chasing us.
Put me down!
She pummeled my back.
X, what the hell?
I couldn't talk. I literally couldn't string two words together. I was too afraid, too annoyed, too worked up. I shook my head and spanked her again. Not hard, but not gentle either. Carrying her inside, I waited until Peng dashed over the threshold before slamming the door and tossing her onto her feet. The second she was free, she backed up and shoved a finger in my face.
Get out! Right now!
No. Balling my hands, I stalked her. Any remnants of who I was, the oath I took, the decisions I'd made to be the best guy I could be, were shredded by my feet by the very real knowledge, the very painful, agonizing knowledge, that if I'd been just a second later, she would have been hurt so badly. And it would have been her fault. Her stupid, stubborn fault, because she didn't want to rely on anyone. I was so sick of people relying on me. But in one idiotic move, she'd proven she didn't need my help anymore. And I was done. Done protecting her. Done mollycoddling her. If she was brave enough to climb up a ladder and flirt with certain death, then she was healed enough to deal with me. Her back crashed against the wall by the fridge in the same spot where I'd kissed her the last time. I'd found a limit to my self-control that night. I'd strayed over a line and kissed her harder than I'd ever kissed anyone. And now, I found another limit. I found a temper I never knew I had. a temper that chewed through all my politeness and made me fucking rage. Slapping my hands on either side of her head, I trapped her against the wall. Does this feel like an empty thread to you? Her palms landed on my chest, trying to shove me away. I absorbed her push, barely rocking on my feet. Her eyes narrowed.
Stop crowding me.
I'm done taking orders from you. I'm done treating you gently. If you can put yourself in danger, then why the fuck can't I?
What do you mean?
You want me to give you what you want? All right then. My gaze dropped to her parting lips. I'm going to give you everything you asked for, and I'm not going to stop until both of us are broken. Clamping my hand over her eyes, I wrenched down my mask with the other. Oh, and by the way, you should probably pick a safe word.
Chapter 45. Sailor. Emotional explosion. I squirmed and thrashed as X blindfolded me with his hand, then smashed his mouth to mine. He claimed me in one vicious, violent kiss. Collapsing against me, he made my heart stop, my mind snap, and my soul flutter into tatters at his feet. He kissed me painfully hard, exquisitely hard. With a single kiss, he bulldozed through the fortress I'd painstakingly built. A fortress I didn't even know existed until its bricks shattered into dust and I snapped into a creature I didn't recognize. I switched from fighting him to kissing him back. Our fight sharpened the air, the tension and frustration. The freedom I'd felt as speaking up for myself and embracing wildness. The chaos and need, the crazy and desperate. I didn't have to hide with him. I could yell at him without fearing he'd strike. I could strip away all my lies and be mean and needy and wrong. God, I'd never gotten this angry before over something this trivial. Never let myself feel these levels of emotions. But now I felt all of them. I felt need and annoyance, betrayal and relief. But beneath all of them, I felt love and lust and bone-aching longing. I fought him as his tongue spread past my lips, slicing through my thoughts and setting me blissfully free. My carefully cultivated personality of likes and dislikes, limits and desires all tumbled like hollow dominoes. With a guttural groan, he attacked me in a maelstrom of nasty, nice, bruising and blissful. We kissed hungrily, savagely. I lost the ability to think as he touched me, kissed me, then kicked my legs apart and pressed his hips into mine. He thrust up as he shoved his tongue in my mouth. I no longer knew if I fought him off or dragged him closer. I lost track of his hands, his lips, his tongue. He touched me with rabid fingers, all while holding me reverently. I wasn't afraid. I was liberated. I kissed him back. Harder, deeper, meaner. I bit his bottom lip until I tasted blood. I clawed at his neck until I left my mark. He snarled and almost shoved me through the wall with his need. My fists pummeled his shoulders, siphoning all my feelings into physical form. But he didn't stop. He just accepted my violence. He let me punch him all while he kissed me like a man intent on consuming my every thought and wish and dream. And I loved him for that. I loved that I could give in to this lunacy and embrace my need to stand up for myself, all while giving in. I loved that he dominated me, but I never, not once, felt unsafe. He was everything I'd been looking for, and the thought of him vanishing after this. It made me grab fistfuls of his hair and yank him painfully close, to hold on tight, to jerk and punish and hurt. He snarled into my mouth, relinquishing all his power to me, all while forcing me to submit to him. I surrendered to his control and shivered at his sacrifice to be my punching bag while he dragged me, kicking and screaming into freedom. I would never be the same after this, never want another man after this.
Slut!
I gasped as Goblin Milton sliced through my thoughts.
Always knew you were a whore.
I fell backward through time, past and present combined, delivering every one of Milton's punches, kicks, and suffocation. I went rigid in X's arms. Phantom pain ripped through my limbs. Tears leaked against my control. He froze. His fingers tightened over my eyes, keeping me blind, all while he wrenched his mouth away. No, don't, I mewled. Don't stop.
How can I not?
He choked. Our mania turned to agony. We stood in the eye of the storm, breaking each other apart. I didn't mean to. It's not you. I squirmed beneath his fingers. Let me see. Drop your hand. He didn't reply. Didn't move. Trapped, my heart seized. Breasts ached, and legs struggled to stand. More tears slipped beneath his palm, brimming with frustration. I wanted to scream. Why did I have to cry? Why did Milton still have this hold on me? Why did you have to stop?
Hey, it's okay.
He shuddered, nudging his nose to mine, softly, gently.
It's just me. I know I'm angry with you right now, and you're furious with me, but I would never hurt you. You know that, right? This stops the second you change your mind. Just say the word, and I'm gone.
It's not that. I sagged against him, giving in to him keeping me blindfolded. It's not even him. I struggled to put into words to describe the sweetest ecstasy he'd given. I was free for the first time. I stepped into someone I've always wanted to be. He stayed quiet, letting me sift through my truth. But then he shifted as if to let me go. I dug my nails into his waist. If you leave, you will never be welcome back here again. Do you hear me? His fingers flexed over my eyes.
But if I'm making it worse...
You're not. You're making everything better. Swallowing hard, I tipped up my chin. Kiss me.
We should talk about...
I'm done talking. What I want is for you to finish what you started. He let out a harsh growl.
Laurie,
Wait. Laurie? He called me Sailor Rose before. How? Sucking in a shaky breath, I whispered. You called me Sailor. In the garden. He went deathly still. Cold water trickled down my spine. X. How do you know my real name? A tortured noise sounded in the back of his throat. His hips rocked into mine, almost as if he had no control over the obsession we'd started. Blinded by him, my other senses kicked in until I swore every part of him throbbed with guilt and regret and grief. I hated it. I hated that our passions switched to self-consciousness, ruining everything. And in that moment, on the precipice of getting everything I wanted, I didn't want to know. I didn't want to see his face or know his name or have reality ruin this. I suffered my own guilt that I'd chosen to sleep with a stranger instead of dating my kind-hearted neighbour. But I couldn't deny that pieces of me had fallen for X. I'd tripped the night he watched me cry in the garden, then wrapped me in a blanket to keep me warm. I'd fallen with every message and whisper, every touch and text. I'd fallen for a stranger, all while falling for my neighbour. And now my heart tore in two because I didn't want to stop. Anger returned, filling me with spark and fire. I dug my fingers over his thundering heart, fighting the urge to gouge my way through his chest to see if he felt as confused as me. Actually, don't answer that. I don't.
I've watched you for a while.
He groaned as if the words were torn out of him.
I've heard your friend Lily call you by your full name.
He swallowed hard as if scrambling for half-truths.
I've seen your mail too.
The darkness from his hand was absolute. I couldn't see if he was lying. His fingers threaded with mine against his chest. Without a word, he pressed my palm down until it felt as if I held his pounding heart. His body trembled with heat. The closeness of his lips made me tingle, all while my stomach flipped upside down as a bolt of lust arrowed like lightning. Why did he feel so familiar? Why was I so drawn to him? It was too much, too intense, too painful. He shifted and pressed his lips to my ears, making me break out in goosebumps.
I've also watched your neighbour.
I melted. I wanted. You have? The tip of his tongue traced the shell of my ear, making me shudder.
He's an idiot. If he had any guts, he'd tell you that he loves you. He'd admit he's wanted to touch you like this for years.
How could you possibly?
Know that he loves you.
A broken chuckle fell from him.
You just have to look at him to see it.
My heart twisted in my chest. Why are you telling me this?
Because you should order me to leave and be with him instead.
I trembled at the thought of stumbling next door and kissing Xander this way. I couldn't picture it, couldn't see him ever being this rough with me, this hungry with me. And that made me sad, because Xander must never know about this. Lily must never know. X had promised to be my dirty secret, and he would stay that way. Stop talking about my neighbour.
You should give him a chance.
He murmured.
He would treat you far better than...
And there it is. I knew it. Defiant annoyance surged, followed by aching frustration. I struggled to get rid of his blinding palm. I knew your threats were empty. You have no intention of...
Fucking you.
He drove his hips into mine, branding me with his hardness.
Are you sure about that?
I shivered, lust dragging me back into its dark whirlpool. Words are cheap.
Words are safety.
His lips skated from my ear and along my jaw.
Did you think of one, by the way? Seeing as you're so determined to make me do this, and you've just proven you'll have flashbacks, I need a word. Give me a word that will make me stop the second you say it, because without it, I won't. I won't check in with you next time you flinch. I won't ask if you're okay when I'm balls deep inside you. That's my promise to you. I messed this up by stopping now, and I won't have the strength to do it again. When I kiss you next, nothing will make me stop.
His voice dropped to a rough snarl.
Nothing but a word. So give me one, before it's too late.
Are you trying to scare me off? My heart raced. Because it's not working.
Don't you get it?
He hissed.
I'm scaring myself. This isn't for you. It's for me. Give me a goddamn word, so I have a line not to cross, because I'm losing myself to everything I've ever wanted, and I honestly don't know how I'll cope.
Pulling back a little, Cotton rustled as if he went to pull his mask back up.
A word, sailor, or I'm leaving.
Sailor? It felt so strange to have him call me that. To hear his voice ache with despair. It clutched me around the heart and made me leap off the last of my trepidation. I chose the first word that popped into my head. North. I panted, my fingernails stabbing into his chest. My safe word is north. An animalistic grunt wrenched from him.
That's the word you choose.
My eyes tried to flare beneath his hand. Oh God, why? Why did it have to be that one? Why did I link Xander to this? Why did I say his last name? I opened my mouth to change my answer, to pick any other stupid letter, but X made a noise that arrowed straight through my heart and left me in pieces.
North it is.
He slammed his mouth back on mine. Wrenching a moan from the depths of my soul, I cried out as he drove his tongue inside. He lost control, broke every resistance, and devoured me. And I let him. I clung to his hair as he delivered the same mind-twisting pleasure he'd given the first night he'd made me come. His every lick, his every breath, his every rock drove me past flashbacks and fears and straight into freedom and fantasy. I wasn't afraid or scared because I trusted him. I trusted him to hurt me as well as heal me. I trusted him, and good God, that was the best feeling in the world. I no longer worried or took responsibility for my own protection because he was here. This man who'd walked into my life as if he'd always belonged. This man who caged me in his arms and imprinted his very soul onto my lips. His heart pounded against my ribs as if it fought to crawl inside me. He poured at me as if I'd vanish at any moment. I cried out as he suddenly lifted me with one arm and waited for me to wrap my legs around his waist. We both hissed as the throbbing heat of his erection branded between us. Keeping his palm over my eyes, he carried me into the living room, never stopping our kiss. Dumping me onto my feet again, his lips turned demonic. I answered him back with feral starvation. The deeper we kissed, the more nothing else mattered. Not names, not pasts or mistakes or truths. Just this. Just heartbeats and blood, need and belonging. Throwing my arms around his shoulders, I hung on as his head turned, his lips slid, and he yanked our kiss from insanity to cruelty. Tears welled and fell, streaking down my cheeks as I surrendered every piece. I needed him to break me, to break with me. I needed violence because I was strong enough to survive. I needed bloodshed and brutality because those were proof of life and living.
I'm not going to stop just because you're crying. You haven't said the safe word, so I'm going to take everything you have to offer me.
Spinning me around, he pinched my nape and kept my eyes facing the living room wall. The fresh white paint I'd used gleamed gold from the sun. The ancient box TV hissed with snow, turning itself on at some point in our mauling. Peng huddled on the windowsill, looking at us with wide green eyes. X hissed into my ear from behind.
Don't turn around. You do. And I'm gone.
Panting hard, dripping wet with need, I swayed in the centre of the living room while he stomped down the corridor. He moved about in the laundry. The sound of him raiding Nana's old boxes of supplies echoed, just before he marched back and set my skin alight with sensitivity. Just having him in the same room as me caused my entire body to break out in mind-searing flames. Crowding behind me, he pressed something soft and heavy over my eyes. Without a word, he tied the butterfly bead mask in place, repeating what we'd done the night he'd finally snapped and permitted me to make him come. I trembled as he spun me around and tugged at my shirt.
Off.
Raising my arms, I didn't speak as he removed my black shirt and unhooked my bra beneath. My nipples pebbled at the sound of my clothing being tossed away. My heart leaped into my throat as his fingers brushed my bare belly, undoing the button of my jean shorts and unzipping me.
Hold on to me if you need to.
I fumbled for his shoulders, blind and completely at his mercy. Balancing on one leg, I bit my bottom lip as he stripped my shorts off, then slid my underwear down. My pulse skyrocketed as I stood before him, unable to see and utterly nude. Pulling my hands off his shoulders, he commanded,
Stand there. Don't move.
Clothing rustled as he undressed. His boots thudded as if he'd tossed them aside. The sounds of my curtains being drawn and the sudden disappearance of the sun on my skin hinted he cocooned us in our own private world. I breathed hard as he came close. My skin broke out in searing goosebumps as he cupped my chin and pushed me down.
Kneel.
I gulped as a ricochet of womb-clenching lust had my knees wobbling. My mouth watered to suck him. But the moment I was on my knees, he pushed me until I sprawled backwards, kicking my legs out and landing on the nest of cushions I'd scattered on the floor while waiting for a new couch to be delivered. Disappointment filled me. I wanted to suck him. I wanted to make him break as much as he was breaking me.
Why do you have to be so gorgeous?
he whispered, his finger tracing the seam of my core. I flinched at the intimate touch. I moaned as he penetrated me with a single finger. I thrashed as he drove in deep, testing my readiness, driving me straight into hell.
Fuck. You're wet. So incredibly wet.
I had no words. None. I didn't care what I looked like, sounded like. With my eyes blindfolded and every sense blazing, I didn't know how much longer I could stand it. Do it, I groaned. Please.
Do what?
He inserted a second finger.
Make you come.
Fuck me. I'm going out of my mind. And there, in my X-induced delirium, Milton couldn't find me. The past didn't exist. The future didn't matter. I had no bills to pay, no walls to paint, no healing to solve. I was just his, and I really, really needed him to fuck me because my heart was about to burst and my sanity about to shatter. Shaking so hard my teeth clacked, I reached for the mask blinding me. I needed to see him, to watch.
But his fingers withdrew, and he tapped them warningly against my thigh.
If you want me to fuck you, you'll leave the mask where it is.
I pouted but dropped my arms. It isn't fair. I want to see you.
Next time.
His voice resembled brimstone and broken glass. The promise of a next time made an orgasm build. Heavy heat coiled around my bones, tingling in my blood. Something rustled again, followed by the telltale sound of a condom wrapper. The slap of his wallet on the floor hinted he'd come prepared. I was both grateful and jealous. If he ever tried to use those supplies on another girl, I would break far more laws than he had while stalking me. The cushion shifted a little as he moved between my legs, but he didn't lie down. Instead, he wrapped his arms around my shoulders and sat me up. His palms cupped my cheeks as we sat facing each other. His lips found mine again. I melted. I burned and burned and burned as he bit my bottom lip and kissed me. With a soft cry, I crawled onto his lap and slung my arms around his neck. He didn't stop me. With a snarl, he clutched me painfully close and plastered our stinging, sneering nakedness together. My breast to his chest, my wetness against the hard length of his erection, stabbing upright between us. Our kiss turned as deep as before, as demonic as before. I felt endlessly safe, tragically adrift, and incredibly, wonderfully free. A grunt tore out of him as our kiss turned savage, lick for lick, bite for bite. But that wasn't even the best part. The best part was how he hugged me, squeezed me, suffocated me in his arms as if he'd never let me go. I hugged him back, our heads tilting, our breaths merging, our bodies fighting to become one. His hips rocked against me, pulsing with hungry little thrusts. I tried to reach between us, but he grabbed my wrist and planted my palm on his chest again, granting his thundering heartbeat into my control. His mouth open wide, kissing me, binding me, keeping me his prisoner to plunder. I couldn't fight, couldn't run. But unlike the harrowing helplessness of the night I'd almost died, I wasn't afraid. I was ecstatic, electric, enthralled. I needed more. So much more. Looping his fingers around my throat, he squeezed just a little. I froze as the past did its best to splice over the now. Another man had once touched me there. Another man had almost killed me. But he was gone. An ex was here. And I wasn't responsible for my reaction. Pressing my throat deeper into his grip, I dropped my hand from his chest and wrapped my fingers around his condom-slippery cock. He grunted as I squeezed him. His fingers flexed around my neck, in time with mine. It made me wild. We became mirror images, plugged into the same mania, mimicking each other with matching finger pulses. My breath caught as he squeezed me. His breath choked as I squeezed him. We writhed together. Desperation becoming not just a word, but an existential crisis. Please, I moaned. Please.
Fuck. What are you doing to me?
His forehead pressed against mine as his lips parted wide, sucking in air as I jerked him up and down.
I can't think. I can't move. I can barely function with how much I need you.
Then take me. I fisted the base of his cock. He let out an explosive breath, his erection throbbing in my hand.
Sailor. Fuck.
He kissed me again, meanly, desperately.
You're making me lose my goddamn mind.
With the blackness blinding me, my other senses turned ruthlessly sharp. His voice, his smell, his energy, they weren't unknown. I'd heard his voice for years. I'd smelled his crisp, clean scent on the summer breeze. I recognized the electricity of his soul almost as if it were mine. Something bound us together with familiarity while he kept me blind and dined on me. Was this what people meant when they said they found their soulmate? Was it normal to feel as if you knew someone to the depths of their being when you didn't even know their face?
Put me inside you.
He whisper-choked against my ear.
Now, before I come all over you.
I shuddered as every part of me turned into molten obedience. Arching up on my knees, I angled him and hovered. When I didn't sink down, he groaned.
Are you trying to kill me? What are you waiting for?
His hand fell from around my throat, trailing to my breast and squeezing hard.
Do it, before I break.
I can't see. I licked my lips. I don't know where.
Let me.
His large hand wrapped around my smaller one, making me squeeze him extra hard. Pushing forward a little, he kissed the tip of my nose.
Now sit.
I obeyed. I went slow until I felt absolute heaven. His crown pressed against my entrance, unapologetically thick and hot and hard.
Christ, you're killing me.
His other arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me forward and pushing me down. I smirked despite my heart flying out of my chest. I cried out as the first inch of him sank inside me. Do you want me to stop? He let out the hottest, sexiest groan.
You stop, and I die. It's as simple as that.
Well then, I clung to his shoulders and sank a little deeper. We can't have that. Another inch. Another madness. We both cried out, trembling hard. We couldn't speak as I sank down and down, stretching over him, claiming him deep, deep inside me. Yanking our combined grip off his cock, he captured my cheeks again and smashed his mouth to mine. He kissed me between snatches of air and tortured groans. He kissed me as I kept sinking. His sighs pinched me with his ownership. His body twitched as if he was seconds away from losing control. The moment I sat on his thighs, joined in every way possible, we both froze. My core slowly accepted his intrusion. Our bodies quickly became one. His arms wrapped tight and held me down. His mouth found mine and kissed me deep as he thrust up with ferocity. He fucked me slow and hard, burrowing his face into my shoulder and biting me with need. More. Raking my fingernails over his back, I gave in to his thrusts and threw myself into begging. Please. He snapped. Launching forward, he shoved me down and pinned me to the floor. Grabbing both my hands, he slammed them above my head and gripped my wrists.
You know what word to give me if this becomes too much.
He kissed his way down my throat.
If you don't say it, I don't stop.
My skin misted with sweat, my pulse skyrocketed. I bordered on obsession as he held my wrists and plunged his cock inside me. I waited for an injection of terror, to remember Milton's abuse and have this incredible experience ruined. But nothing. I felt nothing, saw nothing, heard nothing but him. His mouth found mine again, kissing me just as hard as before. I flung myself into his control and surrendered, opening wide for his possessive tongue. His hips pulsed between mine, his cock pressing against my clit. I writhed as he nipped and licked me. My legs wrapped tight around his waist, caught up in the dance, the hunger and thirst and yearning. His back strained as I clung to him, his hips grinding deeper into me. He bit my bottom lip, hard, too hard. I cried out, automatically struggling. He held me down and fucked me harder. My mouth fell wide as he speared again and again inside me, claiming me like spoils of war. He was ruthless and merciless, and I'd never felt anything so good. The two sides of me, the fighter and the fragile, collided in a chaos of sparks. He took me like he hated me, all while his kisses said he loved me. He gave me violence and salvation. I transcended thoughts and feelings. I became nothing more than his as he plunged again and again, taking everything I had to offer, all while giving himself in return. My back arched. I ruptured with overwhelming completion. This was sex. This was freedom, togetherness, trust, total annihilation of self. Everything ached, my heart, my bones, my soul, my core. He filled every corner of me and broke apart every shadow. He withdrew and drove back where he belonged, shoving me harder and harder against the floor. The cushions scattered, his fingers lashed tighter on my wrists, but he didn't stop. He kept taking me, breaking me, freeing me.
Holy fuck.
He snarled in my ear.
Why? How? How are you doing this to me? Why do you feel this good?
The sensation of being too full and ruthlessly ridden brought out every primitive instinct. My hips rocked up, forcing him even deeper. He growled and fucked me in answer. We strained against each other, trembling and sweating and going out of our minds with need. His pulse came faster and faster, stabbing into me again and again, setting my blood on fire. I tensed as stars popped in my veins. I gasped as he conjured pure heaven. My eyes snapped closed behind my blindfold as everything coiled to erupt. I couldn't stand it, couldn't survive it. I wanted to shatter. I could barely speak as I fought where he held me and begged. Please, please. Collapsing over me, he found my mouth again and kissed me. He never stopped taking, his hips pumping with savage need. We were infected with the same violent sickness, the same uncontrollable connection.
I can't wait much longer.
He licked my bottom lip.
You need to come for me, right now.
A full body shudder had me so close. Angling his cock, we both groaned as the depth changed and he pressed against a tingling spot inside me. The base of him rubbed perfectly against my clit. Oh God, yes. Right there. Don't. My voice cut off as he shoved me face first into something sparkly and sharp and delicious. Don't stop. God, please don't stop.
Never.
He grunted, driving again and again.
I can't.
I saw literal shooting stars. My thighs trembled around his hips. The sounds of him fucking me made me spiral that final hill. Sucking in a breath, his lips brushed my ear as his hands let my wrists go, only to land in my hair and hold me down. His weight smothered me against the floor. Nowhere to go, no way to stop him. For a horrifying second, I panicked, but then his whisper set me free.
I'm the one inside you, Sailor. I'm the one fucking you. From now on, I'm the only one. You belong to me, and you're going to come for me, because the moment you do, I can join you, and... fuck.
I came. I shattered. He felt me. He swallowed a curse as I cried out, convulsing with body fisting waves. Clench after clench, I exploded with the best orgasm of my life, milking him, gripping him, making him...
Jesus Christ.
His pace switched to shallow, rutting pumps, captured by his own release, his back locked beneath my fingers, his groan echoed in the room. His release added another level to mine, and I lost myself to it. We clung to each other as we fell and shattered, and when the explosion ceased, we flopped into a sticky, sweaty mess and didn't say a word. We couldn't. There weren't any to say. It was just perfect.
Chapter 46. Xander. Who needs furniture? I'd done a great many things that were severely bad for my health the past month or so, and that long list started and ended with Sailor Melody Rose. I'd broken the law for her, disguised myself for her, realized I wanted more with her, and become slightly unhinged. She'd conjured needs in me that I'd never felt before, and forced me to come face to face with the fact that I was sick to death of being the good guy. After almost 3 decades of convincing myself I could never hurt anyone, I now had the undeniable urge to go on a rampage and let loose all this confusing, clawing, crippling fury, starting with her for putting herself in harm's way. I'd never been that free in bed before, never felt that black obsession to consume and dominate, but with her, it had taken all my willpower not to fuck her into the floor with no apology. Kinda did that anyway. Sighing heavily, I gathered her closer where we lay, sweat sticky, and breathing hard on mismatched cushions. The living room smelled of fresh paint, and she'd gotten rid of the couch and furniture. I liked that the bare bones of the room no longer held memories of what that bastard did to her, and had been replaced entirely by what I'd done to her. I'm also a bastard, but at least I killed her with an orgasm instead of jealousy. Sailor moaned and threw her leg over my thighs. Her arm flung over my waist as she nuzzled deeper, plastering us together. Her heart tapped the same chaotic rhythm mine did. I'd heard that sex could be the greatest sedative, but I'd never experienced it. Now, I felt as if I'd chugged an entire bottle of sleeping pills. Licking my lips and trying to get my breath back, I forced myself to be a man again and not the monster who'd just done dirty things to her. Kissing the top of her head, I groaned. What did you just do to me? Every part of me felt as if we'd punched each other in a boxing ring until we passed out. Her heavy sigh sounded utterly content.
I believe you finally gave in and took what you wanted for a change.
She hugged me tighter.
Feels good, huh?
Good. I could barely keep my eyes open. That word is nowhere near adequate to describe how I feel.
And to think, I almost had to hog-tie you last time just to give you a hand job.
I choked on a laugh. How did I not know you were such a temptress beneath all that primness? Kissing my chest, she whispered.
You haven't been watching me for that long. It's forgivable that you thought I was just some abuse survivor.
My heart seized. I'd almost forgotten. Christ, I'd almost forgotten that I'd fucked her as ex, that I was lying here, naked in her house, with black hair and brown eyes and a false identity. Nausea gushed up my throat. Protecting her as a masked stranger could be forgiven if my secret ever got out. But fucking her the way I did, without telling her who I truly was. Jesus Christ, she'll hate me for eternity. It wasn't just the lies at this point. It was the betrayal of the incredible trust she'd given me. I'd felt her flinch a few times, tasted the salt of her tears as I bulldozed my way through her trauma. But she'd trusted me not to hurt her, and I'd trusted her to use the safe word if she wanted me to stop. But she hadn't said it. She'd been brave and perfect and wonderful and... I'm fucked. She used your last name as her safe word. When she'd said it, I'd almost gone into cardiac arrest. Blistering hope bolted through me that perhaps she'd known it was me all along, and that was her way of confessing. That she knew and forgave me and wanted me anyway. But that was just a dream. And now I'd woken up and come face to face with the fact that it had been a slip on her part. A Freudian slip, revealing she might have feelings for me as Xander, but whatever crush she had would tear apart the moment she found out just how badly I'd betrayed her. Fuck! What have I done? My arm shook as I hugged her harder. Terror I'd never felt before bled through me. I'd lost her. I'd given in to my anger and taken her without telling her the truth. And now... Fuck. Now I'd have to move far away, just so I never had to see the disappointment and betrayal in her eyes. Sailor pressed a kiss to my chest.
Your thoughts are loud again. Are you okay?
I forced myself to stay calm when all I wanted to do was explode. Sorry, Truth coated my tongue, painting over my many lies. I might never be able to have her like this again. But while I had her, I couldn't pretend I wasn't deeply, madly, stupidly in love with her. I can't stop thinking about you, I whispered. How good you felt. Oh, that was the best sex of my life. And I want to do it all over again. She puffed up with pride.
You sure know how to squeeze my heart. Hearing you say that means the world to me.
She grinned.
And I feel the same way. I've never experienced what we just did, ever.
Goddamn tears prickled my eyes. Despicable jealousy roared through me. I was jealous of myself, cursing the two versions of me who got totally different sides of the same girl. Why had I done this? Why had I come here? Why had I ever put on a mask and thought I could survive the fallout? Stiffening, I did my best to gather enough strength to stand, to say goodbye, to leave forever. But she clung to me like a baby sloth and buried her face in my neck.
You're not leaving. No way.
The butterfly blindfold hid her stunning blue eyes, keeping my secret. My mask lay in a discarded puddle beside us, mocking me with its skeletal grin. You can't let her find out. If she ever learned who I truly was, going to jail would be paradise compared to the way she'd hate me. My heart slowed with single-minded determination. I only had one way out of this mess. X would have to die, and Xander would have to grow a pair of goddamn balls and tell her how he really felt, instead of talking about myself in third person. Colin's warning echoed in my head. He'd cautioned me not to separate X and Xander as two different people, because it would be harder for her when she knew the truth. But now that I'd fucked her like a madman, all while telling her to date her neighbor, I'd destroyed any hope of a happy ending. The only way out of this mess was to make my alter ego die a miserable death and be done with it. God, why did you have to make me fall in love with you? Why did our grandmothers have to shove us together again and again? Why was I so weak not to pursue her as Xander when I had the chance?
You're doing it again.
She whispered drowsily.
Now what are you thinking about?
I shuddered with shame that I couldn't be honest, even while being more truthful than I'd ever been. I'm thinking that I don't want to let you go. She sucked in a breath.
Then don't.
I squeezed my eyes closed and cursed the agonizing fisting of my heart. I need to leave. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have.
If you say you regret sleeping with me after just confessing it was the best sexual experience of your life, you're going to make me really mad.
She pulled away and went to yank off her blindfold. Soaring upright, I grabbed her wrists and jerked her hands down. Don't. Glancing at my mask on the floor, I ordered, Give me 10 seconds, then I'll give you back your sight. Letting her go, I snatched my scarf balaclava, yanked it over my head to bunch around my neck, then pulled up the black material until it almost touched my eyelashes. Gritting my teeth, I reached around her head and undid the bow. The butterfly wings fell away, leaving her blinking. The moment her gaze caught mine, she shifted to sit on her knees and balled her hands. She sucker-punched me with how stunning she was. Naked and sated, and so full of fire. My cock reacted before I could stop myself. Launching to my feet, I plucked the condom off and headed into the kitchen to dispose of it. Peng appeared from wherever he'd been hiding, trotting and meowing by my ankle. Sailor muttered from behind me.
He's still obsessed with you.
I didn't dare acknowledge the orange kitten or the woman who'd successfully made me break. Instead, I padded barefoot and bare into the kitchen and slammed to a stop. I blinked. My eyes struggled to see what was right in front of me. Did you get robbed while we were busy?
What?
A rustle of limbs and the pad of her feet as she left the floor and came to join me. Her jaw fell.
Oh my God. What on earth?
Every cupboard was open. Every drawer ajar. Even the fridge was open, spilling icy air all over the floor. Peng meowed and headed toward it, searching for dinner. In a daze, Sailor scooped him up and cradled him in her arms. The sight of this beautiful naked woman cuddling an orange kitten, a kitten I'd given her, was too much. My temper flared, protecting me from emotions I just couldn't function feeling. Stalking forward, I tossed the condom into the trash, then slapped every cupboard closed and shoved in every drawer. Only once the kitchen was back to normal did I shudder with horror by the sink. Mary and Melody. Two matchmaking, highly meddling ghosts, and...
I mean, I've heard of hauntings, and I'm well used to my TV turning on without me, and Peng regularly has conversations with things I can't see. But this?
Drifting forward, Sailor placed the cat on the dining room table and stood bravely bare.
This is on another level. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. In fact, I barely believe it, even though I just watched you close everything.
My fists curled. They just can't leave us alone, even when they're dead. I cut myself off with a grunt. Fuck. X wouldn't know about Mary and Melody's lifelong pact to join their bloodlines, to marry a Rose to a North and forever be family. Spinning to face Sailor, I choked on my heart. Had she heard? Did she know? My shaking hand strayed to my mask, making sure it was in place. She gave no indication of noticing, chewing on her bottom lip and staring at her kitchen in a daze. Slowly, a sly smile crossed her red-kissed lips.
I think Nana just gave us her blessing.
I stumbled backward. I couldn't speak. I didn't trust myself. Once again, jealousy poured through me that Sailor was choosing X over me. She looked at me as if we had a future. She had no qualms about breaking my heart to Xander, because her connection with X was so much stronger, and fuck, that hurt. It killed. It butchered me. Because how could I stay living on Ember Drive after this? How could I spy on her through her windows and see her grieving for X after I killed him off? I wouldn't stand a chance as Xander, because I'd break her heart just like she was breaking mine, and... Good God, what the fuck have I done? Self-protection made me shut down. I couldn't stay here anymore. Marching past her, I headed toward my clothes scattered around the living room.
Hey!
She squeaked as I brushed past without looking, our naked skin zinging with chemistry.
Where are you going?
I just remembered. I have something urgent to do. Rage percolated, tangling with the very real, very scary ability to be cruel, all in order to save myself. I told you we were over. Just because we slept together doesn't make that any less true. She slammed to a stop on the threshold. I did my best not to look at her, but I couldn't help throwing her a glance as I snatched my black slacks off the floor. For a second, she looked as if she'd burst into tears. The next, I wouldn't put it past her to beat me with a frying pan. In the end, she straightened her shoulders and stalked toward me with blue heat in her stare.
Bullshit.
Excuse me?
You're running away again.
No,
I'm telling you, X, if you leave, I will never speak to you again.
I'm aware. fisted my trousers, trembling with the need to pull them on. This is the last time we'll see each other. This was a mistake.
A mistake?
You're the one who forced me to come over here. You're the one who almost killed herself. What happened afterward was both our faults, but it's over now, and...
No.
No. My eyebrows rose, the mask hiding my shock. What do you mean, no?
I mean, I might not know your name or address or a single thing about you, but I do know that when you're afraid, this is what you do.
She bared her teeth.
You run the moment you feel anything.
I sneered. I'm not running. I'm just done with...
Protecting me?
She stuck her nose in the air.
Good. I'm glad you're done playing the role of my guardian. It means you can stop treating me as if I'll break.
Did I treat you as if you'd break when I was fucking you on the floor?
No.
She smiled a sexy, dangerous smile.
You didn't.
Well then. Snapping out my trousers, I lifted up a leg to get dressed. We both agree that you're in charge of your own healing from now on. Whatever we had has run its course. Dashing to me, she wrenched the trousers out of my hand and tossed them over her shoulder.
Oh, you're a stubborn pain in the ass.
What did you just call me?
I called you an idiot.
And you think calling me names will stop me from walking out the door?
I think you need a good slap to acknowledge you were free for just a little while. You let yourself go. In the weeks I've known you, you stiffen up the moment I try to care for you in return. You get prickly and cold and say things you don't mean, all because you don't know how to lean on others.
What are you? My psychologist all of a sudden? Pushing past her, I reached for my pants again. She kicked them away and shoved her hands against my chest, making me stagger back.
I'm trying to help you the way you helped me, you frustrating idiot.
Again with the idiot. My hands curled, pulling on the faint bruises I still had from beating up Chad Harris. She hadn't noticed the marks on my knuckles, so blinded by the disguise that Colin had promised would hide me in plain sight. For a second, I contemplated ripping my mask off and confessing. I didn't know how much longer I could do this, how I'd be able to keep this secret for the rest of my life. But I had to try, because after the things I just said, after the hole I was determined to dig, she'd never look at Xander while X was in her life. And if she ever figured it out, she'd never forgive me, and I'm done. Get out of my way, sailor. I'm leaving.
You're staying.
With the softest gasp, she dropped to her knees and placed her hands on her thighs. Peng scurried from the kitchen, head-butting her for affection, but her eyes never left mine.
Tell me what you want, X, because I owe you another debt. You showed me how much I like being taken with anger, but only by a man I trust implicitly. You shattered every fear I had of him strangling me and gave me a new memory of lust and desire. You've done more for me this afternoon than all the weeks combined, and so I owe you.
Her gaze dropped to my hard cock. She looked older, wiser, sexier, with a hint of dangerous rebellion.
I'm not letting you walk out that door until I do for you what you did for me. And if that isn't black and white enough for you, I'm telling you, you stubborn pain in my ass, that I want you. I don't care who you are. I don't care about tomorrow. I don't care if your name starts with an X or an A or a Z. All I care about is staying this free, and so...
She sat higher on her knees.
You have to make another choice.
What choice? I strangled, my breath coming short.
The choice to be free. The choice to drop all your pretenses. I don't know why you're terrified of admitting who you truly are, but you don't have to be afraid with me.
Every part of me ached. It was agonizing, blinding. I clung to doing the right thing. You're making this impossible for me. I'm trying to protect you. even if that means protecting you from myself.
And I'm telling you, I don't want protecting. Not anymore. Not here. What I want is for you to break me. Break with me.
My entire body clenched. My cock ached so badly. I wedged a fist in my stomach, trying to ignore the relentless craving to give in. You're going to kill me.
If that's what it takes for you to agree, then fine.
I resisted the urge to grab myself and relieve the agony she conjured. I'm not going to.
You know, until today, I didn't know my blood could sizzle like that. I didn't know my insides could turn liquid, or that my mind could blank into nothing.
Her voice turned to a hot whisper.
I want to show you what that feels like.
I already know. I felt it. With you.
Then let me make you feel it again.
I gagged on a groan as my body spasmed with excruciating lust. Sailor, I'm begging you.
And I'm begging you.
Her face fell a little as her courage faltered.
Stop thinking about others, X. Stop putting yourself last. Stop being afraid.
My feet moved of their own accord. Standing over her, I bent and sifted my fingers through her hair. My voice crawled through river rock. I'm not afraid, and I won't let you antagonize me into touching you again. Are you not listening? I can't. She shrugged.
You're touching me right now.
She studied my mask. Her beautiful face, unreadable. Her smoky eyes and kiss-swollen lips looked so different to the sun-kissed, makeup-free look she usually wore when harvesting her herbs and cooking her concoctions. I'd known her as the shy girl next door, and now as the kneeling vixen offering herself to me. The two versions of her scrambled the two versions of me, the right and the wrong, the saint and the sinner, the martyr and the monster.
You've just been given the vote of approval by the one person I loved more than anyone.
She whispered.
My Nana knows you're a good person, and I'm not letting you leave while you're hiding and hurting and being utterly ridiculous. Tell me what you want, X. Tell me how you want me, and I'm yours. An orgasm for an orgasm. Isn't that how this game goes?
I shook my head like a crazy person, trying to get my bearings. My cock went full mast. My balls drew up. My stomach clenched. All that lust, that longing, that lifelong denial of what I truly needed throttled me. I can't. I shouldn't.
Why shouldn't you?
Because all reasons flew out of my head. All the excuses of being the good guy, a caring doctor, a kind friend. I was all of those things, but I was also more. I was lonely and angry and so full of goddamn need I couldn't fucking see straight. But I'm not Xander. My breath caught in my lungs as I studied her on her knees. It would be so easy. All it would take was a single command. 2 little words I'd never be able to say as Xander, but as X. With this mask on and hidden identity, why couldn't I? I was going to hell anyway. I'd decided to make X take a flying leap off a cliff. Come tomorrow, he would cease to exist. I'd block her number, and she would never know that she'd been fucked by her neighbor. And I would carry this dirty, despicable secret for the rest of my life, reliving this afternoon over and over again, desperate to be this seen, this free, this wanted. I straightened slowly, sifting her hair through my fingers. Her nostrils flared, looking at me from where she kneeled. Without her blindfold, the connection between us reached another level. a soul-deep, heart-wrenching level, and I lost. I lost to her submission. I broke under my addiction, and those two haunting words spilled free in a rush of shadows and sparks. Suck me. A slow smile crossed her lips. Her eyes lit up with triumph, and then she reached for me, bent her head, and did exactly as I commanded. My eyes snapped closed as her hot, wet mouth encircled me. I almost jackknifed as she sucked hard. She broke me with one incredible lick, and I struggled to stay standing as I gathered her hair and held on. I couldn't speak as her head bobbed over me, taking me as deep as she could manage. Using her spit, she coated my length and corkscrewed her hand up and down. She moaned and licked and drove me into fucking insanity. Peng screeched and took off. The curtains fluttered as if the ghost who'd rearranged the kitchen still watched. I didn't care we might have an audience as I gathered her closer and pushed her head down. I didn't ask if she was okay. We'd established the rules. She knew how to stop me. She'd forced me to become this beast. And now, I would make her pay. Harder. I grunted, my eyes rolling back in my head as she squeezed me to the point of pain. Her tongue teased my crown. Her hot breath tickled my belly. I shuddered with shame at how filthy I wanted her. I groaned with how good it felt. She kept blowing me, shoving me higher and higher up the climax cliff. I deliberated coming in her mouth, making her swallow, but this was the last time. I would never be this rough, this selfish again, and if I was going to embrace every dark and desperate shadow inside me, fuck it. Holding her hair, I thrust. She gagged. I winced as her teeth caught me. Don't bite, or I'll bite right back. I choked. She shivered on her knees and sucked me deeper. The percolating bubbles of warning gathered between my legs. It was too soon. I wasn't ready to say goodbye just yet. Wrenching her mouth off me, I grabbed her elbows and yanked her from the floor. Tossing her over my shoulder, our bare skin stuck together as I returned to the nest of cushions and placed her down. She immediately kneeled again, her lips glistening, fumbling for my wallet in the mess of clothes. I flipped it open and searched for another condom. My heart plummeted as I found none. Christ, I thought for sure I had two. My background in medicine always ensured utter strictness whenever it came to sleeping with someone. I'd never gone without protection. Never had the urge.
Are you out?
Her quiet question made me want to snarl. My shoulders sagged, all while I fought the debilitating need to release. I thought I had more. My eyes met hers, my mask feeling so restrictive. Do you have any?
No.
She winced.
I threw them all out when I removed Milton's things.
Well, shit. Pinching the bridge of my nose, flinching at not finding my glasses, I did my best to pull myself together. That's that then. Tossing her the nearest piece of clothing, I ordered, Put that on. I can't look at you. She caught it, but didn't obey. Her tongue ran over her bottom lip, her forehead furrowed.
You know, I've never, even with Milton, I always used, what I'm trying to say is...
No. I shook my head. Absolutely not. Her eyes met mine, slightly bashful, her cheeks slightly pink.
Have you ever?
No, but that's beside the point.
So we're both virgins in that respect. We'd be safe too.
Oh, Christ. No one else has made me feel so out of control. This angry, this lost, this hungry. Sailor, I'm not.
I follow my cycle. I don't take the pill, but I take my temperature every day, and I know I'm in the safe range. I'm okay with it if you are.
Crawling toward me, she stood upright on her knees.
I wouldn't offer if I wasn't sure. My nana taught me all the olden ways of birth control. I've been doing it for years, and I really don't want you to stop.
God, her body heat, her bare breasts, her seduction and innocence and need. How could I compete with that? How could I ever find the willpower to walk away?
What do you want, X?
I want to keep you. I want to tell you everything. I want you not to hate me. I lowered my head, watching her with half-hooded eyes. I want to fuck you.
Then do it.
If I do, you'll be the only girl I'll ever be bare with. She shivered.
Then definitely do it.
I groaned, watching her skin pucker with goosebumps. God, I love seeing you like this.
Like what?
Hungry, like me. She swallowed hard.
I'm starving.
Damn, I'd messed this up so badly. I'd been searching for something all my life, and it had been under my nose the entire time. Her, my neighbor, friend, and soulmate. I moved before I could think. Lurching forward, I collided with her. Dragging her close, I planted my hand over her eyes and ripped my mask down. And then, I kissed her. I kissed her hard and deep, driven by instinct and insanity. Plunging my tongue into her mouth, I didn't just give in. I broke. My self-control snapped. My morality splintered. I kissed her like a madman. She cried out as I forced her lips wide. But I didn't stop. I didn't stop as I grabbed her jaw and held her firm. I didn't stop as I bit and licked and devoured her. All those urges I'd pushed away, all that hunger I'd done my best to ignore. I forgot about my rules and reasons. I didn't care what this made me, or what we would become once we were through. The only thing that mattered was getting inside the girl I'd watched for most of my life. The girl I'd spied on, longed for, and needed more than anything. The girl who'd leashed and collared me the moment she was born. Licking her deep, she moaned and licked me back. Her hands found my hair, tugging hard. I didn't know if she was trying to pull me off her or pull me closer, but I was past the point of reason. Stopping the kiss, I jerked my mask back up and grabbed her by the waist. She cried out as I flipped her to face away, pushing between her shoulder blades so she landed on her hands and knees. Her back arched, teasing me, taunting me, making me groan. My skin exploded with hypersensitivity. She threw me headfirst into a place I'd never been before, somewhere dangerous and selfish, and I couldn't stop. I can't stop. I didn't ask if she was okay being taken this way. I trusted her. She trusted me, and I hated that all our wonderful connection was based on lies. Grabbing her hips, I held her firm as I rose behind her. We turned breathless and shaky. I snarled as I angled myself to that perfect, glistening spot. The sharpest electricity crackled through my bones, blasting through my legs. I was naked, with Sailor. I was about to fuck her. There. I'm about to have a heart attack. My hips pulsed forward. She cried out as I fed her a single inch. Her head fell forward, revealing her nape as her hair tumbled around her face. I had no control as I carped the back of her neck and held on. I lost all sense of self as I tensed every muscle and stopped thinking, trying, hoping. I pulled her back at the same time as I mounted her. Fiercely, fully, meanly. One moment, we were two separate people. The next, we were joined in an excruciatingly mind-shattering way. Silky hot wetness and nothing else. Her bareness to my bareness. My body inside hers with no barrier. It was the most incredible thing. The most dangerous thing. I hissed between my teeth as her core flexed around me, rippling with welcome. We both lost who we were as we moved together. Deep and ruthless. I thrust into her while holding her nape, my other hand locked on her hip, keeping her in place. My pace increased, faster and faster, harder and harder, all while she moaned and whimpered and met me rock for rock. I lost track of time as I fucked her. I never wanted it to end, all while knowing I was too close. My climax didn't just originate in my balls, but in every droplet of blood. It felt as if our skin evaporated, and we fed energy to each other, our bodies siphoning with the same delicious need, the same heart-rendering passion.
Deeper,
she begged, arching her back and dropping to her elbows. I obeyed. Running my nails down her spine, I grabbed her other hip and rode her, again and again, over and over, and when she broke apart and came around me, I roared and let go. For the first time in my life, I was utterly free, completely mindless. I took her, ruled her, and the explosion of my orgasm stole my breath, my soul, my heart, granting everything I was to her, forever.
Chapter 47. Sailor. The floor is the best nest. I woke to Peng licking my nose. His soft meow was barely audible in the dust-filled living room. I shifted to move, then froze. Everything ached, inside and out. But it wasn't the discomfort of moving that made me still, but the fact that X was still here. His arms slung over my side while he spooned me from behind, his fingers cupping my breast with a protective hold. His breathing came slow and steady, heavy with exhaustion and dreams. Peng went to meow again. Shh, I whispered, grabbing him and cuddling him close. His annoyance turned into a purr. He snuggled against my neck and made biscuits in my hair. He was probably hungry, but also looked a little concerned. The way he clung to me said he was highly suspicious of why his human companion was out cold on the floor, all while a masked naked man shared his body heat like some kind of primitive blanket. I grinned and kissed his silky ginger fur. Sleeping with X had been mind-blowing. Doing something as reckless as being with him without protection made me feel naughty and sinful. Everything I'd done with him today had been completely out of character. I would never do this with someone else. I would never ask to be treated so roughly or be thrilled when he commanded me to serve him. But it had been the best experience of my life. He'd changed me. He'd changed me and awoken me and proved that I'd always been a sexual creature, just waiting to find the perfect playmate. I'd never been so honest with what I wanted or shared what turned me on. I'd never been set on fire so badly or shivered with power as I made him come. He'd covered me in flames with his every thrust, leaving me rising from the ashes as we lay in pieces on the floor. My mind skated to Xander against my will. Guilt ate away at my satisfaction. The woman I'd become today would never fit into his world now. As sweet and as wonderful as he was, he probably made out with the lights off and asked permission for every touch. And I needed the opposite. X hadn't just gotten under my skin, he'd burrowed into my heart. He'd made me feel both vulnerably small and femininely powerful. And I hated that he still thought there wasn't a future for us when I had no intention of letting him go. Look at what happened in the kitchen. Look at the message Nana had left behind. She approved of the hussy I'd become. She didn't demolish my evolution and gave me her blessing. Therefore, X wasn't going anywhere. I would lock him up in this house, rip off his mask, and force him to confess everything. I'd gotten to the point where I didn't care what secrets he had. If he had a criminal background, oh well. If he secretly killed people, hopefully they deserved it. If he turned out to be on the run or embezzled funds or hoarded any number of sins, I didn't care. Because I loved him, and love could overcome everything.
Chapter 48. Xander. Sneak of shame. I woke to the worst chest pains of my life, a staggering sort of loss that made me gasp for air. The nonsense dream I'd had dissipated the quicker I came back to reality, but the pain didn't fade. It only grew worse. I still had her in my arms, yet I dreamt of her finding out everything. Of all the affection she felt for me, bleeding into absolute hate. Shuddering, I did my best to snap out of it. I have to go. Evening had fallen, and the fairy lights, strung up over the hexagon shelving on the newly painted wall, clicked on as if on a timer. I froze, waiting for her to wake. However, she merely snuggled deeper into the cushions, her hips scooting back to steal more of my heat. Just that one movement made me hard again. It would be so easy to roll her onto her stomach and take her one last time. To slip inside and... what's stopping you? She wouldn't be opposed. But if I woke her, I lost my opportunity to sneak out of there. I'd have to make up yet more lies about where I was going and why I was never coming back. Christ, why does this hurt so much? Peng yawned and popped his little head up from where he lay in an orange ball on a cushion above Sailor's head. He eyed me as he sniffed with bristling whiskers. I tore my gaze from his. I had no power to win a cat stare down thanks to the level of guilt I suffered. Sailor sighed in her sleep, sucker punching me in the heart. The thought of never talking to her again, sleeping with her again, being this free with her again, almost had me lowering my mouth to her shoulder to kiss her. I didn't care that I still wore my mask, that the cotton would absorb my kiss, not her skin. I just had to touch her, hold her. I'm so sorry. Hovering behind her, my eyes went to half-mast as I inhaled the floral scent of her skin and gave in to the insidious creep of lust. My eyes caught on a shadow, a finger-shaped shadow on her skin, another dagger stabbed directly in my heart. Bruises, colourful bruises marred her nape from where I'd held on while riding her, a few scratches down her spine, a hand-sized bruise on her hip from where I'd held her in place. I almost threw up. It took all my strength to inch slowly away instead of tearing myself off her with aversion. I trembled with self-hatred as more bruises appeared along her stunning body. From me, I did that. Like him. She frowned in her dreams as I kneeled above her. She shivered and curled up tighter as if feeling the cold. Grabbing the blanket folded against the wall, I carefully draped it over her, all while crawling farther away. Too many bruises decorated her, bruises so similar to the ones she'd presented with in the ER. Sure, she didn't have ligature marks or hematomas like that bastard had left her with, but I'd marked her, injured her, and caused physical harm, all because I'd lost control and been the worst version of myself. Fuck. Launching to my feet, I grabbed my trousers and yanked them on. I didn't bother finding my t-shirt amongst the rubble of clothing. This stunning, amazing girl had introduced me to a number of my limits, and now she just shoved me into the final one. This was my ultimate line. I'd made a vow. Thou shalt do no harm. And I'd crossed it. I would never forgive myself. I'd been raised better than this. Gran would be so disappointed in me, with rage directed entirely at myself and agony breaking me apart. I made sure I had my wallet, snatched up my boots, and took one last look at the damaged angel on the floor, then fled out the back door. Sup? I swayed from the kitchen, focusing way harder than normal just to do a simple task like walking. I still managed to trip over the tiled lip on the threshold leading into the conservatory. Stupid whiskey. Sup? Colin yawned in my ear. Who are you, and what did you do with my friend? Killed him off, that's what. I swallowed hard. Why is the room spinning? He's gone. If you're calling to make me become an accessory to murder, I have to tell you, my limit is aiding and abetting stalking. That's as far as I'm willing to go in this friendship. He snickered, thinking he was funny. Why are you calling me at 10 p.m? I thought you'd be gallivanting around town, enjoying your few days off. Or better yet, in bed with a certain neighbour. I groaned and collapsed into one of the rattan chairs that Gran used to love to knit in. The wind chimes hung above, silent in the still air. If they suddenly started singing, I was going to freak the fuck out. The incident in Sailor's kitchen still sent goosebumps down my spine. I'd never believed in the supernatural. I was a man of science, not superstition, but I had no explanation for what happened over there. Did you know I'm haunted? I hiccuped, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand and reaching for the Johnny Walker again. I'd long since stopped pouring it from the bottle into a glass. What a waste of time. It was way easier to drink straight from the source. Colin's tone sharpened, losing his humour. You're haunted? What the hell are you talking about? I mean... I licked my lips and closed my eyes against the spinning conservatory. My grandmother and her grandmother are still playing tricks on us, even now. I have no idea what you're talking about. I fucked up so bad. I groaned, leaning forward and digging my elbows into my knees. Taking another mouthful of sharp liquor, I wrenched off my glasses and tossed them onto the side table, where a stack of crossword puzzle books used to tower from my granddad doing 4 a day. Uh-oh, now it makes sense. Colin clucked his tongue. You're drunk. I'm not. You're slurring. It's better than hurting. What's hurting? You okay? Something shuffled in the background. You know not to operate heavy machinery when drinking. I hurt her, I whispered, my voice catching. Hurt who? His tone instantly switched to the supportive doctor vibe I'd heard him use with his patients. Cajoling and kind, but no nonsense at the same time. Sailor, you're saying you hurt your neighbour? I'm just like him. Like who? I really messed up, Cole. Fuck, you're legit starting to scare me. Look, come here and sober up, yeah? Grab an Uber and we'll have a late dinner. Probably best you don't sleep there tonight. Nah. I swallowed another bitter mouthful of whiskey fire. I need to tell her I died, and then I'm just gonna crash. Wait, who's dying? Don't do a damn thing until you've stepped the booze out of your system. Can't. Need to do this before it's too late. He cursed under his breath. How much have you had to drink, Zan? I eyed the bottle with blurry eyesight and shrugged. No idea. I took another sip. I hadn't meant to call him. However, the drunker I got, the sadder I became, and I desperately needed someone to figure out how to remove the agonizing dagger that had permanently wedged itself in my heart before I went insane. Leaning back in the chair, I ran my hand through my hair. At least it was back to being red. I'd had a shower and dressed in black track pants and a white tee before aimlessly trying to figure out what to eat. That was where the whiskey came in. I'd found no food, only this bottle, and drinking on an empty stomach and a broken heart did not mix well. "Do you think she'll hate me forever?" I mumbled. "Like, if I turned myself in, do you think I could make this all go away?"
Right, that's it. I'm coming over.
"No." I sloshed the bottle around, making the amber liquid bubble. "I like being alone. I'm meant to be alone. I don't deserve anyone after what I've done."
Wow, you're a depressive drunk. Anyone ever tell you that?
The sound of a key fob beeping echoed down the phone line, followed by the slam of a car door.
Tell me what's happened. Why are you drinking? And use full sentences instead of this cryptic crap.
I laughed, as if that was the funniest request in the world, and then almost broke into tears, because I'd lost the best thing I'd ever found. "I fucked everything up. I just showed you." An engine roared.
Come on, Zan, this isn't you. You need to sober up and talk to me.
I sighed heavily and sagged in the chair. "Stop nagging."
You never get drunk. Remember why? You don't get drunk because of your patience. You told me you'd never kill off brain cells doing something as stupid as drinking, when it's clinically proven to murder quite a few of them with every level of intoxication.
"You're annoying."
I'm right, that's what's annoying. He huffed. I'm 10 minutes away. Put the bottle down and go eat something.
"I have no food." I sighed heavily. No wonder she doesn't want to be with me. I can't even stock my fridge.
Okay, new plan. I'll be there in 20, and I'll pick up a pizza.
But I'm warning you, Xander.
Stop drinking right now. Whatever's bugging you, you can talk to me about it when I get there.
He hung up. I sucked back more whiskey. If only the burn in my throat would erase the burn in my heart.
Chapter 49. Sailor. Accidental spying. I woke with a start, feeling as though something was terribly wrong. Sitting upright where I lay on the floor, the blanket that I kept after X covered me in the garden slid off my shoulders and pulled around my waist. He did it again. Cool air licked around my nakedness. For a second, I couldn't remember why I was bare in the middle of my equally bare living room, but then I remembered. X. Sex. Best day of my life. Spinning around, I looked behind me to where my stalker-turned lover had been sleeping, and froze. Empty. I brushed my fingers over the cushions and recoiled. Cold. He's been gone a while. Scrambling to my feet, I glanced at the clothes scattered on the floor. His t-shirt tangled with mine, but his trousers and boots were gone. My heart turned into a lump of ice. No. Wrapping the blanket around my shoulders, I stumbled into the kitchen. The cupboards were still closed, the fridge tucked tight instead of flung open by a ghost. Scanning the countertops, I searched for a note or a sign that X hadn't vanished, that he hadn't upped and left without a goodbye. My phone. Darting back into the living room, I grabbed my jean shorts and fished my phone from the pocket. Swiping it on, I scanned the social notifications and noticed a few messages from Lily, but nothing from X. Not a single word, or apology, or explanation. A slithering, stinging agony crept through me, coiling around my organs and climbing up the stepladder of my ribs. He couldn't just leave, not after what we'd done, not after what we'd felt. Hot, blistering tears threatened to fall, but I sniffed them back. No, I wouldn't cry. Not over this. Not because of him. He might be coming back. I clung to my mind's excuse. That's right. He might have left to grab some dinner. He was coming back and he didn't take his t-shirt. Where could he go at this time of night shirtless? He might be upstairs. I gasped and tore toward the corridor, taking the steps 2 at a time, my blankets flaring like a cape. I careened into my old bedroom, the office, and finally my new room at the front, each empty, each dark and dangerous with shadows. Goblin Milton stalked my thoughts, ready to throw nasty slurs into my ears. The house cracked and settled, making me prickle with the urge to check behind the doors and hide in the bathroom. But I was better now. I wouldn't let him win. Balling my hands, I stood in the dark and dared the phantom of my past to mock me. And nothing. The only thing I heard was the pounding in my heart and silence. Painful, heavy silence that I hadn't heard since I'd gotten Peng. Just having his little soul in the house had eradicated that emptiness, that cavernous loneliness that seemed to have its own frequency. Fresh horror filled me. Peng. Racing back down the stairs, I turned on all the lights. My eyes scanned every nook and cranny, searching for the ginger fluff ball. Penguin. Not in the kitchen, not in the living room, or snug, or laundry. Peng? Bolting outside, I stood on the deck and blinked into the overgrown garden. Peng! No meow, no hiss. My knees threatened to buckle. Tears broke my control and rolled. Here, kitty, kitty, where are you? I stood trembling, waiting, begging him to answer me. I have to find him. Flying off the deck, I ran barefoot over the grass. The blanket flared out. My fingers lost their grip. The heavy protection plummeted to the ground, leaving me completely nude beneath the stars. Shit. I couldn't go running through the neighborhood naked, no matter how close-knit we all were. Peng! Still no reply. Had he run away? Got hit by a car? Stolen? Penguin, please! Fear choked me as I galloped back inside. Gritting my teeth so I didn't give in to my sobs, I wrenched on the same clothes I'd been wearing before X stripped me, then shot back into the night. Slamming through the back gate, I skidded down the garden path and tripped onto the road. Peng, come here, little man, where are you? Turning on the spot, I looked up and down Ember Drive. No flash of a tail, no gleam of green eyes. Doing another circle, I spied a car parked next to Sanders on his drive. I'd seen it before. It belonged to Colin, his colleague. Perhaps they've seen him. Jogging up Sanders' front veranda, I rang the doorbell. I tapped my foot and kept scanning the street. Come on, hurry up. No one came. Ah! Charging down the steps, I paused on his driveway. I could door knock all my neighbours, but Peng knew Xander. If he was going to visit anyone, it would be him, right? Feeling a little guilty for trespassing, I ran down the side of his house, heading toward his back garden. I wouldn't be interrupting too badly. He couldn't be asleep if he had company, so why hadn't he answered the door? Weaving my way around the intricate box hedging some landscape designer had done for him, I looked up just in time for Colin to force a large glass of water into Xander's hands. Xander sat slouched in a rattan chair in the conservatory. The all-glass walls gave me a perfect view of the potted ferns and red-headed doctor who looked as if he'd been run over. Sympathy clenched my aching heart. He worked too much. He cared about others too much. Did something happen in surgery? Had he lost a patient? He must have, because he looked as if he'd lost something desperately important. His eyes pinched and jaw clenched, and when he tossed his head back, he spilled most of the water on his leg, then almost dropped the glass.
That was her. I know it was.
Colin slid into the matching chair and reached over the small table to keep him upright. Extracting the glass from his friend's fingers, he placed it safely on the table and shook his head.
I wish there was a miracle pill to cure drunken idiots like you.
I froze in the garden, hidden behind a trim bush. I didn't want to intrude if Xander was having a bad night. I'd heard doctors hid their mental health to be the best they could be for their patients. But if Xander was this bad, it meant work had gone very bad and I had no right to.
I should have opened the door.
Xander groaned.
I need to start making her want me like this so I don't lose her.
The open door of the conservatory delivered their voices directly to me. I shouldn't eavesdrop, yet I couldn't seem to stop.
Yeah, no one is going to like you like this, believe me. You definitely shouldn't let her see you in this condition.
Colin muttered.
You're a mess. The moment she saw you, she'd figure everything out.
Nope.
Xander tried to shake his head, but slouched deeper in the chair.
She wouldn't. Like you said, Superman worked. She has no idea. None.
He zipped his lips with a drunken grimace.
That's why when he dies, she will never know.
And you're back to talking gibberish.
Colin stretched, kicking out his legs with a groan.
How about you tell me what's eating you, and then I'm going to stuff half that pizza in your face, and you're going to bed.
Xander threw him a scowl.
I bought her car back.
Colin groaned.
Oh, dude, we just talked about this. Stop talking in cryptic code. It's frustrating as hell.
I'm not.
Xander struggled to sit taller.
I'm trying to tell you what happened if you stop interrupting.
Colin smirked.
Sure, by all means, go right ahead.
Xander nodded sagely.
I have a spare set of keys for her car. Her granddad gave them to Gran decades ago, saying she could use his car whenever she needed to. Which was a mistake, because I'd banned her from driving the day I caught her pressing the accelerator instead of the brake pedal. She almost flattened the garage and herself.
Interesting. Does this little story have a point?
The point?
Xander swayed and closed his eyes.
The point is, I had the keys, so I went back to the movies and drove her car back. It was my fault it was stranded there after bringing her home on my bike. Do you know I kissed her that night? Did I tell you?
You didn't. How did that go?
Colin crossed his arms.
About as well as you'd expect.
Xander sighed.
It couldn't even be called a kiss. I should have asked permission, right? I tried kissing her, and she freaked out, and fuck. I should have asked before I did it.
My worry over Peng overrode my desire to listen to my neighbour have a drunken moment. He hadn't told me he'd been the one to return my car. It was yet another favour he'd done, all expecting nothing in return. Tomorrow, I would pop round and deliver the vanilla sponge I'd made him. I'd look him in the eye and thank him profusely for all he'd done for me. But then I'd tell him we could only be friends because I'd fallen in love with the Mars flight risk of a man, and it wouldn't be fair to lead him on. As incredible as he was, as sweet and kind and thoughtful as he'd proven to be, now that I'd tasted the level of freedom with X, I didn't think I could be with a man who asked permission for every kiss. Backing into the shadows, I held my breath in case they spotted me. God, that would be next level embarrassment after what I'd heard. Taking another step backward, I swallowed my yelp as something squeaked. Twisting around, I narrowed my eyes in the dark, then dropped to my knees in absolute relief. Penguin! Snatching my wayward kitten into my arms, I made sure to keep my exclamation to a whisper. Where have you been, you naughty cat? Burrowing my face into his scruff, I rocked and squished him. Good God, I was so worried. He purred and wriggled, his little body as fizzy as I felt inside. Pulling him away from me, I held him upright, his little legs dangling and green eyes blinking innocently. Don't you ever do that again. Do you hear me? He meowed quietly. Gathering him against my chest, I struggled to my feet and went to head toward the fence palings to go home. Damn, Kitty probably ran away because he was hungry. I'd neglected him, all thanks to X's distraction. Therefore, I would feed him until he was too fat to waddle anywhere. You're grounded, Mr. Fluff.
And it was the best sex of my life.
I froze, my gaze whipping back to the conservatory where Xander sat slouched with his elbows on his knees. His voice echoed in the garden, licking around my feet.
I've never felt that way. With anyone.
Stinging jealousy hit me, which made no sense as I'd just made up my mind to establish boundaries between us. Yet, hearing that he actually had a life outside of this suburb, it hurt. Like, really hurt. Who did he sleep with? Not that I had any right to be possessive after what I'd just done.
Okay, so you're in love with her. I could have told you that years ago. In fact, pretty sure I did. Multiple times.
Colin sniffed, looking at Xander with very little sympathy.
I told you to ask her out, and what did you do? You decided that falsifying your identity was a better idea.
Wait, what? My arms stiffened around Peng as Xander raked his hands through his hair.
I've messed everything up so bad.
Meh, don't beat yourself up. These things happen. Just come clean and... I can't come clean.
Xander's red-rimmed eyes shot up. He wasn't wearing his glasses, and a pang of familiarity kicked me in the gut. An image of X spliced over Xander, replaced the red hair with black and...
I hurt her tonight, Cole. I bruised her like he did, and...
Hold up.
Colin adopted a patient doctor pose, eyeballing his friend.
You said that on the phone. I know I've been supporting you with this crazy idea, but only because you did it for the right reasons. You were supposed to help her, Zan, so... How did it go from helping her to hurting her?
My heart rate picked up. Something itched inside, growing more and more intense the longer I stood there. Even Penka didn't struggle, lolling in my arms and watching the two men.
I let go.
Xander groaned.
She told me to stop thinking of others and put myself first for a change.
Sounds like wise advice. Go on.
I went over there, angry as hell, and I did something.
You fucked her, you mean?
Xander didn't respond. The itch grew worse and worse, intuition flaring brighter and brighter. The rasp of Xander's drunken voice sounded so similar to the gravel whispered into my ear when X took me from behind. The way Xander suddenly launched out of his chair and paced the conservatory as if needing to run, unable to stay. No. My arms wrapped tighter around Peng. It can't be.
I snapped, all right?
Xander spun around, agony etching his face.
Fuck. What have I done, Cole? Why did I think I could do this? Why did I go this far? Why did I go over there when I knew I was at my limit? She absolutely petrified me by climbing up that ladder. I should have walked away the moment she was safely on the ground. I should have torn off my mask and told her. I mean, I'd already gone too far, but at least I hadn't slept with her. Fuck!
Wiping his mouth, he continued to pace, with jerky, horrified steps.
I told her to pick a safe word, for Christ's sake. I fucked her without telling her who I was. I don't care that it was the best experience of my life. I had no right to do that. None! And now I fucked everything up because there's no way in hell I can tell her. And I have to move. I'm going to leave because I can't look her in the eye. And when X doesn't come back, she'll swear off men anyway. I took my chance, and I blew it, and I deserve to have blown it. What sort of bastard does what I did? What sort of asshole bruises her that badly when she's only just healed from another asshole's marks?
Storming into Colin, he snarled.
I'll tell you what sort of asshole. Me! I'm the asshole! And if she finds out, she'll call the police, and fuck! I'm still being selfish. I should call the police. I should turn myself in on her behalf, because what I did was wrong, and that isn't me. And fuck me, I can't do this.
Throwing himself into the chair, he buried his face into his hands. Colin sat there unfazed, watching his friend have a breakdown. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I'd heard every word, yet I couldn't compute. He knew things he shouldn't if he wasn't X. His voice was the same, his mannerisms the same, Yet my mind and heart still saw him as two completely different people. I literally couldn't combine them. I couldn't see my slightly standoffish doctor who barely slept and did house calls asking me to kneel and suck him. They're not the same. Peng squirmed closer, no doubt feeling my thundering heart. I kissed the top of his head, my mind spinning. Every moment of X interacting with Peng collided, of Peng clinging to X, of Peng acting as if he knew him. Oh my God, you knew all along. I gasped, glaring at the kitten. You little traitor. He yawned, as if this was old news, and I was just an ignorant human. He'd probably followed him when Xander left earlier tonight, sneaking to his house as if he belonged. The movies, the messages. I gasped as every clue slipped into place. I'd messaged X at the cinema, but Xander was the one who turned up. I'd been afraid of being alone, and Xander gifted me a cat. I'd been at the market with X messaging me, but Xander had been there too. I'd screamed in my sleep and X turned up in bare feet. He knew all the right things to say to me, knew my routines, my habits, my likes and dislikes, and he brought me a dildo. I froze as more memories crashed into one another. He knew where my spare key was. He knew where my bedroom was to sneak beneath my covers and hold me. He knew how much Milton broke me because he was there, in the ER, as a doctor. He'd seen with his own eyes the mess I'd been and, oh my God, he gave me an orgasm after I begged him. He tried to refuse me because of his lies. He led me on and fibbed to my face and every night he said he watched me. He hadn't done it by camera, but through a damn window. How was I so blind? My eyes shot to the side of his house beneath the gutters. His home security blinked a red dot in the dark, just like the camera at the front of his house pointed at my place. The back one did too, the angle perfectly in line with my garden. Okay, not just via a window. He used his home network to record me. He didn't stand on the street or peer through my bushes. He literally had me on a video feed no matter where he was. Anger bubbled, hotter and hotter. How dare he? How damn well dare he stalk into my life and spin a web of lies? The house of flimsy cards he'd built around me came tumbling down in a puff of wind. The plate in my letterbox, the forced, scratchy voice to hide his true baritone. The way he knew the layout of my house, the uncanny timing whenever I wasn't coping. I felt violated, all while protected, betrayed and confused and...
Now that you've got that off your chest, let's get rational instead of emotional, all right?
Colin sniffed with faint annoyance. Xander didn't respond, keeping his face buried. Standing, Colin held up his hand.
Let's look at the facts, shall we? I'm sure you'll see it's not nearly as bad as you think it is. First...
Holding up a single finger, he smiled.
You've loved her since you were a geeky little teenager, and seeing her hurt after what that cunt, and yes, he's a cunt, not an asshole, did to her, you knew she wouldn't know how or be willing to accept your help. So, you did what you thought was best.
Holding up a second finger, he added.
Secondly, you put your reputation, mental health, and heart on the line the moment you gave her a phone and offered to be the therapist she didn't know she needed. You were being the best kind of doctor and human by giving her an outlet to talk, because you were right. She was sinking into agoraphobia and claustrophobia, and it would have only gotten worse unless she addressed it.
Up went finger number 3.
Thirdly, it was me who suggested you be prepared for seeing her in person, and I'll take the blame that I gave you the disguise you needed. I hate to say I told you so, but even if all her instincts said it was you behind the black hair and contacts, those two things, plus the mask, were enough to keep you hidden in plain sight. Don't feel bad about that, Zan. It's just biology. We humans are stupid creatures.
Taking a deep breath, Colin held up a fourth finger.
Fourthly? Is that even a word? Doesn't sound right. Doesn't matter. Apart from work, I've never seen you have a hobby or interest outside of the hospital. Sure, choosing stalking as your favourite pastime might not be the best thing, but it's forgivable because your intentions were pure. You were there for her. You were there when she had those panic attacks. You had more sleepless nights than usual because you put her needs before yours. And you did absolutely everything, including giving up your own peace of mind, to heal hers. Which leads me to my fifth and final thing.
Xander slowly lifted his head.
And what's that?
Colin smiled gently and lowered his hand.
You say you hurt her, that you let go. I say bullshit and good for you in the same sentence.
What the fuck, Cole? I bruised her and...
Was she begging you to stop?
No, but...
Was she fighting you off?
No, but that's...
Was she screaming for someone to save her?
No, she... I rest my case.
Sitting down with a smug smile, Colin patted Xander on the shoulder.
You, my friend, have finally learned to let go and put yourself first for once. And it sounds like you both had a fabulous time.
But I hurt.
Dude, give it a rest.
Colin threw his hands up.
So you roughed her up a bit. You said you gave her a safe word.
She knew what she was getting into.
Did she use it? Did you ignore her? Are you saying you raped her? Because if you did, I'll take you to the police myself. But if you didn't, then I'm seconds away from beating some sense into you. Because you have got to realize you can't keep living your life like this. You can't keep putting everyone else first. You did it with your grandparents, with your sisters, and with her. You need to be cared for just as much as the next person. You had rough sex. Big deal. Everyone does it. No matter how much we love someone. In fact, I'd probably say the more we love someone, the more primal those instincts get. Sex is where all that violence and desperation comes out. And it feels good. For both parties.
Xander slowly exhaled.
Why did you have to come here with your stupid voice of reason?
Because you're drunk and ridiculous, and that's what friends do.
Colin cracked his knuckles and punched his other hand.
However, it doesn't mean I won't hit you a few times if you don't sober the hell up and stop being an idiot.
It doesn't fix the fact that I lied to her.
No, it doesn't. She'll have every right to be pissed. And you're going to have to grovel. Big time.
Xander sniffed and rubbed his nose.
You're saying I should tell her, even after I slept with her under false pretenses?
Colin shrugged.
Remember a few weeks ago when you told me she asked you to sleep with her and you didn't know if you could cross that line?
I flatly said I wasn't going to.
Yeah, well, life finds a way, my friend.
He sighed and shook his head.
You're meant to be together, Zan. And if you haven't learned that by now, then you deserve to lose her.
Silence fell. Peng snuggled closer. I struggled to breathe. I didn't know what I was feeling. Anger, definitely. Betrayed, of course. But what Colin had said was true. Without X, I didn't know how far I'd be in my healing. I'd probably still be rocking in the corner of my old bedroom, too afraid to stay and definitely too scared to go out. I would have been trapped in a completely different hell, and the fact that Xander had known he'd become a trigger for me and done what he could to help me behind a mask was so... him. Quintessentially him, because he was the best kind of doctor, neighbour, and friend, and... I have to go. I needed to leave before I was caught. I needed to think about this, deliberate over this, and decide if this was forgivable. Scooting Peng higher in my arms, I turned to go, but Xander's soft confession had my feet rooting into the ground.
I love her. I think I always have. I know I always will. The very thought of never being able to talk so honestly with her. The idea of living beside her and never touching her again. God, it rips out my heart.
His voice thickened.
I didn't know how lonely I was until I started going around to her place. The night after our first bike ride, all I wanted to do was invite her in, not to hook up, but just because I couldn't bear to be away from her. But she declined my offer and messaged X instead. She gave him cake and kissed him
And you're back to talking about yourself in third person.
Colin reached over and patted Xander's hand.
What did I tell you about that nonsense?
Xander actually smirked.
Fine, you smartass. I got to hang out with her that night as X. But when I came home, it wasn't just loneliness that cut me, but gut-ripping jealousy. I was so fucking jealous because this alter ego earned everything I ever wanted. Isn't that saying something, though? She likes this version of you. This version that you've pretended doesn't exist, all because it doesn't fit in with your idea of what a good guy should be.
Xander ignored him, muttering.
X got to be everything I was too afraid to be. I was free when wearing that mask, Cole, and she's never looked at me the way she looked at X. And honestly, I don't think I have the strength anymore.
Colin's eyebrows shot up.
What are you saying?
Xander took his time replying.
I'm saying I love her. I'm in love with her. But she's not in love with me. And because I don't have the courage to have her hate me, I can't tell her. This secret will eat me alive for the rest of my life. But I'm done. I function better on my own anyway. I should never have thought I could deserve her.
Sitting stiffly, he nodded as if he'd made up his mind.
I'm going to kill X off and be done with it. So, wait.
Colin scowled.
That's it. You're not even going to try to date her as yourself. Red hair, glasses and all.
Xander bowed his head and dug his fingers into his eyes. When he looked up, they were suspiciously wet.
I can't. I'll never be able to forgive myself.
Then how about you tell her everything and let her forgive you?
She won't forgive me. That's the problem. And I don't blame her. What I've done is unforgivable.
Standing, Xander headed up the 2 steps toward the kitchen.
Thanks for coming round, Cole. But I've sobered up and really want to go to bed, so I'll walk you out.
Colin swooped to his feet and balled his hands.
You're a frustrating son of a bitch. You know that.
Xander didn't reply. Stalking into him, Colin threw a single fist right into Xander's stomach. Xander doubled over with a groan.
What the? That was for Sailor.
Rolling out his wrist, Colin stomped through the house and disappeared. Xander slowly kneeled where he stood, cradling his middle, and I faded into the night as a single tear rolled down his cheek.
Chapter 50. Xander. Time to immigrate.
Damn, are you sure?
Doing my best to stop my knees bouncing where I sat before the desk of the hospital hiring department, I nodded. Every muscle ached like I had the flu. Every day was worse than the last. Somehow, a week had passed since I'd been with Sailor, and she hadn't sent me a single message. Not to X or to Xander. I drafted so many texts to her, coming up with the quickest, surest way to make her hate X and cut him out of her life completely. But each time I wrote something, each time I typed lines like, I'm sorry, forgive me, this is the only way, I didn't mean to hurt you, I hated myself a little more.
How about you think a little more on this and...
No, I'm sure. I wedged my palms on my thighs. I'd like to be transferred. I'm happy to consider any hospital you recommend. I'm even open to overseas.
Well, okay then.
The director of recruitment nodded. His greying hair was slightly balding on top.
It will take me a few months to put out the necessary feelers and find someone to replace you.
That's fine. Standing, I headed toward the door.
Hey, Dr. North.
I turned and forced a smile. Yes?
Why the sudden decision to move? Forgive me, but I thought you were born and bred here. I don't mind admitting that due to your young age but already impressive record, I've already earmarked you for taking over as medical director one day.
I nodded politely. Thank you for your trust in me, Dr. Parker. But things change.
They do indeed.
Shuffling some paperwork, he nodded with a sad smile.
In that case, I guess I'll be in touch.
Thanks. Slipping out of his office, I headed back downstairs to the staff room where I had 10 minutes before checking on a patient. I checked my phone for the millionth time, hoping, wishing, fearing a message from Sailor. But nothing. I didn't have the courage to send that final text from X ending things. And I couldn't survive the pain of messaging her as Xander, knowing what she'd done with X. I couldn't be mad at her for sleeping with another man who wasn't me. She had slept with me, but she'd also shown that I didn't mean as much to her as X did. And now, I had nothing left.
Chapter 51. Sailor. Cupcake Confessions. So, are you ready for me to tell you all my secrets? Because I'm only saying this once and only once, and then I have a plan to put into action, but I didn't want to put it into action until I'd spoken to you because I need your advice, and I've been thinking about this non-stop for 8 awful days, and it's doing my head in until I can't see straight anymore. And so yeah, only saying this once. Whoa! Jeez Louise! Did you breathe at all in that terrible run-on sentence? Lily grinned. No more coffee for you. Taking away my empty cappuccino cup, she shoved another tiny vanilla cupcake onto my plate instead. My first outing to a local cafe, and it was to the one closest to Lily's real estate office. I'd driven here by myself, parked in an alley, walked down a crowded street, and waited for her in a bustling restaurant with no problem whatsoever. Goblin Milton never said a peep. I didn't jump or flinch or freak out if someone looked at me or got too close. I was back to myself, and I only had Xander to blame. If I'd known you wanted to spill the beans when you called me this morning, I would have chosen a quieter place. I shook my head, fiddling with my napkin. This is perfect. I can blurt it out, suffer your scorn, and then go. At least you can't berate me for hours. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, nothing much. I just had the best sex of my life with a man who I didn't know his name and just found out he's been lying to me this entire time. But for some reason, I can't stay mad. And now I'm seriously considering running after him. Lily dropped her cupcake, icing down. White frosting splashed her pale pink suit. Okay, you cannot just dump that on a girl. I passed her my dog-eared napkin. She took it and scrubbed her blazer. Start from the top, Sails. Don't leave anything out. I kept my eyes locked on the table and tried to figure out how best to say this. I'd gone over every detail of X and Xander and X, and I couldn't keep torturing myself this way. I'd made 1,000 lists, made 1,000,000 excuses, tried my best to cling to my righteous anger, all while I saw it from his point of view. I played devil's advocate late at night when I couldn't sleep. I became the bad guy needing someone to save me, only to be rescued by the boy next door who'd put his own morals and sanity on the line. He'd put me first. He'd given me an outlet, a safety net. He became my protector and guardian and, God, who was I kidding? I wasn't mad. How could I be mad when my wish had come true? Hadn't I wished that Xander and X were the same person? Also, my heart wasn't torn in two. Hadn't I been drawn to both? Confused and hurting to be attracted to two men when I was always hardwired to be loyal to just one. I hadn't understood then, but my body had. My heart had. Both of those had known all along, just like Peng. It was just my stupid eyes that hadn't seen. Are you going to speak, Sailor Moon, or do I need to slap you back into the world of the living? I blinked and forced a smile. You can't judge me. Oh, I'm judging. She smirked and crossed her arms. And I want to hear every detail. Who the hell did you hook up with? How was it the best sex of your life? How did you not tell me this? Using her questions as stepping stones to everything else, I said, his name is X. It was the best because I asked for what I wanted, and he gave it to me with no shame or fear. He bruised me, but in the best kinds of way, and I couldn't tell you because he was my stalker. Your what? Her jaw fell on the table. He was stalking you. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Pointing a finger in my face, she hissed. I knew it. The phone in your letterbox, the care package you didn't explain, that was him. Yes. And you slept with him. Are you insane? Do you not watch crime TV? Believe me, I had all those same thoughts when he first started messaging me, but I grew to trust him. She crossed her arms. Explain. Immediately. So I explained. About everything. Every moment, every message, every mistake and triumph and fall. And when I was done, Lily ordered 2 glasses of wine instead of coffee, claiming she needed alcohol. We both waited until the crisp white wine had been delivered. After taking a huge gulp, she coughed around the sharpness. You know, he called me looking for you. Xander, I mean. The night I stood you up at the movies. Her face fell. By the way, I'm so sorry that creep attacked you in the car park. If I'd gone, you would never... Xander was there to save me. I shrugged. And I think I needed to see him in that way. You know, being violent towards someone. Protecting me like X did. If I hadn't, I would still have a super hard time admitting he's the one who's been stalking me all along. Not surprised. He went as far as to dye his hair and change his eye colour. That's commitment. Freaky commitment. I nodded along, sipping my wine. Her voice softened as her eyes met mine. I should have guessed something was going on with you two. The night he called me looking for you, his voice said it all. What did it say? He was panicking, desperate. She smiled gently. He's in love with you. I ducked my head, fighting a blush. So, you don't think I'm crazy? Oh, I think you're batshit crazy. She laughed. But then again, so is he. It sounds as if he turned himself into knots for you. Coming over in the dead of night, giving you an orgasm under duress, gifting you a damn kitten for goodness sake. I mean, come on. She pressed her wrist to her forehead and fake swooned. He's a walking romance trope. I laughed, surprising myself. And you're not mad at me? Her smile fell. Honestly? Yeah, I am a little. I flinched. She took my hand and squeezed it, all while she scolded me. I'm happy for you, Sales, I truly am. He wouldn't have gone to such crazy extremes if he wasn't head over freaking heels for you. I'm grateful he gave you an outlet to talk. That he was smart enough to know you needed a stranger to confess to. He helped you find your feet again, but I can't help feeling like you didn't trust me enough to confide in me. I'm hurt that you thought I wouldn't accept you. I would have loved you no matter what state you were in. I know, and I love you for it. I know every word of that is true, but I was a little lost, Lils. I was afraid of my own shadow, and you looked at me as if I was so strong, and I needed to believe that. I don't think I could have coped if you'd seen how much I struggled. Tears glimmered in her eyes. I get it, I do, but I just need you to know I would never think you were weak for having panic attacks. Milton tried to kill you, Sales. Even if you hadn't almost been strangled to death, something like that stays with a person. I sipped my drink and let her continue. No matter that Xander lied to you and stalked my best friend, I'll always be grateful to him for helping you. And I can even understand why he used a fake name and wore a mask, especially that I know that Milton hurt you all because he caught you spying on Xander in a towel. I wasn't spying. I swallowed a mouthful of zesty alcohol. I was thinking about work and... I'm sorry, Moonbeam, but that's a lie. I reared back, breaking our handhold. What? How could you? I'm your best friend. She smirked kindly. I'm around at your place all the time. I've been popping over well before Milton ever moved in. Do you honestly think I haven't caught you checking out your neighbour? What? No, You might not be aware of it, but whenever Xander appeared in his living room or kitchen, every part of you knew. You're like a damn antennae picking up his whereabouts. Her smirk turned into a laugh. Do you remember that night we were playing Monopoly and you, for the first time ever I might add, had all the hotels and I landed on your squares and had to pay an exorbitant amount of money? I scowled, going back over our fun games night that had become a bit of a tradition. We'd taken up playing Monopoly as an ode to my grandparents, but also because Lily said it would help her get in touch with her developer side. We'd kept playing it because it was fun to bicker and taunt, all while eating snacks and sugar. But try as I might, I couldn't remember that night. Usually I lost. I would remember wiping out her bank balance. I'm guessing you cheated because I don't remember you losing any game. And there you have it. I rest my case. I frowned. I don't follow. You didn't remember to charge me because you were too damn busy perving at Xander as he paced through his house on his phone. He was wearing a pair of track pants that hung real low and no shirt. Even I did a second glance, but you... She fanned herself. You practically crawled to the window to watch. What? My cheeks caught on fire. I wouldn't. I didn't. You did, and it's okay. You've wanted him for years, even if you couldn't admit it. My stomach clenched. I have a crush on you. This stupid crush is getting out of control. I like you. X and Xander's voice braided into one in my head. A gush of goosebumps shot down my back. In a split second, everything ceased to matter. The lying, the sneaking, the stalking. Nothing mattered. Because he was him. I stood so fast my chair fell backward. Lily just smirked and waved a hand like a princess shooing me away. Let me guess, you have something you need to do? Rushing around the table, I kissed her on the cheek. I love you, Lily McBride. Yeah, go get that Dr. Stalker of yours. I flew out of the cafe. Oh, Xander. Whatever am I going to do with you? I had a new plan. One where I'd enjoy the tiniest bit of revenge. Xander would get a serious wake-up call, and every obstacle keeping us apart would shatter. Dashing to my car, I threw myself inside, locked my doors because safety, and then called the hospital. I jittered and shivered, willing the line to connect. My voice cracked as I asked to be put through to Dr. Colin Marks. And when it connected, I blurted a question. Did you or did you not give Xander North black hair dye and brown eye contact so he could become incognito to stalk me? Colin coughed.
Well, shit. I'm guessing this is Sailor Rose.
It is. Are you going to answer me?
Guilty as charged.
He sighed.
Are you gathering information to file a report on him? Because I have to warn you, he did it out of love. He loves you, Sailor. He always has, and...
Does the dye wash out easily? He sighed again.
It's completely water-based. Doesn't even need soap.
Perfect.
Look, Sailor, I know you have every right to be pissed, but please...
Don't tell him I called you. You have my word, I'm not going to hurt him. I heard you both, a week ago, when he was drunk and you came round.
Ah, crap. You did.
His voice turned into a whisper.
So you'll know how much he's suffering over this. He hates that he lied to you, that he lost you. He's even asked for a transfer. He thinks it's for the best, and...
He's not going anywhere. I clutched my steering wheel. I'm going to enjoy a tiny bit of payback, then I'm going to ensure he has someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. He exhaled in a rush.
Oh, you mean it? Oh, that's the best news Wait.
His tone turned suspicious.
What do you mean? Payback?
You'll see. I hung up and drove with a mad smile all the way home.
Chapter 52. Xander. Be careful what you wish for.
Laurie, come round tonight. That isn't a request.
I stared at that message all day. It had come through while I was at work, and it had taken every shred of professionalism I had to ignore it while dealing with patients and surgery. To pretend my gut didn't knot into barbed wire, or my heart didn't palpitate every time I thought of going to see her. I managed to ignore her message until I got home. I refused to obsess about it as I dumped the small amount of groceries I'd picked up and devoured a simple Greek salad from the deli. I headed upstairs, convincing myself I was just going to have a shower, watch some shit TV, then fall into bed and sleep. The same thing I'd done the past 8 days. 8 long days of no contact, no hellos or goodbyes, or spying Sailor in her garden. I'd had lots of early shifts and forced myself to angle my cameras back to watch over my place so she no longer triggered them. I had no way to indulge in my addiction to her, and going cold turkey was way harder than I thought it would be. It gave me better appreciation to those patients who came in high, those who needed help getting off the substances that had ruined their lives. I didn't think I'd ever be able to wean myself off Sailor, and that was why I needed to move. I wouldn't sell this place, but I needed time to get my head on straight and figure out how not to be the jackass secretly in love with his neighbor. All those thoughts and all those convictions splintered the second I went to my bedroom window and saw Sailor standing in hers. Hiding in the shadows, I couldn't help myself as I watched her smooth down a little black dress. Slinky and elegant, it skimmed her knees. Thin spaghetti straps clung to her shoulders. Her sandy hair hung in soft curls, and her eyes darkened with eyeshadow. I'd never seen her look more delicious or more dangerous. She dressed up for me. She'd texted X, commanded his presence, and dressed up for his arrival. For my arrival. God damn it, why was this so hard? I went to yank my glasses off and rub my stinging eyes, but froze as she lifted something off her dressing table. Something long and silver and a dildo I bought her. Her gaze shot to my bedroom window. I tripped backward. I tripped so badly, I ended up on my ass on the floor. I gave up. Falling onto my back, I snarled at the ceiling. Fuck. Can this get any worse? She'd summoned me to go around, dressed in a sexy black dress, and fondled the toy I'd bought her. If I didn't go, she'd use it. She'd get off on something that wasn't me. And the sudden jealousy fucking crippled me. Lying on the floor, I reached a new low. I was officially jealous of an inanimate object. I moved before I could stop myself. Tripping into the bathroom, I ripped off my tie, jerked off my shirt, and reached for the box of hair dye.
Chapter 53. Sailor. Revenge is best served with dessert. Peng alerted me to his arrival. With a happy meow and flicking tail, he bolted to the back door just as X opened it and stepped into the kitchen without an invitation. You made it. I beamed the biggest, over-the-top smile of my life. He froze, his eyes locking on me where I stood by the counter, icing the final corners of the hazelnut chocolate cake. On the top, I'd piped an intricate X covered in flower petals. Peng clawed his way up X's jeans, distracting him. With a softly muttered curse, he plucked the kitten from where he hung on his belt and bundled him into his hands.
You're a pest.
He held Peng away from him, all while the cat did its best to headbutt every finger and purr like a chainsaw. I should have figured out who X was the first time he'd come round for cake. Peng couldn't hide his obsession with Xander, all because he'd been the one to turn his life into a happily ever after. If I didn't love Xander just as much as Peng did, I would be obscenely jealous. But now, we can share. I snickered to myself, all while watching Xander/X wrangle Peng off him. Now I knew who he was. It was obvious. Even with the black hair and brown eyes. The shape of his forehead, the fall of his thick hair, the faint lines around his eyes, the breadth of his shoulders, his lean, powerful height and strong, elegant hands. Even his energy was the same. The same protective, sweet, caring aura that made me feel instantly at home. So, I grinned another megawatt smile. How was your day, dear?
Dear.
He rocked backward on his heels, his eyes narrowing above his skull mask.
Who are you, and what new trap have you come up with?
Can't I call you something other than X? I wrinkled my nose. I mean, it's not even a nice letter. Kinda harsh, if you ask me. Spinning on the spot and brandishing the spatula covered in icing, I grinned. You know what? You could just tell me your real name, and I'll call you that. He huffed and managed to escape Peng's love attack.
I see what you're doing, and it won't work.
What won't work? I blinked innocently.
You know what?
How about I guess? I tapped a finger against my bottom lip. Let's see. You could have chosen any letter to go by, but you chose X. So that leads me to think there's an X in your real name somewhere. He coughed and balled his hands.
That's ridiculous.
You don't look like a Max. I cocked my head, studying him. Or a Jackson, or a Braxton, or an Axel. I tossed the spatula back into the bowl, making him flinch with the noise. I've got it. Alexander. He went deathly still. His eyes pinched into a sniper stare.
Why Alexander? I could be a Felix, or a Dexter.
True, you could be. All right, I'll just randomly choose one until I figure it out. Smiling as brightly as I could, I asked my question again, pretending to be the dutiful housewife welcoming her hard-working husband home after a long day. So, Hendrix, how was your day? I waved the question away. No, that doesn't suit you. Oh, I know. I paused for dramatic effect. How about Lex? You know, from Superman. He was the villain, all while Clark Kent wore sexy glasses only to transform into a sexy alien who could fly. He choked and swayed on the spot. I snickered, enjoying my revenge a little too much. Oh, did I guess right?
Think I'd prefer Bronx.
Nah, that one isn't very sexy. Oh, I know. I giggled. Pax. How about that?
I think this is getting old, and I'd like to know why I'm here.
Okay, fine. Bowing my head, pretending to accept defeat, I asked my question the third time. But first, how was your day? He sighed heavily.
You're suddenly very interested in my daily activities. Why?
Because I'm curious. I want you to share with me.
If this is why you texted me...
Wow, you really don't know how to let someone care about you, huh? I pouted. You're going to have to get over that.
Get over what?
Being on your own. He scowled.
What the hell has gotten into you?
Nothing much. My gaze struggled to unlock from the mocking skeleton covering his mouth, the same mouth I'd kissed and tasted. Even once I demolished his disguise, I would let him keep the mask. I would even ask him to wear it sometimes because even though I was accepting that Xander had layers he'd always hidden from me, even though I was ready to forgive every lie he'd ever told because everything he'd done spoke far louder than words, I didn't want to say goodbye to X. I didn't want to choose. If Xander tried to kill X off, well, we're gonna have a problem. Picking up the cake, I carried it to the dining room table where a candelabra flickered with 3 candles. Pressed cloth napkins waited beneath polished silver cutlery, and 2 china plates like the ones he'd left in my letterbox waited to be used. Placing the cake on the intricate stand in the centre of the table, I motioned for him to sit down. Are you going to answer me? He blinked and shook his head as if utterly confused. Ignoring my question for the millionth time, he eyed up the X on the cake, then grabbed the back of the nearest chair. Strangling it, he asked,
Are you not mad at me for leaving that night?
Should I be? I shrugged. His brown eyes searched mine. That was the only part of my little sting operation that I couldn't figure out how to tamper with. I missed Xander's emerald stare. The muddy brown had to go. However, the blue-black in his hair would be my first victim. Luckily, he'd worn a black t-shirt tonight, and I'd yet to renovate my kitchen because I was about to cause a hell of a mess. His knuckles turned white as he continued trying to murder my chair.
I don't understand. You haven't messaged me for a week. You're acting strange.
Getting into character and going over the lines I'd prepared, I headed to the freezer and pulled out the vanilla ice cream. Carrying the tub to the table, I placed it beside the cake and sat primly in my little black dress. Me? Strange? Never. The sheer satin meant I wore no underwear to avoid bra and knicker lines, but it also meant my nipples were rather visible, and of course he noticed. His gaze dropped to my breasts, making them pucker with need. Swallowing hard, he nodded once and sat down.
What's going on, Laurie?
Nothing, I giggled, laying it on a little thick. I just missed you and figured, why use the dildo you gave me when I could have you instead? He coughed.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I talk too quietly? Leaning forward, I cupped my chin in my hands and smiled. You appointed yourself as my faceless therapist to help me heal and, seeing as you've done such a bang-up job, I'm firming you from that position and hiring you in a new role.
What new role?
My orgasm delivery boy, of course. He frowned.
That's why you commanded me to come.
Careful, X. I ran my finger over my bottom lip. When I command you to come, you'll know about it. He shivered. His eyes dropped from mine to the cake and back again.
Laurie, whatever you're doing, it won't.
I'm giving you another 2 choices, dear. Wedging my elbows on the table, still cradling my chin with my hands, I smiled. It's up to you, so I suggest you choose wisely. He stiffened.
I don't need you to give me another choice. We're over, Laurie. I told you that the last time I was here.
His eyes flashed with guilt.
I apologize for how I treated you. I hate that I left bruises when I always promised I would never hurt you. But I only came here tonight to tell you that I'm leaving.
Oh. I blinked like a brain-dead owl. Where are you going?
Doesn't matter. All that matters is...
I thought you were going to kill yourself off. That option would have been far more final, don't you think?
What?
His eyebrows shot up.
How did you...
Leaning back, I shrugged. If you wanted to end things dramatically, if you wanted me to give up trying to find you, then you should have told me you were terminally ill and only had a week left to live. I would have mourned you, of course, but I would have given up looking in a month or 2, because why would I search for a dead guy? Peng leaped onto the table. Prowling toward the cake, he batted it. Icing covered his claws, making the little demon kitten sit and lick his paw. X never took his eyes off mine.
I can't read you tonight. What are you saying? What's wrong? Did something happen?
His voice turned thick with protection and rage.
Is it Milton? Did he get in touch?
I grinned, never letting my act slip. I received the summons to testify against him, but that's not what tonight is about. He moved before he could stop himself. His hand reached for mine across the table. He squeezed my fingers tight.
How can it not be? Knowing you have to see him, are you doing okay? I know you're strong enough to face him, but do you know that?
I squeezed him back, my heart fisting all over again. I'd invited him here to pick a fight and strip his disguise halfway through. My revenge plan was to show him I knew all along and forgave him, but I'd never been good at confrontation and had no intention of making him hurt more than he already was. He was too nice, too caring. Even now, even highly suspicious and on guard, he still put my well-being above his own. Oh, Xander. You just keep messing up my heart, and I just keep on letting you. I'll be fine. Squeezing his fingers, I stood and headed to the butcher's block. Sliding out a large blade to cut the cake with, X stiffened as I carried the knife back and placed it slowly on the table.
When will you have to go to court?
He asked quietly, never taking his eyes off the knife. Why? I sat back down. Will you come with me? I hate to tell you, X, but I don't think you'll be allowed a mask in there.
I won't be there, Laurie. I've told you this. After tonight, you'll never see me again.
Is that right? I nodded along. In that case, I better get to the point quickly then, huh? He sighed heavily, as if I'd drained him of every strength.
That would be great. Thanks.
Grabbing the knife, I plunged it right in the middle of the X, slicing through the cake with murderous precision. All right then. He jerked.
Was that meant to be a threat?
Did it work?
Kinda, yeah.
He chuckled.
Anyone ever tell you you're scary when you're secretive?
Guess there are things about me that you don't know after all. I smirked. Even after all your stalking. He scowled.
I deserved that.
Shifting as if to stand, he muttered.
Look, I know I've pissed you off with what I did last time I was here. I left when you asked me not to. I was too rough and took too much. I haven't messaged or...
Let's not talk about the past, shall we? I winked. I'm far more interested in the future.
There is no future, Laurie.
Call me Sailor. Every time you call me Laurie, it reminds me of my neighbour when he pulled my pigtails when we were kids. He stopped breathing. I smiled, full of sugar. That's why I told you to use that nickname. I've had a crush on Xander North basically my entire life. Did I tell you that? Probably not, because I've only just figured it out myself. Until recently, I wasn't even aware how much I watched him. I always thought I kept a respectable boundary between us, that I always looked away. Turns out, I didn't.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I've been a bad neighbour. After all, he can't help moving about in his own house, right? He shouldn't have to put up with his neighbour ogling him when he's just come back from the gym. He should have privacy instead of realising that the girl next door once stood for a full hour watching him nap on the couch because he looked so exhausted and all she wanted to do was go over there and give him a hug.
Why are you telling me this?
His hand strayed to the bridge of his nose, the tick so Xander. My heart fluttered with love. But then he realised what he was doing and yanked his mask a little higher instead.
Are you trying to make me jealous?
Is it working?
Doesn't matter what I think.
His voice came out all scratchy.
I'm leaving.
Not yet, you're not. His forehead furrowed.
You think you can keep me here against my will?
I'm willing to try. I ran my finger over the knife with a crazy smile. He gulped.
Look, Sailor, I don't know what you want.
I want you to sit there and listen. Do you think you can do that? I scowled. And then you can go. You can leave and never come back if that's truly what you want.
I won't change my mind.
We'll see. He shuddered as his gaze shot to the back door. If he left, I had every intention of spraying him with the hose until his hair turned red, but he resisted the urge to run and turned back to face me.
Fine. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. How about we get straight into the juicy stuff and confess our deepest, darkest secrets? Cutting a piece of cake, I placed it on the plate in front of him. He scowled.
You know I can't eat that with my mask on.
Oh, I know.
Then why did you?
Hospitality. Hope that you'll trust me enough to take off your mask once we finish talking. I laughed, enjoying taunting him far too much. However, if you want to keep it on while doing bad things to me again, that would be perfectly acceptable. I licked my bottom lip. One of my secrets is, you've successfully given me a mask fetish. He twitched and cleared his throat.
Sailor,
His gaze dropped to my breasts again. His chest strained with a heavy breath. I blushed. Xander might have been hiding the darker parts of his personality that only ever came out when he was X, but so had I. I might have gone my entire life pretending that I didn't have urges, normal, simple urges. Now I was happy to admit I wanted a man to adore me but also rule me. I was both a feminist and a traditionalist. I craved to be taken care of by a man who I trusted to fight off monsters, but also become that monster in bed when it was just us. In return, I wanted to be the hearth he came home to. I wanted to care for him, protect him, and be the one he could be both man and monster with. And if I couldn't convince Xander that he needn't be afraid of wanting those same normal, wonderful urges, then drastic moves would have to be taken. Gathering every shred of courage I had, I sniffed. Okay, I'll go first. Placing my hands on my lap, I forced myself to meet his stare. Secret number 1 is, the night Milton tried to kill me, I told you he accused me of watching my neighbour when I'd been distracted and thinking of work. That's a lie. A lie I couldn't even admit to until today. My best friend forced me to realise just how aware I've been of Xander North my entire life. Yes, I moved into this house to care for my nana, and yes, I love this home more than any other, but the real reason was him. I shrugged, my back prickling with the hard-to-swallow truth. I missed him when I lived in the city. I missed him every time I returned from a visit here. I loved every time our grandparents whispered about us getting married and felt physical pain at the thought that he'd end up with someone else. Living close by, being able to see him, even from a distance, was a temptation I wasn't strong enough to ignore. X didn't say a word, frozen in his chair. It still felt odd to talk about Xander as if he wasn't here, but I threw myself headfirst into making him break, allowing myself to break in the process. I'm not taking responsibility or excusing Milton's behaviour that night. I will never forgive him, and there will never be a good enough reason for a man to try to kill his significant other, but I will admit that it wasn't just him at fault in our relationship. I went along with it because I thought I couldn't have the man I wanted, the man I didn't even admit I wanted. I made do and settled for what I thought I deserved, all while craving someone else. I thought I was so stealthy whenever I'd spy on my neighbour, but it turns out I wasn't. Lily noticed. Milton noticed. And that's when the cracks started appearing. The night Milton found me watching Xander in his bedroom, he didn't say a word. He watched me watching my neighbour and saw how I reacted when he dropped his towel. I blushed, confessing this to the very man I'd spied on. doing my best to keep talking about him in the third person. That was the first time he ever exposed himself in full view of the window. He showed me exactly what I'd been wanting all these years. I think I must have gasped or done something to give myself away, and Milton retaliated. I trembled as the phantom pain around my throat returned. The kicks and the punches, the slurs and the curses. He tossed me around like a lump of meat that night. He would have taken my life if it hadn't been for Jim, but the biggest secret beneath all that horror is Xander wasn't my trigger. My feelings for him were.
Sailor, stop. You don't need to.
I do, and you need to listen. He slouched in the chair, his eyes infinitely sad. Sucking a breath, I continued. All this time, I placed the blame on Xander. I willingly let blindness keep me from understanding that I was partly at fault, even though what Milton did was inexcusable. But then you came into my life, a faceless, nameless guardian who held my hand through the panic attacks and hugged me through the terror. And somehow, you made me come alive again. However, what you don't know is, you also made me become someone else. The night you bruised me and commanded me to kneel was...
wrong.
The best damn night of my life. I balled my hands on the table. You showed me that I've been lying to myself all this time. I might want my sweet neighbour, but the one thing holding me back from attempting a relationship with him was, I don't want sweet in the bedroom. I want what you gave me. Primal and passionate and so full of emotion that the bruises you left behind were talismans of connection, not abuse. Milton left me with scars, but you left me with memories I will never forget. Which brings me to my second secret. X rubbed his eyes with a groan.
I can't handle hearing another one. I know I'd said I'd always be there to hear whatever you wanted to tell me, but Sailor, I can't hear this. I can't, because I'm not the man you think I am, and...
It will be your turn to confess soon enough. Let me finish. His eyes flashed the wrong colour, but finally he nodded.
Go ahead.
Arching my chin, I said, I'm in love with both of you. I love Xander, and I love you. My heart has been torn in two over this, and it's made me feel like a terrible person, but now I know how I can fix it.
How?
He asked helplessly. Tapping my throat, I smiled. Sorry, confessing is thirsty work. I'll just grab a glass of water. Be right back. I stood, and Peng trotted over the table from where he'd been lounging beside the ice cream tub, chilling his tiny tummy and getting his fur all frosty. Grabbing him, I moved him to the floor. He wouldn't appreciate this next bit. While I went to the cupboard and grabbed my mixing bowl, X burrowed his masked face into his hands and slouched. He didn't see me fill the bowl to the brim, didn't even look at me while I pretended to slake my thirst. He still had his head bowed by the time I carried the bowl of water toward him, staying behind him the entire time. My arms trembled beneath the weight as I whispered, You know, after a lifetime of being scolded by my nana and raised with the same marriage promise that I have, you should know not to mess with a Rosie. And then I dumped the entire bowl of water over his head.
Chapter 54. Xander. Unraveling by water. Ice. Wet. Cold. Freezing. I shot to my feet, spluttering and coughing. Water went everywhere, quickly switching from clear to black. No. Fuck. It soaked into my mask, making it hard to breathe. It ran under the collar of my t-shirt and dripped off the ends of my hair. In the reflection of the windows, I watched in horror as the blue-black box dye quickly rinsed back to north condemning red. Spinning around, I faced Sailor as she placed the bowl back on the counter with a smirk. Black droplets continued to drip off my eyelashes and down my face, but I couldn't think, couldn't focus. I fixated on a single letter, one tiny, uncommonly used letter, and my heart threatened to burst in all directions. "What did you just call me?" Her smirk dropped. She stalked into me. I backpedaled until I crashed against the table. Without a word, she reached up and ran her fingers through my dripping hair. Her hand came away black. "Why?" I breathed. "Why are you doing this?" Biting her bottom lip, she reached up with her black-streaked hand and gathered the material by my chin. Her eyebrows rose. I almost passed out. She tugged gently, and I nodded. I gave in. I gave up. How could I not? She'd spilled her secrets. She'd told me so many things that set my soul on fire, and hope ablaze like stardust. Ever so slowly, agonizingly slowly, she pulled my mask down. It slithered along my nose, clung to my cheekbones, and cascaded over my lips in a rush. She let go the moment it gathered into a soggy mess around my neck. I couldn't catch a proper breath as I stood before her, all my lies exposed. My knees threatened to buckle. The despair that had haunted me for weeks at the thought of losing her slowly morphed into something else, something sharp and stinging, and so full of yearning I could barely talk. "Why?" I asked again, a simple word that hid so many within it. Why did she expose me? Why did she tell me those things? Why did she forgive me? Why did she love me? Christ, she loves me. I staggered against the table, slapping my palm over the cutlery and stabbing myself with the fork. Hissing between my teeth, I
called you Zed.
She whispered.
And I did it because I heard you last week. I was looking for Peng. I rang your doorbell and ran into your back garden searching for him. It was an honest mistake. This one I'm not lying about. I honestly didn't mean to watch you that night. But, true to my history of being unable to tear myself away whenever you're in a window, I stayed, and I saw, and I heard. Everything.
Everything, I groaned. Stepping into me, she planted her palm over my painfully chugging heart.
I heard why you did what you did, why you disguised yourself, why you put your own sleep and health on the line, why you put me first like you always do, and why you've made it impossible for me to let you walk out that door because you're everything I've ever wanted, Xander. I've loved you since I was a silly little girl with pigtails, crushing on the boy who called her Laurie, but only recently did I fall into lust with the very masked protector who touched me because I begged him to. The kind-hearted villain who went against his morals and his unflappable rules of right and wrong. I did it because, by freeing me, I think you freed yourself. And you're afraid that you can't be the guy you used to be if you embrace this new version of yourself. But
her fingernails dug into my chest.
I'm telling you, Zed, you can. You can still care while being erotically cruel to me. You can still protect me while punishing me. And you can have exactly what you need because I want to give you everything, just like you give me everything.
Tears welled and spilled down her cheeks.
You've looked after me my entire life, and I want to look after you now. I want you to come home to a home-cooked meal, so I know you're getting enough food after you work so hard. I want you to help me renovate because your house looks way better than mine, and it's time to step into the future. I want a relationship with you. The good, the bad, the safe, the sinful. I just want you. All of you.
For a second, Only white noise filled my ears. A hissing, annoying snow that drowned out my thoughts. Sailor rolled her eyes in the direction of the living room.
Bloody Nana, turn the TV on again.
Swaying backward, she laughed softly.
I'll just go turn it off and...
I snatched her wrist. I jerked her into me. I reached another limit. The last one. The one that would always be the finish line and the starting line. The before and after. Snatching a fistful of her hair, I yanked her head back and kissed her. Hard. Painfully. Deliciously hard. She exploded. She opened wide and let me plunge into her mouth. She fought me back. Fire with fire. Kissing. Nipping. Slipping. Sliding. She squirmed as I grabbed her jaw and deepened the kiss with brutal lust. Spinning around, I picked her up and tossed her onto the table, never stopping our connection. Our tongues fought. Our breaths caught. My hands roamed all over her body, the slipperiness of her black dress sending me straight to fucking hell. Cupping her breasts with punishing fingers, I let loose all those needs inside me. The need to maul her and corrupt her. The desire to break her for having the power to break me. Her back arched, pushing more of her flesh into my hold. Her legs spread, cradling me as I stepped into her and ground myself against her. Water continued to drip off my hair, splashing her with midnight droplets. Her hips rocked, seeking me as I grunted with the need to be inside her. A flicker of persecution told me to stop, not to be this manic, but then she clawed at my back, and I snapped. Burrowing my face in her neck, I bit her. I sank my teeth into the spots where Milton's fingers once bruised her gorgeous skin, and marked her unapologetically with my own autograph. She clung to me as I kissed my way back to her mouth, unbuckling and unzipping as I went. Our lips found each other again. She bit my bottom lip, drawing the tang of blood. I snarled and bit her back, rocking my hips between her legs, letting her feel just how badly I needed her. Squeezing her breast, I ran my thumb over her pert nipple. Tell me now if fucking you on this table is going to be a problem. Her head tipped back with a throaty groan.
God, no problem. No problem at all.
Grabbing her dress, I bunched it around her hips. My gaze locked on the bareness between her legs. God damn it. You're not wearing any underwear. She smirked.
I had planned on torturing you a little more than this. I wanted payback, but screw it.
Grabbing my undone jeans, she jerked me forward and stuck her hand into my boxer briefs. I snarled as she found me. I shuddered as she jerked me. In a few savage pumps, she almost made me come. Fisting her wrist, I wrenched her hold off me and shoved my pants down. My erection bounced free. She licked her lips. Her gaze met mine as she whispered,
Can you do me a favor?
Anything. I breathed. Always.
Can you take the contacts out?
A lopsided, stupid smile spread my lips. Miss the green.
I want to sleep with Xander tonight, not X.
Fuck. How had this happened? I thought I'd been the one sneaking into her life, but she'd been the true thief. She'd successfully stolen every shred of my soul. With shaking hands, I reached up and pinched the film over my pupil. I sucked at this in front of a mirror, let alone broken with lust. I struggled and winced and poked myself, making my eye water. She wrinkled her nose.
Jeez, I didn't realize they were so hard to take out.
They're not. I just suck at it. She swooned into me.
And you still put them in for me? Be still, my beating heart.
I finally managed to grab the slippery sucker. Removing the left contact with triumph, I squished it between my fingers and flicked it onto the floor. Peng immediately went to investigate. With a grimace, I reached for my other eye, but Sailor grabbed my arm and stopped me.
Don't. I don't want you to injure yourself.
I looked up. We made eye contact. She gasped.
Oh, wow. That does things to me.
I frowned. What do you mean? Peering closer, she broke out in goosebumps.
One green, one brown. It's like I'm sleeping with both versions of you at once.
There were many things I could say to that. I could laugh it off or tease her, but the only thing I could do was finish what I started. Grabbing her cheeks, I bent over her and kissed her. Tell me to stop, I begged into her mouth. Tell me this is a dream and I'm about to wake up.
Why? Because you don't think you can have me?
Because I'm petrified this isn't real. She'd already spilled her secrets. Now mine torrented off my tongue. Actually, the truth is, I'm afraid I haven't worked hard enough for long enough to deserve you. I'm afraid that if I show you who I truly am, you'll think I'm a fraud. I'm afraid that if I choose happiness over my career, my patience will suffer because I'm selfish for wanting my own life. I'm afraid that if I learn to rely on you, I won't survive when you decide to leave me. I'm afraid of death taking the people I love the most. I'm afraid of not being good enough to heal them. I'm afraid that if I stop trying to be the best I can be and invite the worst parts of myself, I'll lose everything. She went to speak, but I planted my hand over her mouth. I said softly, I think that's what I'm most afraid of. I have this hunger inside me that only gets worse the more I'm around you. The more I fall in love with you, Sailor, the more I want to keep you. And I know in myself that it could lead to a spiraling obsession. I don't know how to take from you and give to you. It's one or the other for me. And I swallowed hard. I need you so fucking much that I'm flat out terrified of hurting you. Of you hating me. Of you leaving me. Of you knowing exactly who I am when I've been hiding, even from myself. Silence blanketed us, sticking to all my confessions. My pulse skyrocketed when she didn't say anything. Finally, she pulled away my hand and whispered,
Xander.
Yeah?
Shut up.
Her lips found mine. She kissed me. I surrendered. Slinking my fingers into her hair, I held her steady, accepting her kiss before deepening it. The chaos in my chest slowly tamed, and by the time we pulled away, I felt a little more sane. Sorry, She pinched my arm. Hard. Ow, what the hell?
Did you wake?
I scowled. No.
Well then, this is real. This isn't a dream. And everything you just said is ridiculous. I'm not going anywhere. You aren't selfish, and I can't tell you to stop.
Her breathy tone made my gut clench.
I literally can't because I want you as much as you want me. And if you don't give in soon, I
won't be gentle, Sailor. Not tonight.
I told you, I don't want gentle. I want you to be you.
An overwhelming surge of possession pounded through me. With quaking hands, I pushed her back just enough and guided myself to her wet entrance. We both looked down, she and I, millimeters from joining, and I couldn't do it unless she was mine. For eternity, I didn't just love this woman. I loved everything about her. Her house, her bravery,
her cat, her grandparents, our shared past. I always had, always would, and if I didn't get a ring on her finger, I would always feel as if I was moments away from losing her. I'd always fear that this was a crazy, wonderful dream, and one day I would wake up and be all alone. Notching myself inside her, I looked up and held her stare. She moaned again.
You can't look at me with those multicolored eyes and not fuck me, Zed.
I suffered a full-body shiver at her new nickname for me. I choked on 2 words. This wasn't the time or place. This was new. This was fresh. This was fate. Marry me, I whispered.
What?
Her eyes flared wide. Time screeched to a halt. The TV kept hissing and paying me out somewhere on the floor. I tensed to take the question back, to pretend I hadn't ruined the mood, but then the TV hissed louder, and I stopped being afraid anymore. I stopped putting myself last. I fought for what I wanted, regardless of the consequences. Cupping her cheeks, I breathed. Marry me, Sailor Melody Rose. Exact your revenge on me every day of my life. Let me keep you, okay? Say you're mine and...
But this is crazy.
She moaned, her eyes glazed with desire.
We're not even dating.
We've been engaged since I was 6 and you were born. How long do you think we need to date when we've been betrothed for almost 2 decades? She laughed and slung her arms over my shoulders.
So you're doing this to honor our meddling matchmaking ghosts?
No. Tucking her hair behind her ears, I couldn't tear my eyes from her kiss-glistening mouth. I'm doing this because you told me to. You want me to fight for myself for once. Well then, I smirked. What I want is you. And if you don't let me have you, if you don't agree to be mine, then...
Zed.
Grazing her mouth over mine, she made me wait in purgatory. Then, she kissed me, feeding me one word in response.
Okay.
I yanked away, my heart on fire. Okay, she blushed.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Her lips parted wide as I pushed forward. We both groaned as I slid inside her, slowly, possessively, claiming her in every way possible. You can't take it back. I shuddered as her hot, wet body welcomed mine, imprisoning me as hers. To think I've wasted years when I could have been inside you. I groaned as I thrust the final inch. I should have been braver. I should have marched next door and claimed you the moment you were legal. She clung to my shoulders.
God, why didn't you? I've been missing out.
Good question. I kissed her softly. Maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe we both weren't.
Are you ready now?
My rumbling snarl had her shivering again. Spread your legs and I'll show you just how ready I am. She obeyed, relinquishing every part of herself to me. Burrowing my face into the crook of her neck, I withdrew and drove inside her again, making the table rock. You're destroying me, Laurie. You always have. I rode her again, harder and harder, until the kitchen filled with sounds of skin slapping and furniture creaking. She cried out as I thrust faster, cradling her in my arms to keep her safe, all while ravaging her.
More.
She moaned.
Let go. Be free. With me.
I snarled and did exactly as she commanded. I stopped worrying and started living. I grabbed her nape and dragged her into me, kissing her hard and deep. We rode each other violently, chaotically. We were wet and messy and slightly unhinged, and I'd never been so turned on. Never been this free or this happy. I couldn't catch my breath as I found her clit and rubbed. Her back arched the second I found the right spot. Her legs snapped around mine, forcing me to switch from deep, long pumps into savage little pulses.
Oh, God. Yes. Right there.
I captured her lips in another kiss. I plunged my tongue into her mouth, in sync with plunging between her legs. It had taken a mask to accept that I wasn't okay with being the boy next door anymore. I wanted to slay her nightmares, carry her through her hardships, and fight off every motherfucker who ever laid an unconsented hand on her. And I wanted to do it as her husband. Her nails punctured my ass, riding with me as I rode her. Every rut and grind of my hips, she matched me.
Zed?
Her pussy locked around my cock. Her legs spasmed around my hips. And the delicious heat of her orgasm milked me in clenching waves. I lost everything that made me human. I only lived to make her happy, to be hers. My answering orgasm tangled full of agony and exquisite intensity. My heartbeat thundered as aching need pushed me over the edge. We clawed and snarled and rocked and fucked, and every shackle of loneliness fell away as my soul ceased to be mine and became hers instead. A lifetime of being promised each other. A childhood of fighting such a stupid decree, followed by the unarguable knowledge that our ghosts were right. We were destined. And now, we were finally exactly where we belonged. Together.
Epilogue. Sailor. Can't fight destiny. I stood at the top of the quaint little church with the sun beaming through stained glass windows. Pews full of young and old neighbours from Ember Drive watched us with bated breath, and the ghosts of the North and Rose family watched me pledge my life and love to the boy next door. 2 months since he proposed, and now he had me at the altar. It had been a whirlwind, but every step had felt absolutely right. Fate had stepped in the moment we stopped fighting the inevitable. The day after we announced our engagement to our friends, everyone came together and made it happen. It had seemed too easy, terrifyingly easy, almost as if this entire affair had been choreographed by the universe itself. Lily stood behind me in a coral pink bridesmaid's dress. Colin stood behind Xander in a crisp black tux. Even Penk had been invited, sitting obediently in his little basket on Christina's knee, where she sat next to Xander's other sister, Jolie. He had a leash on to prevent him from destroying the decorations, and he blinked with such loving green eyes. He reminded me so much of the man I was about to marry.
Do you, Sailor Melody Rose, take Xander North as your lawfully wedded husband, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?
I blinked and focused on the celebrant, a lovely old priest who'd regularly had a few sherries with my nana. Xander and I would have preferred a small garden wedding or even an elopement, but the moment the suburb learned we were finally getting married, after Melody and Mary had spoken of this auspicious day for almost 3 decades, the entire town wanted to attend. The church had offered to host. The local flower shop owner, who Xander had sewn up after a nasty accident with a pair of pruning scissors, offered free blooms, and the cake had been donated by a lovely woman I'd grown close to at the market, who sold cakes way better than any I could ever make. I sighed with utmost contentment. I felt so loved, so content, so safe. Xander squeezed my fingers, bringing me once again to the present. I kept drifting off, floating in a wonderful dream that had come true.
You're making me nervous, little Law.
Pops' nickname for me made my heart threaten to explode. Xander regularly called me all kinds of things when he had me in his bed, and I often called him X when he wore the mask and took me roughly. I had the best of both worlds. I had a wonderful, intelligent man who dedicated his life to healing the sick, but only I got to see him as a ruthless, dominant lover who got hard at leaving a mark on my skin. I adored the two sides of him. I was eternally grateful I was healed enough to be healthy inside and outside of the bedroom. And I only had him to thank. My guardian, my stalker, my doctor, my husband. Grinning, I tugged him a little closer. He looked absolutely ravishing in a black tux. His emerald stare sparkled behind polished black glasses, and his dark red hair glittered like fire tinsel thanks to the beaming sun. My heart flipped, tripped, and fell into his pocket. Forever. I do. I smiled. The priest let out a sigh of relief.
And do you, Xander North, take Sailor Melody Rose as your lawfully wedded wife, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?
Absolutely.
Xander grinned.
Always.
A few laughs twittered around the crowd.
Excellent.
The priest beamed and stepped backward.
I was told you've prepared your own vows as well. If you'd like to exchange rings and share those, then I'll announce you.
That's my cue?
Leaning forward, Colin handed Xander a ring.
By the way, I seem to remember saying this exact thing would happen.
He laughed.
And it didn't even take 3 to 5 years. Yeah.
Xander scoffed.
Nobody likes a know-it-all. Happy for you, Zan.
Colin patted Xander's shoulder and stepped back. Here you go, Moonbeam. Lily kissed my cheek and pressed the simple gold band into my palm. I returned her kiss, then sniffed back tears as Xander and I faced each other one last time as separate people. We both laughed.
Sorry, you go.
No, you first. Xander blushed.
Okay.
Taking my hand, he slipped the most stunning flower-shaped diamond onto my finger and kissed my knuckles.
Not a single day goes by that I'm not in awe of you, grateful for you, and head over heels in love with you. It took a false identity to realize who I truly am, and now that you're mine, I'm never letting you go. I love you, Laurie. Forever.
Tears rolled down my cheeks as I slid the gold band onto his finger and whispered, There isn't a TV here, but I know it would have turned itself on with approval that we finally did this. I've always secretly loved the boy next door, but it wasn't until he guarded me in the shadows that I realized I was in love with him too. I love every piece of you, Zed. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. A few R's feathered out from the older women watching us. They dabbed their eyes, giving Xander besotted looks. Lily grinned, Colin laughed, and as at the exact moment the priest said, I now pronounce you husband and wife, a sparrow fluttered down the aisle and landed in Xander's hair. It chirped, flitted to my shoulder, then flew into the church rafters. It wasn't a snowing TV, but it was a sign of approval from two matchmaking women who finally got their wish. Xander held my hand as the judge read Milton's verdict. Testifying against him hadn't been easy. I'd had a few sleepless nights and 1 mild panic attack on the way to the courthouse, but thanks to Xander, he'd helped me through it, comforted me, and given me strength. I'd held my head high while I testified against the man who tried to strip me of my incredibly happy life. Milton had lost weight, and his eyes no longer held any resemblance of being human, almost as if evilness eroded him from the inside out. He watched me with pure hatred the entire time I answered the lawyer's questions and studied photos that had been taken of my wounds and strangulation marks when I'd been admitted into the hospital. I'd feared facing him would send me back in my healing, but hearing the gavel come down and his sentence delivered, a tiny part of me that was still terrified of him breathed a huge sigh of relief. 15 years with no parole for 9 years. It wasn't forever, and in a decade, I might have to face him again if he was stupid enough to come after me a second time. But I wasn't alone anymore. I had Xander. I was safe. And as we headed out of the courthouse and back into the autumn sunshine, I tipped my head back to the sky and sent a quick prayer to thanks to all those watching over us. Oh, no, you don't. I scooped Peng around the middle and plopped him back onto the floor. Within a second, he was back on the counter, sniffing the garlic butter fish I'd just pulled out of the oven. Rolling my eyes, I grabbed my favourite fluffy nuisance and smooshed him. Instead of squirming to get down, he lolled like a boneless orange noodle in my arms and purred as I buried my face in his belly fur. You're a terror, a wonderful, rascally, far too adorable terror. The sound of keys clinking on the sideboard had my eyes shooting up and a bigger smile spreading my lips. Yay, you're home.
Thank God.
Dumping his satchel that no doubt held a few notes he wanted to review on current patients, he yanked off his tie as if he was sick of it strangling him. With a heavy sigh, Xander kicked off his shoes and prowled toward me. Peng immediately turned traitor, meowing to be rescued as if I was the world's worst cat cuddler. Xander grinned as he scooped Penguin out of my arms and flopped him over his shoulder.
Hello, wife.
With a tired smile, he pulled me close and hugged me. Peng grumbled in annoyance and leapt down. I hugged Xander back, then squeaked as his strong arms circled my waist, picked me up, and placed me on the countertop beside the bowl of homemade fries and fresh garden salad. His hands landed on my thighs, unapologetically spreading my legs. With a hot look in his eyes, he leaned in and kissed me. He kissed me to distract me. He kissed me while pulling my underwear down beneath my cable dress and kissed me as he unbuckled, unzipped, then sank inside me right beside the dinner I'd cooked for him. And I kissed him back. I flung myself into lust and love and longing. And when his hand came up to circle my throat, stroking me and threatening me in equal measure, I scratched his back and baited him to take me harder. We switched from sweet hello to violent claiming. I'd gotten everything I ever wanted. We'd drawn up plans to renovate my place, and I'd moved into his home in preparation for some rather large structural works. We'd talked about renting out Nana's house, but the garden was too precious. It had all my plants needed for the business, and neither of us liked the thought of strangers living next door. So we'd hired an architect to combine this place with that one. Not only had we combined our lives, but the two houses would eventually merge into one too. Xander dragged me out of my thoughts by teasing me toward an orgasm. I mewled in frustration as he withdrew, pulled me off the counter, then spun me around and pressed me belly first against it. With a groan, he sank back inside me. Taking me from behind, he kept one fist on my lower back so I couldn't escape, while his other hand sneaked around to my clit. I went bowstring tight. He knew exactly how to make me shatter in 2 seconds flat. My release set off his release, and we almost crumbled to the floor as we slowly broke apart, straightened our clothing, and smiled at each other like naughty teenagers.
We've been married 3 months, but I still can't get enough of you.
Running his thumb over my bottom lip, he sighed.
Every time I come home to you and Peng, every damn time I smell a delicious meal and know that I get to snuggle with you on the couch later and then take you to bed, just...
He shook his head and clutched his heart.
It hurts, little Law. Right here.
Going to him, I planted my palm over his beating heart and raised on my tiptoes to kiss him. I have the same problem. Whenever you text me that you're on the way home, I shake in anticipation. He grinned.
So we're both obsessed.
I'd say so. I smirked. Do you happen to know a cure? You're a brilliant doctor after all.
Afraid not.
He kissed my nose and headed to the table.
We'll just have to remain incurable for the rest of our lives.
I can live with that.
Yeah, me too.
He smirked a sinful smirk as he readjusted himself and sat down at the dining table. With a sigh, he pulled his phone from his back pocket and checked any notifications he'd missed while commuting home. That was the one blip in our otherwise blissful marriage. Xander still worked a lot. Some nights I went to bed alone with my kitty, only to wake with him snaking his arms around me with an exhausted groan. Sometimes our planned days off ended with him called into an emergency, and I did my best to be supportive all while the protective wife in me came out. I didn't like that he worked so much, but I understood it. He needed to help, so I would take care of him while he took care of others, all while secretly planning for the day when he retired and I could keep him to myself. At least he got regular meals these days. My own business had grown so big, I'd had to hire someone to manage the market stalls and help me ship out the online orders every week. I spent most of my time cooking Nana's recipes and making tinctures and remedies. Some of Xander's patients, who'd preferred more natural healing than pharmaceuticals, had even brought a few things. If we met someone new who didn't know our destiny granted by our grandparents, they'd smile uncertainly at the doctor who'd married the flower child. In reality, we shouldn't really go together, but thanks to a pact made decades ago, our future had already been written. Besides, they only saw the upstanding, risk-averse doctor, while I got the slightly dangerous, mask-wearing motorcycle rider who sometimes drags me out of bed at 2 a.m. to go soaring into the stars. The stalker who tattooed the smallest skull above his hip, hidden beneath his scrubs and only visible when he made dirty, wonderful love to me. Anything important? I asked as I made up 2 plates and carried them to the table. Xander didn't look up from his phone, a frown cutting his forehead. Uh-oh. I sat down and picked up my fork. I know that look. Do you have to go back in? His eyes met mine.
Sorry, no, I just got an email from the staffing office.
Oh, what did it say? I took a bite of juicy, buttery fish.
They wished me a wonderful time on my honeymoon, and not to answer my phone under any circumstances.
What? I thought we agreed we couldn't have a honeymoon. You're too busy and...
We did.
He passed his phone to me.
But somehow I have leave booked for 3 weeks, starting tomorrow.
How? I scanned the email, then jolted as a message from Colin popped up. Colin's just texted you. He says to call him. He frowned and took back his phone.
What the hell is he up to?
I shrugged. Better call him and find out, I guess. With a worried look, Xander pressed Colin's number and put the phone on speaker between us. It only rang once before Colin picked up.
Now, before you get mad at me, there's a reason I didn't tell you. Why would I get mad, Cole?
Xander cracked his knuckles as if his friend was here to punch him.
What did you do? Are you behind the fact that I have 3 weeks off when I didn't ask for any? I am. Why? Because you wouldn't have taken the time off if it wasn't for me. You would have let your poor little wife go without a honeymoon all because you're a workaholic. I have a few important surgeries coming up. I can't just... You'll always have important surgeries coming up, Zan. That's the point. There will never be a break from the work. There will never be a good time to get away. Not one. Do you hear me? When you're on your deathbed and someone asks what you most regret, you know what you'll say? You'll say you regret not spending more time with your delectable wife. And so, you're welcome.
Xander flinched as Colin struck a nerve. Before he could reply, Colin added,
There are other doctors, other surgeons. Your patients won't suffer, and you aren't letting anyone down by putting yourself first for a few weeks. Didn't you tell me you wanted to find a better work-life balance now that you're hitched? Well, this is me fulfilling that wish. I don't understand how they let you ask for it off. Isn't there some sort of... Yeah, about that. I kinda had help. Of the legal kind. What the hell are you talking about?
It wasn't entirely Colin's fault, Xander. A woman cut in, a smile in her voice. I'm half to blame.
Christina?
Xander scowled at me before looking at his phone again.
Why are you with Colin? What the hell is going on?
No one spoke for a second, but then Christina blurted, I'm at Colin's place because we're kind of, seeing how it goes. And before you start, Colin arranged your leave because the day after you two got married, the family lawyer called me. He delivered a document that demanded your presence at some secretive location. And when we showed it to the hospital, they were only too happy to give you time off.
Wait, why did the family lawyer contact you? I'm the one in charge of the North's affairs.
Because he had strict instructions from Gran to tell me over you. Xander sat back, a dazed, almost hurt look on his face.
Why?
Because she knew you better than you knew yourself, and probably figured you wouldn't do what she asked.
What did she ask?
Doesn't matter. Christina laughed slyly. You'll know when you get there, but you have to take a trip, you and Sailor. A trip? I asked when Xander didn't say anything. A trip where? All I can tell you is it's in Costa Rica. Xander and I made eye contact. Growing up, when both sets of our grandparents were alive, they'd often go as a happy foursome on holiday to Costa Rica. It had become a bit of a tradition. Every year, they packed their bags for a few weeks of double-dating vacation before returning browned, happy, and ready to work again. They'd promised to take us with them, but then Xander's grandfather passed away, and they stopped going. Your flight leaves tonight. You're 4 hours before takeoff, so I suggest you start packing and get to the airport.
What the hell?
Xander raked a hand through his hair.
You can't just spring this on us. What about Peng? We haven't got...
Lily has already agreed to move into Sailors for 3 weeks and cat-sit him. You know her boyfriend Aubrey is helping with the renovation for you. It's a perfect opportunity for him to assess the pros and cons of each house so he can figure out how to link them for you. Because we both know stuffy architects can get it wrong, and you want to get it right.
Why do I feel like we don't have a choice in this matter?
Xander huffed. That's because you don't. You're getting on that plane and you're going to the address that the transportation service has when they pick you up. Just go with it, Zan. For once in your life, lean on someone other than yourself. Trust us, all right? Xander slouched, all while my phone started ringing with Lily's name. I'll just take this. Scooting away from the table, I accepted the call and left Zed to talk to his sister. Lils, what the hell is going on? I'm already in your kitchen. I can't find your pesky cat, though. Has he escaped again? I glanced at Peng, happily sprawled on the back door mat, licking his paws. He's here with us at Xander's. Oh, for you! I thought I'd already failed at this cat-sitting business. Why are you all ganging up on us and shooing us away overseas? She giggled. Just you wait. So you know. Oh yes, I know. I had a rather wonderful time over at Colin's a few days after your wedding. If I wasn't falling for Aubrey and Christina wasn't giving off possessive vibes, I might have been tempted. He's freaking hilarious, but he's also kind and cares a lot about Xander, so just go with the flow, Sailor Moon, and get on that damn plane. This is crazy, right? I asked for the millionth time. I'd asked it as we packed and shed a few tears as I passed my wonderful cat into my best friend's arms. I asked it as we climbed out of the Uber at the airport. I'd asked it as we took off and flew across the ocean and landed in hot and steamy Costa Rica. And I asked it again as Xander took my hand and led me into the arrivals hall, scanning the mismatch of drivers, family members, and hotel clerks holding up plaques with people's names on. Spying a guy with North scribbled on a board, he dragged me over to him.
It's nuts, and I'm legitimately worried about what they're all up to. But we're here now, so I guess we're doing this.
I didn't ask again as the driver shook our hands, helped us with our hastily packed luggage, and guided us outside to an awaiting white sedan. The journey from the airport wasn't too long. He gave us facts about how the weather had been, what events were taking place on the island, and how he was madly in love with the place where we were staying and how wonderful it was that it would be used again. Xander and I shared a worried look. The longer we drove down streets that became progressively worse with potholes and overgrown vegetation, the more I clung to his fingers.
Here we are.
The driver grinned, turning left at the top of a hill and bumping our way down a rutted driveway. Palm trees and tropical bushes blocked everything. Banana fronds and mango trees gave me new ideas for face creams and lip balms. And when we finally broke through the wilderness, the most incredible house appeared. A sprawling bungalow perched on the top of a small cliff. The ocean spilled out like sparkling aquamarine gemstones below. The mid-morning sun shimmered and played on the crystal sand, making everything ridiculously pretty. Pulling our luggage out of the trunk, the driver passed us a rustic-looking key and grinned.
We've stocked the fridge and cleaned. The gardener hasn't been well, hence the state of the jungle. But rest assured, he'll pop by in a few days to tame it. There's a motorcycle in the garage, and the nearest eateries are only 5 minutes away. If you need anything, my number is on the counter. Fresh linens are in the cupboards. Oh, and the pool has been filled. So if you fancy a swim to wash away your travels, go right ahead. Pool?
Xander blinked.
What are you talking about? It's just down the hill a little. You can't miss it.
Waving at our dumbfounded faces, the guy got back into his car.
Have a wonderful vacation, Mr. and Mrs. North. All of us in this tight-knit community are so happy your family is back to continue the tradition. I'm hosting our weekly barbecue at my place. Please join us. It will be like old times.
Old times? I coughed. But the driver closed his door, waved once more, and bounced his way back up the drive. Xander and I shared yet another look, equally as lost as each other. We opened our mouths to speak, but in the end, we just shrugged and dragged our luggage to the front door. Inserting the key into the carved entry, Xander pushed it open and let me go ahead. My mouth fell open. The airy foyer spilled directly into a vast open-plan living room with huge sliding doors facing the ocean view. A pool glittered to the right, a green jungle surrounded us, and colourful birds flitted from tree to tree. A large sandstone-coloured corridor wound like a snake to my left, while a massive granite-benched kitchen waited to the right. A large wicker basket sat beside the stove, full of fruits and vegetables, cheese and crackers.
What on earth is this place?
Xander whispered. Propping our luggage against the wall, he drifted forward in a daze. I followed him. We both came to a natural stop by a long slab of wood, acting as a table and room divider. Behind it rested a slouchy linen couch facing the view. A letter sat propped up by a glass jar full of seashells. A letter addressed to Mr. and Mrs. North. Xander swallowed hard as he reached for it. The rip of the envelope made both of us tense, and the crackle of unfolding pretty flower paper made me hold my breath. Xander licked his lips and read.
Dear Sailor and Xander, if you're here, then we were right. We hoped, of course, but never truly knew if you'd fall in love. You're both so different, but also perfect for one another, and we only wish we could have been there to see you get married. You were born from best friends, and now you are best friends. We can rest easy knowing you're both taken care of. We know you'll look after one another for the rest of your lives. We know you'll work hard and laugh often, but please remember to relax too. We bought this house back in the 60s and have loved it ever since. Now it's yours. Please share it with your sisters, friends, and future family. It's been empty for far too long, and it's up to you and your loved ones to fill it with laughter and love. Please use it. Please enjoy it like we did. Please create so many happy memories. Our only regret is that we didn't bring you here when we had the chance, but, surprise, this is our wedding gift to you both. Our dream finally came true, and now our families will always be connected. You've made us so proud. We'll be watching out for you in heaven. We love you both so much. Love your Grandpa, Nana, and Pops. P.S. Look up. You're home.
Our eyes soared to the open rafters. We noticed at the same time. A stunning rose had been carved into the ceiling with a compass facing true north in the centre. Beneath the emblem existed 3 words: the North Rose. The final sign from the grave that our family approved of our union. A secret house they'd kept all these years in hopes that we'd get married. Grabbing me in a kiss, Xander scooped me off my feet, then carried me toward the corridor and hopefully a bedroom. Behind us, the letter fluttered to the floor, the curtains rippled, and somewhere in the living room, an ancient box television turned on.
This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Texting Dr. Stalker, produced by Troy Otey, written by Pepper Winters, performed by Lucy Jessica and Luke William Bromley. Text copyright 2025 by Pepper Winters. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.